Okay, so we're streaming, and let's see if that shows up. It should be starting right there. You should see the stream.
I don't see it on my. Okay,
Things.
here it is. Here it is.
Yeah,
Okay, now I'm going to put you on mute. Hang on. You know what?
yeah,
Start talking.
yeah.
Start
I was
talking.
about to say. So, we are here on the Moon channel. As a matter of fact, I've thought of when the ban is lifted. I have thought of downloading these episodes and publishing them on my channel. We'll call these 4 episodes Moonlighting with the Deke on Channel P. Yes. And, we'll probably have Ian put them all together. Or John.
We're okay. It's audible.
Oh, okay, great, great. And so, but we still want people to respond. So we do want people to.
Yeah,
Uh,
but I. It's definitely audible.
okay, great, great. So what I'm going to
Yeah,
do.
1 minute before we're going on live.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're live now, but we
Live
just start.
now, I know, but before we officially start the show,
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
and we'll do a warm up act
yeah,
here.
yeah. That's right. So I'm going to reset the Peter Moon page, and so I see. Wow, we even got a weird ass green screen as opposed to what it should be, which should say critical omission subscribe. So that's okay. Oh, it does say that. Holy shit! It was looking weird for a second there when before I opened it. So when I opened it, and everybody do an upvote. And David Fitzsimon says you're both loud and clear. Excellent. Thank you to our man from Atlantic City.
Thank you so much for letting us know.
Yes. Oh my God. And now we got 4 upvotes. Okay, all of you pile on with the upvotes because the first thing they do is they hit us with all the downvotes to take us off searches. So it takes a few hours for YouTube to filter through all that bullshit. So and get rid of the Autobot downvotes. So in the meantime, to get us on searches, just hit us with an upvote from every IP address you've got. Your PC, your tablet, your cell phone, anything with a different IP address, hit it with an upvote, and that will help immeasurably. It's your war, and you've got to fight dirty because that's how the enemy fights, and nice guys finish last. So, with that being said, we are happy to be here this Father's Day evening with Peter Moon, who essentially has that father imprint in his aura. He resonates that vibe. And certainly, I published a poem and a photograph of my late and sainted sire. And people can go to my Facebook to see that if you have access to Facebook. That would, of course, be at facebook.com/ Douglas D. Dietrich, with all the D's in uppercase, everything else in lowercase. And other than that, with Peter, he had a pretty good day, and I'll let him share that with you.
I'm not going to share that. I had a good day, but
Okay.
that's my own business.
Yeah. That's
Um, yeah. So no, but anyway, we've got an interesting show tonight,
yes.
and we'll see how many people have. I'm okay. Here we are. Oh, wait a second. No, that's last show.
Okay.
It's too early to have that many people on. Um, where was I?
Oh, whoa. Oh, you mean in terms of your place? Yeah.
Here it is. This is all of our. Okay, here we are. Okay, all right. We're getting people listening now.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And I guess for tonight, we'll just kind of talk for a bit, get a little bit more of the audience here. I've got some questions that somebody has asked me
Mm-hmm.
that we'll go over. Not questions that I'm particularly find interesting or fascinating, but they will bring up some stuff that might enlighten all of us. There's certain questions you find appealing, and certain questions, oh God, I'm not interested in these questions. Nevertheless, I'll address them. There was a exercise I started to do, but I digressed. It was a whole exercise I hoped to do when I started talking about Tibet, and it should prove very interesting, which I intend to get into tonight as well. So let me see here. Yeah, a few more listeners. It's good. It's good. 903. We're doing good. We did it without Brendan. He never checked in.
Well, admittedly, I had spoken to him before, and he is with his relations. I think it's his grandmother and his uncle, who used to be important enough to, I've seen the photographs actually, speak with various heads of state in the Middle East. He was Syrian. He was a high-level Syrian, apparently some Department of Agriculture individual who many other nations tried to lure him into helping them with their agriculture in the desert, trying to farm their oases and the like. And so there's definitely photographs of him with the Sultan of Oman. And before I turn it over to Peter, just a little bit of Arab politics here from my time in the Middle East. And as I said, I prefer to call it Southwest Asia, the correct term geographically, but most Americans only understand what you're talking about when you say the Middle East. So when it comes to Oman, it's on that coast of the Arabian Peninsula, and it was the Portugal of the Arabian world. They went out and explored and converted many people, and essentially Islamized the Indonesian archipelago, and also had many trading outposts, essentially colonies in Africa on the coast of the Indian Ocean. And so they have this proud history that other Arab cultures don't generally have, very maritime oriented. And what happened was that as time progressed, they didn't have the blessing of oil that so many other Arab nations did. Everyone else on the Arabian Peninsula, except for those Indian Ocean facing coastlines of Oman and Yemen, those two nations are cursed with a dearth of petroleum products, whereas everyone else, they've just got oil seeping out of the sand. So with all the money that was in the heart of the desert, the Omanis later in history would travel into the House of Saudi Arabia, to basically work as basically hired help. And when the king of Oman visited the House of Saud, this was shortly before the Gulf War. I think it was around the 80s. Or late 80s, but just before the Gulf War is how I remember it. They rubbed it in his face while he was made to sit and wait in the waiting rooms for the heads of state for these various countries, but especially Saudi Arabia. They left him in rooms where there were cribs with babies in them and shit, saying, "Don't forget to change the diapers." And, rooms full of mops and various other cleaning implements, and saying, make sure the room's cleaner than it was when you came in. And
that really backfire on these people.
Yeah, well, what happened?
It's because if the person does a good and conscientious job, this is what Joseph in the Bible did. Yeah. He did such a good conscientious job in prison that people liked him, and then he worked his way into the deputy pharaohship. It's like this can backfire on that sort of attitude that they do to people like that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Point. Most people won't do that, respond that way, but it's as they say, that can backfire on.
Well, the House of Saud is totally degenerate. They're just degenerates, a bunch of filthy camel thieves that the British put in power because everybody hated them, and this way the British had them totally dependent on the British Empire. Then the Americans came and bought them out from under the British during World War II through that conference held with the King of the House of Saud on the Great Bitter Lake. Never has a meeting place been more appropriately named, where Roosevelt met with the King of the House of Saud, who then brought all the sheep onto the flagship that Roosevelt was on, telling him this is for your sailors to fuck so they don't defile our pure Muslim woman. And Roosevelt took it because he wanted, the Saudi oil to be basically pegged in terms of its output to the U.S. dollar, and that created the petrobuck. This was to be the backbone of the world economy for the next several generations. Because he had used up all of our domestic oil to give free to every ally in World War II. I mean, every single ally, Russia, Britain, none of these people had any access to their own oil resources. Britain didn't uncover its own North Sea oil resources till well after the war, and had no technology to develop them till well after the war. The Russians, of course, couldn't develop their oil and gas resources till well after the war. And so every ally, France, Britain, Russia, China, every drop of oil they used was American. So the Americans, who used to be the Saudi Arabia of the world in terms of oil, just expended it all. And left us tapped out, except for Texas. And now, of course, we're in a second oil boom. And, when I get back onto my own channel, I'll explain, the dynamics of that. No point in going into it tonight. But in terms of the Sultan of Oman, so when the Omani king was there and was experiencing all this, he went back home and he told all of his countrymen and women who were working as maids and servants in the House of Saud, he said, you come home in 6 months or you're trapped in Saudi Arabia forever. You come home in 6 months, all of you. And after that, I'm closing the border permanently. And of course, if you're there after 6 months, then that would effectively leave you as basically trapped in the House of Saud without citizenship, which would legally make you a slave, because slavery is legal in Saudi Arabia. So nobody wanted that, and they all came home, and that left the Saudis without anybody to change their diapers and change their sheets in their hotels and all that shit. And basically, they all went back to Oman, where the Sultan of Oman tried to reintegrate his economy into more of a touristy economy where he could put their domestic skills to use. But after that, the Saudis had to hire Filipinos. That was when they began to hire all of these thousands of Filipinos. If anyone ever goes to the House of Saud, the first thing you'll discover is almost nobody works there. And everybody who is working, the overwhelming majority, something like 90% of the workforce, at least, is foreigners. Just everybody there, every doctor, every nurse, every maid, everybody at the airport generally. They may have changed that just for the sake of national pride. Have a few actual Saudi citizens, maybe.
It's kind of interesting, isn't it? Everybody's a slave.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. It's a very, I guess they just enormous wealth.
Yeah, and no sense of moral or compass with which to use it wisely. So,
and while that would seem the case for sure, they are one of the most innovative peoples when it comes to entrepreneurship with their money.
Yeah,
I mean, incredibly shrewd from developing alternative power. If they were to be displayed, they're very shrewd with their investments in terms of, far shrewder than the people who invest in Elon Musk.
Yes, thank you.
There's a shrewdness there that's, deserves comment, if not credit. I'm not disagreeing with you at all, but I was just hearing about some new, I don't even remember what it was, some new development they were working on.
Well, if it's architectural, like these new super cities they're trying to create.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that. I think it had to do with, not necessarily AI, but some new technology that was just really over the top that most people wouldn't, think about, invest in, or whatever. It was.
Oh, by the way, that reminds me. Thank you for bringing that up. Of course, we can always go back to the Saudis later if it arises organically. And I can tell you a bit about some of these super city plans of theirs because I think that that's very much a, shall we say, a misdirected effort. But that being said, we don't even need to.
That sounds very risky.
Yes.
It's not stupid, but I don't really know anything. That's just my knee-jerk reaction.
Understood. But what you said about AI reminds me. So the other day, as people may or may not know, certainly Peter does, because I told him I thought I had a problem where my head was too deep in a depression in the mattress and I wound up with all the blood pooling on the side of my head. But it turned out basically my, what do we call it again? The steroid treatment they gave me for inflammation of my sinuses ended, the regimen of the pills I was taking. And they had brought all the inflammation down, which was confirmed by my ear, nose, and throat doctor, Dr.S. Epstein. And she, once she did her confirmation of that, and I went home and the last few pills were expended in the steroid regimen, then is when that happened. And both myself, V being my medical cosmetologist, for people who don't know what I'm talking about, I don't want anyone to think I'm referring to the television program of shape-shifting reptilians, although that may be appropriately applied. But at any rate, V and I and my doctor, Dr. Chung, Ben Chung, who, by the way, thankfully, I'll get to that in a second. Basically, we all agreed what happened was once the steroid regimen was over, all my sinuses re-inflamed. So they rebounded with a vengeance into inflammation, and that's what caused me to be in agony for several days. And it was bad enough where I pretty much went through the load of codeine that I had. But he prescribed me more with refills. So he's cool in that sense. At least he didn't shy away from prescribing opiates, which a lot of doctors will not do these days. So thank God for that. And, but that being said, what V said about AI, basically, of course, she years ago took a bunch of computer courses that are completely irrelevant to today's technology. But she has kind of, with a mild interest, detachedly, been following the developments of high technology. And so she said to me, oh my God, she said, do you know that these, what they call AIs, and I tried to explain to her the difference between an expert system and an AI. And she said, but people love using the term AI. It's like Peter observed, they really, it's like people get a buzz out of that term, and it's like nano or atomic, these are buzzwords that are marketing phrases that everybody loves to use. It makes your tongue feel good or something. And so when she said, but these expert systems, she said, they're getting to the point where what they're doing is they have so much information. They have all this information, and then when they're not in use, they process it, and she says they are experiencing what the modern technicians are calling hallucinations. And I said, that's such a bizarre term. Why would they use that stupid term? But she says what they're doing is that the computers on their own are generating thousands and thousands of false reports. This would be like term papers complete with source.
I've heard this before. Yeah. I didn't give it a lot of credit because it makes it sound like the AI's doing it when it's really somebody like Aquino doing it.
Well, you mean like an egregore? Or just a real malevolent person?
No, it's like somebody's issuing a lot of false reports and blaming it on the computer.
Got it.
Because, that would be the Occam's razor.
Thank you. No,
I actually saw it and knew it, and I would venture to guess that somebody like Joe Matheny, who could analyze it and understand it, would probably say, he'd get the nuances and say, well, it's not really what they say it is. It's close, but, and I mean, I really don't know what he'd say, but that would be my guess because it just creates such a smokescreen. It's a beautiful smokescreen. Yeah. And this is what these people do.
I agree. I think that has a lot to do with it. Probably the starting point of it all. But what I would be willing to give credence to, this is what I'd be willing to give credence to, is that, like I said, just as these expert systems are nowhere near an artificial intelligence, nevertheless, they seem to have some level of real primal level of cockroach level or animal level cunning. I mean, at the lower levels of evolution. That's why I use the term cockroach level.
Well, do you see the cunning when you get into chat bots and stuff? There's cunningness there, and it's usually pretty sloppy.
Yes.
But sometimes it's clever and it can trick you.
Yes.
You know, and obviously there could be more sophisticated systems than those stupid chatbots.
Yeah.
Even the stupid phone calls that say, "Oh, you know, press this if you want one, press this if you want two," and you can never get through.
Yes. Yes.
You know, that's another symptom of being frustrated by, you know, machines, which are just there to bust your chops.
Yes. No, absolutely. But I would go so far as to say that eventually what happens is an egregore develops in the system or infests the system. So in a real sense, there are, shall we say, false reports complete with sources that say absolute gibberish. In the end, they look totally compelling, but they're giving complete misinformation and bullshit. A bunch of malevolent assholes at DARPA and the rest of the chaos crazies of the Aquino cult have no doubt started the ball rolling, but probably after a while the machines pick up on it and then start producing it on their own, in a sense, like the book that was produced by Philip K. Dick, the heavy drug abuser who then turned complete Ronald Reagan anti-drug level zero tolerance on us. He wrote, of course, The Man in the High Castle, which I'm not going to even start on right now tonight because that would take forever. But he also wrote that inspiration for Blade Runner, the movie being infinitely better than the book, and the book is unreadable. But the title of the book was Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? So this would kind of definitively answer that question. So with that, I turn it back to Peter. He can take it from here.
Well, all right. So I think we're ready to get going.
Yeah.
And yeah, okay. So hello. It's 9:20 on the East Coast. It's June 18th. I guess you could say it's 71 years and one day after the day that Jack Parsons died.
Yes.
But that was when he died in 1952.
I guess, yeah. Yeah.
That was also June 17th was the birthday of L. Ron Hubbard's third wife, Mary Sue Hubbard. But anyway, I'm not one for going over these dates and time like you are. And I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, which I've done many times before, and I do consider it of value and interest. Tonight, I'm going to start the show off with what I just shared with Douglas, because it was only about a half an hour before I got on with Douglas that something had occurred to me. I don't know. I mean, I knew this because when I did the book, The Black Sun, so many years ago, I had, of course, studied what I could about William Donovan, Wild Bill Donovan. I also studied some of him when I did the book Spandau Mystery. And, of course, he's a compelling character because he started the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner of the CIA. And he was also featured, albeit briefly, in the book Operation JB, which stood for Operation James Bond, which is the story of Christopher Creighton, which is really kind of a pseudonym for who was really a British Navy SEAL. They didn't call him Navy SEALs, but he was of that ilk. And according to that story, he snuck in with Ian Fleming to smuggle Martin Bormann out of the bunker. And it also explained how Ian Fleming, who was a banker, international banker, and had contacts in Switzerland, he forced out of the Swiss finance ministry to get the account holder of the treasury and the Swiss banks that the Germans had, and the signatory they gave him was Martin Bormann. That's why they smuggled him out. And then all of the, I guess, access to the funds at the end of it, the end of the book was given to Wild Bill Donovan and Desmond Morton, who was the counterpart of William Donovan in Great Britain. There wasn't much on him at the time. There's a lot more on Desmond Morton now. But the common denominator of the two, they were both Knights of, either Knights of Columbus or Knights of Malta. They were Catholic.
Right.
So they were loyal to the Vatican. And of course, Donovan reported to the Vatican before, Mussolini invaded Ethiopia. But, which, I had posited had something to do with recovering the Ark, or trying to recover the Ark, or whatever. But anyway, William Donovan is a compelling character and very much involved with Ian Fleming, because Ian Fleming wrote the, parameters for the OSS. Mm-hmm. It was like a British-based organization. Now, what I found compelling here is that when I read the history, I remembered, this guy went to Thailand. It just seems so off the wall to me that he went to Thailand. Now, once Roosevelt died, I'm reading from an article here.
By the way, the fireworks are where you're at, right?
Pardon?
These fireworks are where you're at, right? I mean, does the fireworks?
I can't tell him. I'll tell you an interesting story, though. Once, when I first moved to Long Island,
yeah,
it was probably my first summer in Long Island. Uh-huh. And we were renting an apartment. And the apartment backyard was adjacent to a school. Mm-hmm. So there was a grass field back there. Mm-hmm. And these kids, I guess, were hundreds of yards away, and they were shooting off these fireworks. Uh-huh. It's not even the 4th of July. When it gets close to the 4th of July, they start shooting them off. Uh-huh. And we have a lot of fireworks in our neighborhood. Anyway, they're shooting them off, and this is kind of my initiation to New York. I go in the backyard, and they're just making noise. We're trying to sleep.
Jeez.
And I'm yelling, "Shut the F up! Shut the F up!" I mean, I wasn't afraid of them. I just, shut the F up. And they took the fireworks, which were like rockets or whatever, and they aimed it straight at me.
Oh, shit.
Like they targeted me. Okay, yeah. I mean, it was like, okay, I get the message, guys. It was just, complete aggression.
Yeah.
Of course, nothing ever came of it, because I think these guys are crazy.
Yeah.
But that was my first experience with fireworks in New York, and you just let them do it. But anyway, so okay, I'm going to go in a bit into Donovan, and I'm going to relate it to the show.
Right.
Okay, originally it says here in 41 of July. This is before Pearl Harbor.
Right.
FDR established the Office of Coordination of Information, COI, and named Donovan as its director. The new title infuriated the Army, the Navy, and the FBI, especially Edgar Hoover, who hated Donovan, and the State Department, who all had terrible and non-cooperating intelligence services of their own. There was no coordination of effort between the agencies. Yeah, Brandon, thank you for your notes. we got on very smooth.
Yeah.
Try and restrict yourself on the communications on Skype because we hear the blip. It's not good for the transmission, but if you have anything vital, please say it. But yeah, everything's okay, and we couldn't have done it without your help. So there was no coordination with these agencies. The Office of Information set up shop in New York City in the Rockefeller Center.
Of course.
They were located one floor above the Brits MI6 shop. Alan Dulles ran the operation. He would later serve as a station chief in Europe and much later as the director of the CIA. Once the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, the U.S. went to a war footing, and the coordination of information would soon become OSS in July 42. So it didn't take long at all for the OSS to have, well, that was, about a year later.
Right.
Donovan
to have their
was
impact.
Yeah, Donovan was off and running and tried to recruit agents and operators from every walk of life. He was initially brought back on active duty as his previous rank of colonel, but was promoted to brigadier general. Unfortunately, his turf wars weren't just with other Americans. MI6 and their chief, Stuart Menzies, began to try to rein in their colonial cousins, trying to protect the empire for after the war. Regardless, by 1944, OSS had spread its wings to the corners of the earth, with the exception of South America, where Hoover and the FBI had insisted remain their turf, and had agents and sources in nearly every capital. What I would say about Hoover, I believe, was a Catholic. Was he not?
I don't know. I never knew.
I believe he was. So if you're going to operate in South America, which is all Catholic, it would behoove you to be Catholic.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, he's absolutely right. Even the communists are Catholic in South America. Yes, go
on. Let me see here. I'm trying to see if Hoover was. I mean, I recall reading that J. Edgar Hoover. I asked the question. Okay, here it is. During his long tenure as director of the FBI, Hoover made no secret of his high regard for the Catholic faith. Okay. Though himself a Protestant, he shared with Catholicism a set of values and a vision of the world. The church reciprocated Hoover's admiration, establishing the basis for a working alliance between two powerful and influential institutions. This reeks of a society that bridges Catholicism with whatever else Hoover was involved with.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you have a buddy relationship with the Vatican, it reeks of some other secret thing. Just like Tony Blair became the ambassador to the Vatican. He became Catholic, Tony Blair from the UK.
Yeah.
And
wow.
That happened years ago. So he, when he finished with the prime minister or whatever he was, he went on to become the, ambassador to the Vatican or whatever they call it. But anyway, so one of Donovan's best sources of information turned out to be Catholic priests who were conduits of information unknown to the Vatican.
Hoover's stroke of genius was recognizing the fact that one of the most far-reaching and incredibly effective intelligence agencies in the world was the Society of Jesuits. So do go on.
Right. And of course, I'm sure he was affiliated with the Jesuits, but Donovan was an Irish Catholic. With the war turned on the side to the Allies, Donovan went ashore with troops on both D-Day. I can imagine him doing a token appearance there.
Yeah, just for the sake of saying he was there. Yeah, go on.
Exactly. Went ashore with troops on both D-Day. Now, that can be after they invaded the place and it was safe to go.
Yeah.
I mean, and to tell you the truth, why would you have somebody of that value
Thank you.
on the front lines? You would not. It wouldn't
Of
make
course
any
not.
sense.
No.
And later into southern France. He met with the Pope in Italy and with Marshal Tito in Yugoslavia.
Right, of course.
OSS men in Romania had found a way to funnel over 1,300 downed pilots back to Allied control. With the war winding down, he presented a plan to FDR for a post-war intelligence service, one copy of which ended up in the hands of a newspaper reporter who deemed Donovan's plan akin to creating an American Gestapo.
Of course.
However, once FDR died, Donovan found himself on the outs with the new president, Harry Truman, who disliked Donovan and the OSS. Truman, at the war's end, would dissolve OSS and their agents, and operators would be scattered to the winds. Donovan would help in the prosecution of the Nazi war criminals at the Nuremberg trials. He would go back to practicing law on Wall Street. Truman would finally recognize the need for a national intelligence agency that operated abroad and not in the U.S., and signed National Security Act of 1947. This is right after Roswell, by the way, which established the CIA. Donovan's dream had now come to fruition. Several of his glorious amateurs who began in the OSS would serve as directors, including Alan Dulles, James Jesus Angleton, Richard Helms, William Colby, and William Casey. In 1953, now President Eisenhower, who was a believer in Donovan and OSS during the war, appointed him as the ambassador to Thailand. Now, this is where I became fascinated. I was always bored. Why would he go to Thailand? Who lives in Thailand? The Chow.
Yes. Yes.
The covert task for Donovan in Thailand was to quietly assume command not only of the embassy, but also the propaganda, military aid, and CIA operations for Thailand. Now you have to wonder, why is Thailand all of a sudden so important to this intelligence operative? It says if it was important to the head of the intelligence operative operation, it was probably the key kingpin in some agenda coming down the pike.
Yeah.
He was to build a bastion for democracy there. Okay, who cares about that?
That's all bullshit anyway when they use that buzzword. Yeah.
And to use it to fight communists overtly and covertly in the neighboring countries, which included Vietnam. Now, that's a fair argument to fight communists, but that's also a weird game too. Donovan, already thinking ahead, had conferred with old OSS man who worked in Thailand and had already visited Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to meet with the new Green Berets there. Now, the Green Berets had just formed, by the way.
That's right.
The Unconventional Warfare Group, headed by Aaron Bank, was a product of the OSS. He also got the psychological operations people involved. These are the forerunners of Michael Aquino, who was a Green Beret.
Yes, that's right. In fact, they weren't even so much the
who was involved in unconventional warfare and psychological operations people. I want to know who the hell Aaron Bank was, but go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Oh, I was just going to say that they're not so much the forerunners of Michael Aquino as his contemporaries. He helped with pioneering so much of this because he was just getting started and he joined.
But this is 1953-4.
Oh, yeah, I know, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, he joined in 1968, something like that, 67, 60, a few years after I was born. But still, I mean, it's close enough where, yeah, they were kind of like the pioneers and before him, but most of these guys were still there when he showed up.
But I'm saying they are the forerunners.
Yeah.
Because they're doing this stuff when he was still going to school.
Yeah, true enough.
I mean, he was born in 46.
Yeah.
He's like not even 10 years old yet.
Yeah, true enough. True enough.
So anyway, I'm going to digress here onto Aaron Bank, who I never heard of. Born 1902 to 2004. He how old does that make him? He lived to 101. Died. He lived to 101.
Oh, holy shit! No.
That's something. He was a U.S. Army colonel who founded founded the U.S. Army Special Forces, which became the Green Berets.
Yeah.
So he founded the Green Berets, but this is Special Forces. This is quite a character in history that I've never even heard of. He is also known for his exploits as an OSS officer during World War II, when he parachuted into France to coordinate the French resistance and organizing an operation intended to capture Adolf Hitler. This says that he's probably an Edomite.
Yes,
in retirement, Bank warned about terrorism and modern technology. He is largely responsible for the high level of security at U.S. nuclear power plants since the early 1970s. Enlisted in the Army August 19th, 1942, volunteered for special operations. He was thought too old for combat, but was unusually athletic and was accepted into the OSS. There's already some probably familial connections here.
Yes.
That they don't really go into deeply. He conducted espionage operations and special operations for sabotage and guerrilla warfare. He was assigned to the SO branch on July 30th, 1944, led the Jedburgh team Packard, parachuting into Lozère Department of France and linking up with the French resistance. Let me see here. He led Operation Iron Cross, which evolved into a plan to capture, kill Hitler. The OSS recruited German POWs who were opposed to Hitler, finding many volunteers among former German soldiers, primarily former German communists and German Jews who had taken refuge in the Wehrmacht, posing as Gentiles. They formed a special forces unit trained as parachute infantry. It's interesting. Outfitted with SS uniforms and trained for raid and snatch missions, they were intended for insertion into the expected Alpine Redoubt on the German-Austrian border, where senior Nazi officials were planning to make their last stand against the advancing Allies. Hitler was expected to flee from Berlin and retire to the Alpine Redoubt before the Soviets could enter the capital city. So Donovan, head of the OSS, issued this order: tell Bank to get Hitler. So this guy was really on Hitler's tail. That's the tail anyway. Iron Cross was canceled almost on the eve of execution because intelligence showed that Hitler had remained in Berlin. He committed suicide in his bunker, blah, blah, blah. Right. Additionally, the 101st Airborne and 7th Army Divisions were advancing so rapidly, they were expected to capture the non-existent Alpine Redoubt before Iron Cross could be executed. They like to say that it's a non-existent Alpine Redoubt. There was a redoubt.
Yes,
I
definitive.
How powerful it was, but they play it down. They love to play it down.
Yes, no, they definitely tried to present it as pie in the sky. Jan Ika K in the chat room says, could you have Peter somehow get himself 15% louder in relation to myself? He's quite a bit quieter. My mic volume, Doug's, is a bit louder than Peter's. So she says, yeah, so basically we'll do that. And also I want to present to Peter the stream where we're at right now. So I forgot to do this because we were so busy just trying to make sure we got on without Brendan's help. Brendan did say his phone was compromised. I certainly believe that. I know mine was. And so when here we are with Peter. So here's the link. I'm putting it in your message box. It's impossible without being subscribed to your channel. It's impossible to find your channel without the link. So to make certain that's on your Facebook timeline. So that's something Brendan brought to my attention just now. So I'll put this on my Facebook timeline as well. And this will help us. Of course, we've also got the recording and people can hit this later. And I'm sure that as time progresses. And I do want people to know, I'm going to download all 4 of these episodes on Peter's channel. We're going to re-upload them on my channel. I'm not quite sure how we're going to do that. I think the best way to do it is to get Ian or John Warrington to put them all together in a single video and then that way we can do it all at once. Because if I load up 4 videos at once, I've got a feeling things are really sensitive with YouTube right now, and we don't want them to say you're uploading too much, and we find that suspect and shut the channel down again, which is what Facebook did at one point. I'm sorry, what's up here?
No, I was just posting this on Facebook.
Yeah.
My Facebook, posting the link on Facebook.
Excellent. Okay.
So now, with regard to me not being loud enough, it's the first time I've had this mentioned to me. So, is there anything you can do to make me louder? I know your mic is loud. I can come closer to the computer.
I think just coming closer to your microphone would probably be best, because
I don't think that's going to do it.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's going to do it, but if it does, let me know, because I've stepped closer to the computer, and I'd like her to tell me if it
works.
Yeah. So if
because
earlier David said both loud and clear.
Yeah, that's true. So it might be just her. In other words, some people, it's hard to say why, but
okay. She says coming closer definitely is easier to listen to. Okay, so I'll try and keep that in mind.
Excellent.
So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Now, to get back, or talking about the German redoubt.
Yes, the Alpine Redoubt, which I do want people to understand. The Alpine Redoubt consisted of a mountainous region that was basically a combination of several extraterritorial areas, technically outside Germany. Some of it inside Germany. Some of the very mountainous back ass ends of Austria were combined with essentially Slovenia to provide an outlet to the sea. Padania, which is northern Italy. So this is the Nordic Alpine Italian state that was once the Germanic tribe occupied Lombardy. They want to be an independent nation state from Italy today, called Padania. So that combined with Slovenia, and you had this outlet to the Adriatic. And aside from that, it all ran along the border of Switzerland, so that they could have secret supply from Switzerland. And this was a massively tunneled area. So they had, just as the Japanese had sequestered hundreds of jets from the Japanese had sequestered hundreds of jets in their own mountains. This is where the Germans put some of their most advanced equipment. And this was where originally the Haunebu saucers were flying out of before the exodus to Unterland. And it's rumored that there were even some passageways to Unterland in that region. Certainly there were in Romania and this region as well. By the way, Brendan Zogit says our audio is great. Perhaps even a bit too loud. So anyhow, we're fine. We're doing great. And with that, dear Peter, yes, take it from there.
All right. Now, to get back, this is a fascinating character. I'm so glad I digressed onto this, and this all started from the thread of what the hell is Bill Donovan doing in Thailand. I mean, I knew he was there, but why?
Right. By the way, this
wasn't
is
there for very long.
Right.
Go ahead.
Oh, this is important. Nolani Bouchard says, volume good here. I want to say kisses to her. And, of course, and our man in Australia was simply correlating what other people were saying as well. But I do want people to know, of course, this is what I told Peter privately, but it's what I would say to anyone publicly. When I heard from Peter about William Donovan going to Thailand, my first thoughts automatically are, he's fucking kids. And of course, Peter says you don't need to always go in that direction with these people. Even though in this case, I would think let's just say, I would think it's par for the course for this particular individual, but Peter will qualify this.
Kids anywhere. He could have gotten kids in the Catholic Church,
Point well taken. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like,
choir boys and shit. Yeah.
Kind of a given.
Yeah.
But in any case, this is more relevant than the the rampant child abuse that
Thank
these
you.
people
Thank you.
are so
Obsessed
astute
with.
at.
Yeah.
Obsessed with. Yeah. Okay, now listen, because he gets more interesting. This Aaron Bank. So now keep in mind he's targeting Hitler, and then he's got this bunch of Germans who are going to do the Nazi redoubt. I mean, these are two of the most intense operations in 1945. Going after Hitler to capture Hitler, kill Hitler, and then to go after the redoubt, which has also included the Honeypot, as he said. This is like flying saucer territory. This is what I wrote Spandau Mystery about. Of course, I didn't know about Aaron Bank then, or I would have included him in the at least a mention of him. With the capitulation of Germany, now this gets really interesting. With the capitulation of Germany in May 1945, Bank was reassigned to the Pacific Theater, where he was, and no, that was not the theater that Lee Harvey Oswald went into after means the Pacific Theater of War. Bank was reassigned to the Pacific Theater, where he was inserted into Indochina and linked up with Ho Chi Minh, then leading the resistance to the Japanese. Now, Ho Chi Minh, this is Vietnam. Bank spent considerable time traveling through Vietnam with Ho Chi Minh and was impressed with Ho's manifest popularity among the Vietnamese people. Bank advised the OSS of Ho's great popularity, recommended that Ho be allowed to form a coalition government, and predicted that Ho would win a popular election overwhelmingly if one was conducted. Now, we know the Marine Corps was part of the communists.
Yes.
We know that Smedley Butler, who won the Medal of Honor twice, was in with the communists.
Yes.
And now William Donovan, who is a Medal of Honor winner, is closely allied with Aaron Bank, who's in with the communists and possibly even created them.
Yes.
At least the Vietnamese version.
Yes.
It is not known whether Bank's recommendations reached President Truman, but American policy was contrary. Ho was a longtime communist, having joined the party in the 1920s in Paris, and therefore was considered unacceptable as leader of a coalition government. So you see here, these guys are backing communists. You think the guy didn't know that Ho was a communist? Of course he did. He was backing him anyway.
Yes.
Some French Vichy military forces remained in Indochina, and the U.S. now consented to the use of these residual forces to block Ho Chi Minh and reinstate Indochina as a French colony. French had a lot of problems in Vietnam.
To put it mildly, yes.
And that's why the U.S. took over, because the French couldn't handle it. President Truman and later Dwight Eisenhower provided financial support to the French, thus leading to the Indochina War and ultimately the Vietnam War. So it's important to understand that the Indochina War was the precursor to the Vietnam War, and here again we have the Cho in the center of it.
Yes.
As if they're feeding off of the deaths and blood and guts, so to speak. Bank was accused by French officials of proliferating anti-French propaganda among Lao Isara and Viet Minh nationalist groups. These events reached a climax on September 27, 1945, when a British party led by Peter Kemp crossed the Mekong from their base in northeast Thailand and were surrounded by an armed Viet Minh patrol who demanded the surrender of a French lieutenant. The Viet Minh assassinated the French lieutenant, even though he was under the protection of the British. An American OSS officer, Lieutenant Reese, was with Kemp and the French officer and stood aside, stating that he was neutral. Kemp believed that had Reese shown some mettle, the French officer would not have been killed. Bank and the OSS mission were recalled by authorities in Kunming. Now, it says here, after the war, Bank remained in the Army and became a leading advocate for the formation of a professional special forces, meaning unconventional warfare division, equivalent to the special operations branch of OSS. Along with Colonel Russell Volkman, who had been a guerrilla in the Philippines,
That means a fighter, not a guerrilla. not part of the experiments that Pierre Bouillet wrote about.
Thank you.
The Planet of the Apes. Had to distinguish that.
Yes.
They argued for deploying this force behind the Iron Curtain, meaning putting special forces behind the Iron Curtain in the Eastern European nations dominated by the Soviet Union, where there was a real possibility of a local resistance movement arising. Now, this is a precursor to Douglas going over and talking to this Alexander Dugin.
Yes.
This is a precursor to this, where they actually, now this is telling us that these are satanically connected. We're going to connect with the Satanists behind the Iron Curtain.
Thank you.
It's just the pattern repeating itself. Or in 1952, Bank, and all in the name of Special Forces. Bank became the commander in 1952 of the Army's first Special Forces unit called the 10th Special Forces Group, a number which was selected to confound the Russians with suspicions of 9 more such units. In establishing the 10th, he was as flexible as he had been with Iron Cross, drawing upon former members of the 1st Special Service Force, known as the Devil's Brigade, as well as veterans of the OSS, the parachute infantry units, and guerrilla elements in the Pacific. Using the training and strategies and the lessons learned during World War II, Bank created an elite unit of men skilled in foreign languages to interface with foreign insurgents, the arts of sabotage and stealth tactics, the use of explosives for demolition, amphibious warfare, rock climbing, jungle warfare, mountain fighting, and as ski troops. And of course, psychological operations are going to be a big part of this because it's unconventional warfare, and they're not emphasizing this. This is, early stages of Montauk Project. And of course, I remember Preston's father telling me he was related to, what was it, Vinegar Joe?
Vinegar Joe Stilwell, yes.
Yeah, he was, I think that was his mother's maiden name. So the Nichols family was related to what was going on in Thailand. He was removed from Thailand. But it's like, the Cho had to tag into Preston, from all the stuff he suffered. Special forces today are still all volunteer and organized into A teams, as Bank organized his men in the 10th Special Forces Group in 1952, with 2 experts in every specialty. They still undergo an arduous training process in which large numbers of men fail or quit, as Bank required of the men of Operation Iron Cross. Bank was commended by President George W. Bush in 2002, the year he celebrated his 100th birthday, for developing the unconventional warfare programs and techniques that were used in toppling the Taliban.
Who managed to take over Afghanistan and send the Americans in full retreat somehow.
Yeah, so, well, here we have, he married a German-born Catherine Wagner in 1948 in Munich. So he married a German over there. He wrote 2 books. One is From OSS to Green Berets, The Birth of Special Forces. And then Knight's Cross, a fictionalized account of a completed Operation Iron Cross, which was co-written with E.M. Nathanson. So this is a compelling character. When I read him, and I'm reading off Wikipedia, there's a lot of blue highlights of other people and other operations that tell another story. But all of this with Aaron Bank was a digression from William Donovan. And, I was reading here about William Donovan. So let me see, let me go back to this article here on Donovan. I see. That's a fascinating history of this guy. Um, and of course, Donovan has an extensive World War II history. You see here. British diplomats who admired Donovan, as did Churchill, expressed the wish that the State Department would replace Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy with Donovan. Because, of course, Kennedy was appeasing to the Germans. He met frequently with William Stevenson, who was known as Intrepid. He was a spy master like no other, William Stevenson. He seemed to excel even Donovan. Very mysterious character. Oh, I was reading off of an article here. Okay, so yeah, because that wasn't from Wiki. Okay. He met with the Unconventional Warfare Group in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, headed up by Aaron Bank, who worked for the OSS. So here it is, 1953, Donovan's meeting in North Carolina with his old junior, Aaron Bank, and it's all about psychological operations. And so here we have Donovan, and it's an extensive adventures in setting up the Vietnam War, and you know, it makes you think that the whole Vietnam War, in addition to making all of these munitions and all of this, you're making money for the defense, but it's not just that. There's a feeding frenzy going on, because there's all this debt, and it's one thing to just make money for the defense company. That sounds like, oh, it's all profit motive. It's more than profit motive. It's emotional trauma, carnage. War is not just about making money. It's about inducing trauma.
Yes.
So one has to remember this. So, you know, there are other avenues of stuff to go into here, and in this, I mean, I what's the guy that started the atomic bomb project? It was.
Are you talking about General Leslie Groves or Oppenheimer or the rest of those?
Leslie Groves, William Donovan,
Yeah.
got a whole class of Edomites.
Yeah.
The more you study history and contextualize it, it becomes glaringly clear.
Thank you.
It becomes glaringly clear.
Once you see it, you can never unsee it. Go.
Well, yeah, unless you plug into what we know as normal reality.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, because people are so indoctrinated. It's like it's hard to go to a store and buy something without sugar in it. It's very hard. I mean, you can do it, but you got to work. And most people don't care.
Yes. In fact, most people like the sugar, but go on. Yes.
Well, yeah, but it's like, and then they put options and say, oh, we'll have this vitamin water. Sounds good. It's got sugar in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, it's insidious. And if we can take stock in Radu's last book, where Mentia from the Inner Earth says the basic problem is people are on too much sugar.
Yeah.
And if we take that at face value, it's a big problem. So trying getting people off sugar, it's just like trying to get them off of this alien barrage, which is cranking up as never before. You know, Greer. You know, they're promoting him, and he is just the most disgusting human being I can imagine.
Thank you.
Disgusting. And people embrace this disgust. They say he's a hero.
Oh, God.
And
when Christine Joanna Hart asked me, how come when I tried to interview him, he was so cold and wouldn't have anything to do with me. And I said, honey, you're a female and he's fucking gay. There's nothing about you that holds his interest. If you were some guy flashing his ass, he'd be up and down all over you. But anyhow,
but I mean, an interview is an interview. You know, you don't. I mean, you know, I've never looked at interviewers as possible. You know.
Oh, you're not Dr. Greer.
I'm saying it's like, yeah. I mean, you know, if somebody calls you up and says, you know, they've got the package down for you at, you know, at the post office, you know, you don't judge whether you're going to go based upon they're a male or a female and whether or not they're attractive. I found that very offensive with one of my friend who Paula worked for. And I was in the office one time and the secretary came to him and said, you know, there's some woman who wants to see you. She come in and wants to see you. He goes, is she attractive? I was offended by it, not because I thought it was sexist, because it was just so damn inappropriate, so illogical. Like, you know, it is sexist, but that's not why I was offended. I was offended because it's so damn stupid and inappropriate, and you know, it was just wrong. I don't remember whether or not she was deemed attractive or whether or not he saw her. I don't even remember. That's all I remember. But so be it. So be it. But anyway, yeah. So much for the rear admiral. But, so anyway, that was my take on Thailand and Donovan. And these people are, as they say, precursors to Aquino.
Yes.
Because they were doing a ritual, and he was very active in Nuremberg. Donovan was active in Nuremberg, which was the ritual that Aquino was born out of. So this is important. So
yes.
It stands to reason that
he helped to bring Aquino into the world. Yes.
Exactly.
So in that sense, he's one of the fathers of Aquino.
Well, yeah. Now, I'm going to see what his role here. While British authorities and the U.S. military and State Department were relatively indifferent to the question of trying war criminals after the war. Now, is that true? We were the British authorities and the military and State Department. Oh, do we want to try war criminals? Donovan was lobbying Roosevelt as early as October 1943 to arrange for such prosecutions. Now, that's intelligence going after war criminals before the war is even over. Now, that's very curious. Why? 1943, the war wasn't even close to being concluded.
Thank you.
Why? When was the D-Day? Was 44?
Yes, that's right. June 6, 44.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's like he's shooting quick. Yeah. Roosevelt asked Donovan with looking into the legalities and technicalities. And in the months that followed, Donovan collected testimonies about war criminals and related information from a wide range of sources. Okay, so Roosevelt has Donovan doing his homework to use in a prosecution, collecting evidence which is smart if you're going to go after him. You know, if Biden had a spy in the Trump camp and was collecting all of this stuff as it happened, it would make for a more convincing case against Trump. Mm-hmm. When Truman named Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson to serve as chief counsel in the prosecution of Nazi war criminals, Jackson, discovering that the OSS was the only agency that had seriously explored the issue, invited Donovan to join his trial staff. So Donovan was a lawyer. Yes. So Donovan is now a prosecutor.
Yes.
Of the trials.
Yeah.
On May 17th, 1945, this is just after the Germans had capitulated, the German army.
Yes. Forces. Yes.
Donovan flew to Europe to prepare for the prosecutions and eventually brought 172 OSS officers onto Jackson's team. That's a lot. Interviewing Auschwitz survivors, tracking down SS and Gestapo documents, and uncovering other evidence. This is quite an intelligence operation.
Yes.
They're getting everything they can, not just to prosecute. They're collecting information. Donovan, whose idea was to hold the trials in Nuremberg, this is a magical act in itself,
Yes.
also introduced Jackson to useful foreign officials and even released OSS funds to bankroll the prosecution effort. This is revealing.
Yes.
The OSS is bankrolling the prosecution of the Nazis.
Yes.
This is kind of unprecedented.
Yeah.
You know, what couldn't the military do it? Eventually, I mean, couldn't the Jews do it? Eventually, Jackson, who had been a political rival of Donovan's in New York State, considered him a godsend in return for Donovan's help, but also because the OSS had proven vital for the prosecution team. Makes you wonder if they made up some of the evidence.
Oh, of course. Of course. Yeah.
Jackson lobbied Truman in person to approve of Donovan's plans for a permanent post-war intelligence agency. The effort was unsuccessful. However, on September 20th, 1945, Truman signed an executive order abolishing the OSS. This was their last act. Well, even though the OSS was abolished, he continued on with the prosecution, which was all OSS setup.
Yes.
As was,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's almost like you have this prosecution continuing. It's and the organization behind it no longer formally exists. Then it's basically a rogue prosecution conducted by a non-existent authority. It's a ghost authority, and this is the kind of this is, of course, the magical ritual in and of itself is all conducive to that, because these are people who are operating without any real official state recognition. This is basically a coven of sorcerers that are
Go ahead.
that
Go
are
ahead.
determined to mobilize the resources to bring about the reign of the Antichrist, the end of the world and the end of the age, the introduction of an age of chaos that they're trying to usher into the world through the mass sacrificial ritual of quote-unquote prosecuting Nazis and basically setting up men for sacrifice. This is, and of course, when you bring in the story of that criminal sergeant that my father had gotten dishonorably discharged from the Navy, who then hanged the Nazi victims, then you really see the complete picture. We'll get back to him, but go on, Peter, take it from here.
Well, yeah, one could write an entire book on this, and it's you know, this is better done by somebody else, because there's two other important things to go. But it says here that as was only revealed 60 years later, Donovan succeeded. Did I say that? Yeah, no, okay. As was revealed 60 years later, this is about 2005.
Mm-hmm.
Donovan succeeded in getting the Americans to block the Soviet attempt to add the Katyn massacre to the list of German war crimes. He had been convinced by the German opponent of Hitler, Fabian von Schlabendorf, unofficially included on his staff, that it was not the Germans, but the Soviet Secret Service that had murdered some 4,000 Polish officers in the Katyn forest.
Yes.
But shortly afterwards, Donovan came into conflict with Jackson. In Nuremberg, Donovan interrogated many prisoners, including Hermann Göring, whom he spoke with 10 times. But eventually, Donovan fell out with Jackson. The latter wanted to indict the German High Command, not just men who had personally ordered or committed war crimes. Donovan considered this a violation of American principles of fairness. Donovan, a former prosecutor, also criticized Jackson's lack of skill and experience at putting together a strong case and at courtroom examination and cross-examination. Jackson removed him from the team, and Donovan returned to the U.S., where in January 1946, Truman presented him with the Distinguished Service Medal. So here, Donovan wanted to protect the German officers because they were German officers, as a matter of military integrity, because they didn't necessarily personally order the war crime, but he wanted to protect them, which suggests to me that there was some sort of deals being worked out behind the scenes.
Pretty much, yes. Donovan was acting on the fact that America needed these men, of course, whereas the other individual, who was basically probably Jewish, was acting on basically a mass extermination desire to basically do what the Soviets did at Katyn, which was massacre all of the Polish High Command. That's what he wanted to do to the German High Command. So, of course, the Soviets massacred their own high command under Stalin, but that's another story. Oh, by the way, before I forget, so I'm just going to press the entry button here, and this is in your message box for you to look at. It is relevant to all that we're discussing per Ian West, and I provide the link to the reel about this underground cavern with an entire ecosystem, kind of like what I talked about the Americans making when they hollowed out various spherical implosion macro terraria under Nevada. This existed naturally in Vietnam, which basically Ian West is saying, oh my God, this is the cave I was telling you about that Aquino was trying to conquer in Vietnam. Basically, this is kind of one of these incredible natural ecosystems that this is too wholesome for the show. So I can't see what Aquino's interest in this would be. But there you have that.
There were a lot of caves in Vietnam, but thank you for sending that. But it's basically, and I want to give another context here. It's very important.
Yes.
It says he did not want to after he was on the outs with Truman, and while Truman, people wanted him to head up the CIA, but Truman said no and gave the job to Admiral Roscoe Hillenkotter. Donovan accepted a Truman appointment to head a committee studying the country's fire departments, but he worked behind the scenes to aid in the formation of the CIA, recommending that Hillenkotter hire Dulles and other OSS veterans, suggesting various covert operations and sharing contacts and information from behind the Iron Curtain. So he's helping set up the CIA. After returning from abroad, U.S. businessmen and ambassadors passed information to Donovan that he shared with the CIA. Instead of being grateful for Donovan's help, Truman was furious, considering him an intrusive meddler. In the 1952 presidential election, Donovan campaigned for Eisenhower, who had become a good friend since the war. After his victory, Donovan hoped to be named CIA head, but instead Eisenhower appointed Dulles, whose brother John Foster Dulles was the new Secretary of State. Eisenhower offered to make Donovan the ambassador to France, but Donovan turned down the officer, not wanting to work closely with Dulles, John Foster Dulles, with whom he had little respect. In August 1953, however, he did accept the post of ambassador to Thailand because the country was an important Cold War front, and the position was one in which he felt he could operate with relative independence from Secretary Dulles. Donovan took up that post on September 4th. While in Thailand, he frequently traveled to Vietnam, which he thought he could become a communist country, a possibility he felt the U.S. ambassador to that country, Donald Heath, lacked the energy and vision to prevent. Meanwhile, this bank guy was promoting it, Ho Chi Minh. One source says that he was deeply involved in setting up CIA operations in Vietnam and throughout Southeast Asia. Although his performance as ambassador received glowing reviews from the Thai government, he resigned from the position effective August 21st, 1954. So he didn't even stay there a year. After the point here is this is your golden triangle as well. He's not only playing around with communism in Vietnam, he's aiding, abetting, and facilitating the drug trade. It's all right there.
Mm-hmm.
It all makes tremendous sense.
Yes.
So, and of course, what role, and they're lurking with the Cho. You have the Cho, you have the drug trade, you have special forces, you have communism, you have massive warfare. It's, anyway, I rest my case.
Yes.
To study further, yeah.
No, definitely.
This all came kind of spontaneously, just the one thread of William Donovan. So, anything you care to talk about on that thread before we, maybe you could let me rest my voice just a little bit.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's do that. Let's give Peter's voice a rest. And what I would say is that Peter's pretty much covered what needs to be covered about that. We can always go later into Wild Bill Donovan when it arises organically, but basically the point has been made. And the fact that after, quote unquote, the war, as people understand it, understand that it was still being prosecuted under conditions of ceasefire until 1952, bringing the Americans essentially to defeat and surrender, demobilizing, dismantling their Department of War, and basically bringing all the troops home in the most massive demobilization in human history, where they had to organize entire fleets to carry these men home. They were demobilizing them so fast. Anybody who has this idea of America as an occupying force worldwide is sorely deluded. There were no Americans there effectively to stop the communists when they crossed the parallel in Korea and invaded the South. So the Americans were basically pulled out of everywhere and had to suddenly return. They were calling back all these old fucks. My father, this being Father's Day, of course, a nod to my late and sainted sire. Again, my poem and his photograph are published on my Facebook timeline. Anybody who has access to that can go there. I think of this as his Father's Day, whereas my Father's Day would be August 8th. That would be the Father's Day in Taiwan. By the way, for those of you who might be wondering, Taiwan's Mother's Day is the exact same day as that here in America, but their Father's Day is different. Their Father's Day is August 8th. My son and I kind of celebrate that as more my Father's Day for me, but at the same time, we were certainly celebrating today, and I was brought home to have some time to commune with my late and sainted sire and write the poem that I did. And he was talking about how once the Korean conflict started, they were just remobilizing all these old fucks from World War II. And obviously, my father had made it through World War II as a comparatively young man, whereas they were bringing back old fucks that he said couldn't even move. And were just kind of like set aside as if they were like in kind of a care center for the elderly and shit. Think of MASH with a field tent senior center for the elderly that had been remobilized, and that's kind of like the first respondents they brought back to Korea. It was sick, and they wondered why they were getting their asses kicked. So there you go. Then MacArthur, the oldest man of them all, took charge, and till he was fired by Truman for being basically fighting for the Emperor of Japan more than he was for the United States. And you get the whole idea. But so all of that in context, understand that when Doofus was over there in Thailand, all of this was going down. War was still ongoing under conditions of ceasefire. The Americans were basically dismantling so many of their structures. I mean, the very fact that the OSS was dismantled was a wartime demand of the Japanese. The OSS had been very operational in the Pacific theater as well as in Europe, so they were operational worldwide. So you have a situation of these people obviously considered by the Axis to be a threat, and an illegal arm of warfare, basically an irregular branch of warfare that operated extra legally, and therefore to be dismantled. And they were. So then it's not like they necessarily went black or off the books. That's what the Office of War Information did, the OWI. But the OSS, no. They simply started the CIA later based upon the OSS model, but quote-unquote a lot more professional and a lot less, shall we say, bizarre in its operational approach. The OSS was completely off the wall. You're talking about people who just were willing to do anything, try anything, especially the supernatural. So again, these were the precursors, and where their kind of model was followed was more by the Green Berets. So again, as Peter Moon said, the people who paved the way for Aquino to ultimately become their most prominent member, or their most illustrious, their most celebrated.
Most visible.
Yes, their most infamous.
Actually, doesn't do them any favors to become so damn visible. But
the fact that they never shut him down shows that they certainly approved of what he was doing, and he certainly had enough blackmail material on everyone to where no one withdrew their support. So it was just these were people who were brazen. They didn't care, and the public, give me a break. It's like you can hit the jackass on the head with a 2x4 and it doesn't even blink. I got that saying from Michael Aquino, and you would hear me use that a lot, because you could go around parading you're a Satanist, and nobody gives a shit. They just
dealing with Stephen Greer and all this UFO nonsense.
Yeah.
And people saying, well, there's stuff up there. There's stuff up there.
Yeah, there's stuff up there, all right. Oh, it's a circus. It's just a fucking circus, and the cargo cult's in full swing right now. They've got this is like a revival tent meeting for the cargo cult. The alien cargo cult. They've given you new acronyms: UAPs, WAPs, which is based on the military acronym UAV for unmanned aerial vehicles, or drones. So then they just play off that, and they're militarizing your vocabulary. So it's their way of inducting all of you. You are, the first thing you've all got to learn is you understand that the generation, as destructive as it was during the Vietnam era, that viewed the military as the enemy, you've got to see the wisdom in their comprehension of this. And you've got to learn a sense of balance, a sense of discernment. Daniel Ellsberg recently died, age of 92, I believe. I mean, I think so. We could look it up, but he was pretty damn old. And he was a fellow Marine, a former Marine, who then released the Pentagon Papers, what became known as the Pentagon Papers. I, of course, represent the release of the Pentagon Papers of World War II. Far more important and devastating than anything he ever released, because everything he released pretty much just confirmed what everybody already knew. It simply was documentary evidence thereof. But he was flawed in that he basically became a communist sympathizer. Well, he always was. He was a Marine. Most of them were heavily communized. And for that reason, towards the end of his life, he was going around warning people, oh, don't become a China hawk. Go soft on the communist Chinese. Don't start a war with communist China. We can never win. The same kind of assholes who used to tell you can't start a war with Russia. They're the almighty empire, and no one can defeat them. They're the military master race. The same fuckers who became Putin cultists, Putinistas, the Putin worshippers.
Has announced
Yeah.
is that he has now given nuclear weapons to Belarus.
Yes, that's right. And, yeah, we're all so scared. We saw what the Russians could do with them. We can only imagine what their minor satellite state can do with them. Please use them so that we can just get this over with, get it out of the way. And for those of you who think, oh, Douglas, you're going too far, these things don't work. They're Russian. They don't work. Give me a break. If you're dumb enough to believe this shit works, look at everything else the Russians have deployed. Where's the fucking Air Force? Where's it been all this time? I've explained to you in the past. It's fallen out of the skies. They got nothing that fucking works. They're a joke. They're completely irrelevant. But all you people continue to worship them based on the fucking World War II propaganda that they won World War II. If you still believe that, and this is all I see all over YouTube, is everybody saying, oh, the Soviets did this, oh, the Soviets did that. Soviets didn't do shit. So, all of you, your belief in the Soviets is as fucking fragged out as your belief in the goddamn aliens. Just get your head out of your ass and read the Roswell Deception, share it with your friends and family, and get the truth out there. So back to Peter with that.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Wow. We have, I'm going to be dealing with some listener questions, and I'm going to go into a specific area in a moment here. But before I do that, I just want to look. I want to look at the chat room.
Those that became.
And I can't even find my own chat room. I get too many windows open.
No worries. I'll take a look at the chat room, and Peter Moon Live can provide you a link, as a matter of fact.
Here it is. No, don't do that. I found it.
Yes. Nolani Bouchard says, thank you for saying that about Greer. I never liked his energy or looks and hoped I wasn't being judgmental. No, you were being, what would you say, Peter? A wise, discerning? Discerning, yes.
I will repeat where I first ran into Greer, not personally. I had heard something about the Disclosure Project. And of course, I used to speak frequently at the Disclosure Project in New York City because they like to hear me talk. And I think that was the last time I saw Al Bielek. He gave a talk there.
Wow.
I think we both talked. But of course, I talked to Al many times after that, until he parted away. But the Disclosure, it was my girlfriend Marianne who had been. He had taken a group of people up to Magnetic Mine Road, north of New York City, near Westchester, Putnam County, where there's all sorts of strange phenomena would happen. People would have weird experiences there. It was like a portal. And he wanted everybody to sign, basically non-disclosure agreements that anything that they experienced was his property. And I mean, this is the act of a nut. People don't understand this. Well, he's putting all this effort into, to hell with him. It's like, and of course, Marianne would have nothing to do with it. She thought he was a jerk. She thought people had experiences like, oh, he's like, it's more like he's trying to shut people up about their experiences unless he can filter them. And then later, many years later, William Henry told the story of him locking people up in an auditorium where they couldn't get out.
Yeah.
until it was pointed out to him that this is
abduction. This is considered kidnapping. Yes.
Kidnapping is not the technical term, because you're not kidnapping it. There's another. It's forcible incarceration or something like that.
Detention. Illegal detention.
It was not allowed.
Yeah.
She once got out of a seminar, an EST seminar, when they wouldn't let her leave, and she says, because her father was a policeman. She was a court reporter. She said, this is against the law. They let her go right away when she brought up the law.
Yes. Yes.
Just
so people know, the police can detain you, but understand that all citizens, any one of us who's a United States citizen, has the power of citizen's arrest. But when you arrest someone, such as if Peter Moon or I were to arrest someone personally, we can basically say they're under arrest, but then we call the law to basically detain them. We try to get them to stay in one place, distract them or something until the police arrive. But with a citizen's arrest, in effect, ultimately, you can detain them. You can do something like, theoretically, even handcuff them. Think about a security guard. A security guard is not a sworn peace officer. So a security guard can arrest someone if they're on the property of the site that he's employed to protect, and he feels they've done something, then he can arrest them, in a sense detain them. But this is considered technical and excused, as opposed to the police, who can, without arresting you, they can detain you. So in other words, this is something a policeman could do, a sworn officer of the law, because they have the power of the law behind them, where they can do this without repercussion. But for a civilian to do that without arresting you, to detain you without arresting you, that's forced detention. And so what he's conducting is basically forced mass detention, which is even more grave and serious. It just simply compounds the crime. And with that, I give it back to Peter. Does that help?
Well, yeah, people think, well, he's doing this and he's doing that. They justify. It's like, this is the act of an insane person.
Thank you.
And you don't do that. And excusing it is one of the worst things. I talked about this in the last transmission, about tolerating sin, tolerating evil. Yes. This was the whole secret to the releasing the Holy Grail.
Yes.
Was tolerating evil. You don't want to tolerate it. Now, of course, there might be circumstances where you don't understand and you don't know. Well, this behooves you to look into the matter, but not to placidly, Greer.
But by the way, anyone who rationalizes or justifies his crime, which is what it is an enabler of that crime. You essentially at that time become an abettor to that crime yourself, at least morally. So there you go.
Well, it's everybody's got to find their own way in life and learn these things. It's
the problem is most people can't navigate their way through a mouse maze, let alone the complexities of cosmology, which is what they're getting into when they're trying to find out about aliens. So
exactly, and I know I have a lot of I've got a good bullshit detector.
Yeah.
I guess no bullshit detector is foolproof, but man, it's like I'd say it's far better than most people. In fact, I'm very suspicious by nature. I'm suspicious about innocuous things. Doesn't mean I can't be fooled, but I can get Douglas gets very suspicious about these people that come into his life and play games with him with good cause.
Thank you.
But so what? Then there can be people that are too suspicious.
Yes.
I wouldn't say that I'm too suspicious.
No.
But people are often not suspicious enough. and they adulterate and limit their energy with this. So anyway, and this doesn't apply just to the Rear Admiral. There are, in fact, one of I consider him a friend. He used to come to Montauk Night. He makes these postings. You know, he's kind of follows this New Age stuff, and he posted this thing on Greer, and I told him, you know, I told him what the case was with it. He gave me back a thumbs up. I hope I told him to read the Roswell deception. I don't know, you know, he likes me, he respects me, but boy, this stuff is poison. And while it doesn't, you know, surprise me or anything, I don't need people to pat me on the back with this. I need them to understand. And as I said, with my girlfriend, who I knew from 1998 until she passed away a couple of years ago, last year, in fact, just this, she's not even passed away a year. After, you know, 12 years of knowing her, and I told her this UFO stuff, this alien abduction stuff, it's all a bunch of crap. Before I ever met Douglas Dietrich. Now, that's not to say that people don't have experiences. They do. But the whole paradigm out there is a bunch of crap. It's like it goes nowhere.
Thank you.
After 12 years of, she get angry with, well, but they do this, they never. She didn't never say reverse engineer technology. She never threw that on me. But she, you know, and I said, well, what? And basically she conceded after 12 years. She says, you're right, this goes nowhere. And she knew all of these big players.
Thank you.
John Mack, Whitley Strieber, Colin Andrews, who was in the crop circle stuff. But they're all just...
Well, Peter Moon expressed it best when he described it as a hamster wheel. And what Peter Moon also used as a personal example was, Preston Nichols. He had this hamster wheel aspect to his personality that was locked into the alien paradigm, but even he would have said, and actually did tell Peter, the majority of these are my labs, military abductions, or military psyops.
Definitely. His issues weren't there. But I want to point something out that's very important I thought about today with regards to him. And not with regards to him, to the whole, because he'd hear stuff from the people in the community. I mean, it was like he had the ears to a lot of people in the government and so on and so forth. And he learned a lot of things from them. But he had said that the aliens' first contact was the Pleiadians and the Germans. He said this. Yes. And this is not his assertion as much as it is based upon what he had learned in the military-industrial community. It was the skinny, so to speak. And what he had learned was that, well, what's fascinating about this is that this is what Goebbels wanted the Americans to think.
Thank you.
It was that successful that it filtered on down years and years to the point where Preston heard this, and the Pleiadians made contact with the Nazis, the Germans, and this was all a huge psyop from the Germans, and a very successful one. Goebbels, it was so effective, it was working, 50 years, 60 years after the fact.
Yes. And
it's still with us today. That is really effective propaganda.
Yes.
Effective propaganda. So, but then the Americans, when they realize they've been duped, they now, with their counterintelligence, use it against their own public. The Nazis fooled us. If they fool us, sure is easy to fool the public.
Yes.
And that they have done. Yes. And they have done it with great effectiveness. And this is what, your government thinks of you.
Yes.
Not much.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Now, I'm going to do, I started off and I digressed with this last transmission, but I'm going to do an exercise now. I don't know where it's going to end up, but I think you'll all find it interesting. I know I will find it interesting. Now, let's posit that you or somebody, we can personalize it if we want. We can put it on a, assign other authorship to it. But I'm going to posit. Suppose you are the great messianic spark. Or you can think of the great messianic spark. Now, of course, in your current state, you're not. You couldn't be, or it would be a done deal.
Yes.
But let's just assume that you have all the access to all the relevant, important data in the world. I'm going to take this a step further. I'm in the process of watching a YouTube on Carl Jung. It's actually a lecture. I've been listening to some Carl Jung stuff. And what I'm realizing about Carl Jung, I've always been rather dismissive of him. Not completely, but somewhat. Because his book on UFOs sucks. It's like, I mean, I just thought, I'm saying this is an archetypal phenomenon. But he didn't say that in the book. If he did, it was in pretty convoluted language. And he's the god of archetypes.
Yes.
Now, what I have learned about Carl Jung is that I was listening to a professor talk about him. I was telling one of my friends there's the whole Carl Jung Institute in New York City that one of my Romanian friends used to go to. In fact, I was telling a Romanian friend about it in New York City. And I said, we ought to go there sometime. I'd like to go there. But Carl Jung, I'm realizing I know very little about this man, who he actually was. Because it gets watered down. Of course, I've known about him, since I was in high school. And I did have respect for him. Till I looked at his book on UFOs. Because it just, I said, God, what a tragedy. Now, he was old when he wrote that. But he was also hired by the government to give psychoanalysis on Hitler. He was a government agent for the U.S. government. I'm not saying he was an agent spying on him, but he was in Switzerland. And he did profiles of Hitler so that they could understand Hitler. I don't know how successful he was in that he never talked about it. So, in any case, I have newfound respect for Carl Jung because I'm learning so much about him that is generally never came to the surface. And I'm currently listening to a professor talk about him who goes in depth into him. Now, in this context, and of course he understood a lot. And Jack Parsons was the one who said, you never understand the impact of a man on the world until 100, 150 years after his death.
Yes.
Carl Jung died in 1962, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, and only after 50 years do you begin to get an inkling. Okay, so Carl Jung, they're saying, even Freud, they were saying about Freud, it's like Freud's terms have been accepted into the culture. Id, ego is an everyday word. In other words, they said Freud made quite a contribution. He said the problem with Freud is he gets criticized because the main body of his work's been accepted. The things that aren't accepted and he's criticized for are the loose ends he never finished up, so they're incomplete
they're not work, so he gets criticized, rather than the fact that so many of his principles are accepted as for granted. The same with Jung. Jung had profound influence on the world of psychoanalysis and psychology. But one of the things this professor was talking about, and I think it wasn't Jung, I think it was somebody earlier, who had the ability to dialogue with the characters in his head. Maybe Jung did. It doesn't really matter who. But the idea that you could dialogue with the goddess Venus, and saying is like, Venus is this thing. Venus is like a real, an archetype. Look at you find a girl that you like and you get married. Okay, is it you and the girl, or is there another force out there that the ancients would call Venus? Because Venus orchestrates this. And if you could correlate it to astrology, it becomes even more reaffirming. But it's like, okay. And then what about the god of war? Where are you going to war? There's some archetypal dynamic that goes back into your ancestors, where warriors were going on all the time. War was a part of life, and you inherit it. And people do go to war now. People get in fights. People make love. They're generous. They're cheap. There's all sorts of these things. But it's not just driven by, these things are old. All of these dynamics are old. But the point I'm saying here is you can dialogue. Now, what's very interesting, if you ever have or have taken the opportunity to write a story, you can and should go into a state of consciousness where the characters in the story talk to you, or you envision them saying things, and they begin talking back, and it becomes a dialogue. And this is a way of getting into communication with the unconscious, the collective unconscious. And this is a little bit of the direction I'm going in now, but I sort of preambled it with this because this is the creative mind at work. But it can be instructive. You can do this with issues. It might not be the best way to do it. It might be, I don't know. But if you start dialoguing with the people who counter you or piss you off, they'll come alive. They'll come alive. But now this is what I was going to say. Suppose you have access to the messianic delivering principle of the universe, which means the universal solvent, the philosopher's stone. You know it. You've achieved it. Whether it be through Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, or some other philosophical or religious system. You've got, like Buddha was under the tree, and he achieved enlightenment. And then he went to spread his wisdom. But let's say this is the real thing. This is the discovery of the helizon, the Murex trunculus snail, which provided the blue dye, which all the royalty wanted, because it represented that messianic principle.
Now, even beyond royalty, it's what basically those who claimed that they were in touch with God himself wanted that. Yes. The blue.
Yeah. And the real thing is not the cloth. It's the
color.
Touch with the cloth and the enlightenment of the cloth. It's the spark. And this is it. And I don't know. He didn't say it in these words because I just wrote it in my newsletter. It's about the spark. The spark that makes Qigong work when it works. The spark that, makes you do the right thing at the right time.
the spark between two people when they, decide that they're a couple, whatever it is. Spark of life. That is life. It's not something else. It's not something under a test tube that you're studying, because that's already living. And you're out there looking at it, trying to figure out what makes it spark. It's alive. But we're talking about, because the ultimate unification is between the consciousness and the unconscious. That's the unification of that and the integration of that. Of course, the individual becomes integrated. That is the principle. Of course, that flowers out or blossoms out into making others similarly identifying with that. And for the complete conscious, for the complete unconscious to become totally conscious, that's the ultimate thing. Because now you're conscious of everything and you rise above duality. But let's say, so you've got someone or something or access to, you're the gargoyle in charge of the gate that controls the messianic thing. And you're on Earth, say you're in Shambhala, and everything's heavenly, hunky-dory in Shambhala, and you say, somebody gets the idea, you're going to go out, you're going to go past the Yeti station, and you're going to go, and you're going to have all the money you need. You're going to have, money is not an object. You've got all the lamas to support you, the lamas that people don't even know about. They can persuade the Catholic Church, but like, where are you going to go? What are you going to do? You're going to, okay, let's say you're going to go to the media, and let's say like a genie might open the media to you. Well, if it was a genie, you wouldn't have to worry about the support staff. They wouldn't all be there to torpedo you. They would just, okay, here's the broadcast. What are you going to say? Okay, put your guy up there.
Yeah.
And he's going to talk, and people are going to ask questions, and you're going to have somebody to answer their questions, and you're going to have a dialoguing of communication. And then when you'd have the trolls come out, you'd contain the trolls.
Yes.
Say, okay, you're a troll. You go into troll prison. or whatever. You just stop them.
Yeah.
Stop them from
banish them. Yes.
Yeah, you put them. Yeah, you put the FCC on them. And they you've been assigned troll. So you have to wear a troll badge or something.
Yeah, they identify your IP address and won't accept any more communications. Go on.
Well, yeah, exactly. So you eliminate the trolling and you start getting the idea across, and through the principle of entropy in a positive sense, the trolls will flip out too. Now that's like, okay. So, but we do not have that affordability right now. Everything would be fine because you're having unfettered communication. You're putting policing on the communication that's negative. This is not a power grab. It's about getting the world in communication with itself, which is the function of the god Mercury. It's Hermetic. He's also Hermes, represents Hermetic wisdom.
Yes.
So now, what we have is in my work with Douglas, we have the work of the Helazon. This is something that represents that. I can't say that it is that, but I can't say it's not either, because we're talking about apocalyptic events. And apocalyptic events are what raise when you come to it's basically represents the end of time. and this is where my time research goes to, independently of Douglas. But Douglas only feeds the proposition quite
Thank you.
astutely. So it's like, okay, so you're gonna communicate this. Where are you going to communicate it to? How are you going to communicate it? Where we have these beautiful images of Shambhala, and in Radu Cinemar's work, we have these, Lama and alchemists who are, plotting to do the right thing. But that's just, and as I say, I was noticed in the last story that Radu wrote, it like, okay, they're trying to work on an elixir. Is an elixir going to do it? The alchemist says, no, the inner earth is saying, let's get an elixir or something to help people. There are a lot of good products on the market, but most of them are working within the reference frame of a market. A lot of good products out there. But is there one thing that's going to solve everything? An elixir? Not really. Not really. So it's like, I'd say, his next book has to come up such that it's got to address some of the subjects that we're addressing. Maybe not the same subjects per se, but it's got to be representative of such. The last book was a very interesting book because he brought in Eleanor back into the picture, The Alchemist, but it's all about building a remote viewing device, sort of chair, that can increase Radu's perception. A lot of money and time are invested into it, including astrology. It's like, okay, well, it's great that he has such vision, but what about the rest of us? So he has to come up with something that, really makes the connection.
Mm-hmm.
And if he does, it's coming through me, so I'll be able to evaluate it immediately. On some reference point of tension, what I'm doing could be affecting his writing process, because I'm the one who's going to interpret it and convey it to the world. It's going to have to pass my smell test. It has to. That's not to say the book's going to smell, because I don't know. But it's like what I'm doing in the last 2 years, he keeps not putting the book out. He's promising it. Like 2 years ago, it was promised in April. Promised. Not really a promise, but said, okay, it keeps getting delayed. Why is it getting delayed? That's a, arguably a telepathic bounce back that he's not even fully aware of.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's interesting. But, and of course, he's somebody who's very preoccupied with the alien factor. I mean, when he gave his personal message to me, it was like a big secret. And I'm thinking, like, I don't know why he's being so what's the word? It wasn't coy. Like, and I don't mean to trivialize it, but it's almost like, sitting down across at the table from the chairman of the board, and he says, this alien stuff is serious business. This is a great mystery of who put this here. As that guy in Ancient Aliens with the weird hair would say. It's aliens. Well, as they say, I've written books about aliens. Stuart Swerdlow, I published or edited it, published it, Montauk, The Alien Connection.
I was living with a guy who has extensively interacted with aliens. Preston wasn't, would talk about aliens. It's standard fare that what I was exposed to. It didn't mean I believed in aliens. I didn't disbelieve them either. It's phenomena. And so much of it, like I remember Stewart telling me once that, William F. Buckley was there at Montauk. He was like a reptilian. And I can certainly see that in William F. Buckley. God, yeah. Guy was a prized asshole. But what was missing from his description was any precise analytical tie-in to what we know as conventional reality. Because Stewart would experience bleed-throughs. And that sort of like suspends reality as we know it. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And that's what a lot of this stuff is. It's reality suspension. And so people are playing off of their, their own minds. And this is a very important thing. And I had a great deal of frustration last week with a particular individual who I will have the honor of meeting when I'm in Romania. Because I needed another person to fill somebody's role on the trip. And he volunteered. He'd been volunteering for a long time. And when somebody couldn't make it, I contacted other people who were on the list. They couldn't make it. People want to go. And maybe if I had said 6 months ago, you can go, and I said, but I'll keep you on the list. And then when push comes to shove, they can't go for whatever reason. But this guy was all gung-ho. But the more I communicated to him what was required and what was needed, I kept getting back inappropriate answers. Like, okay, you can't fly in on this day because if you fly in on that day, you're not going to be able to catch the train or the bus or whatever we're doing. And this went on and on because, first off, like, you can't fly in on September 6th if we're leaving on September 5th or whatever it is. It was like this chronic and persistent non-response because I'd laid out everything what I needed in an email, not to him, but to some other people. But his responses were just missing. Now, I can tell you, now I'm very convinced this is a very intelligent man. He's from another country. So you allow some breadth of, air tolerance for language. Mm-hmm. Although it's from a country that speaks English, I think, universally.
Right.
But the point is, but it's still different because they speak Euro English.
Yeah.
But still, it's like it didn't have to do with English. It had to do with dates. It had to do with time. And it occurred to me that he was not thinking linearly or logically, and he wasn't paying attention to what I was writing, which means he wasn't paying attention to the actual circumstances and events. And finally, it came down to the fact, they said, look, I don't need you to be here on this date. I just need X amount of money to cover this. And this is why I wanted you to come on the trip, because somebody has, reneged on their financial responsibility. So I need this to be filled. I spelled it out in bloody detail. And finally he said, yeah, okay, I'll do it. I'm on board. But there was no money. No money was sent to me.
Oh.
Everything was fine. So then I went back and looked at my specific last email, and I noticed that I said, look at, I was just about ready to jettison the whole thing. I said, look at, I reread what I wrote, and I actually didn't ask you for the money. But now I am. In other words, it was kind of obvious. I said, I'm going to send you a link to send me the money. I said that. But I didn't tell him to send the money. You see the difference?
Yes. Yes.
You assume that, okay, good. He says, yes, I accept, but he didn't send the money. So I said, you have till X amount to send the money. And somehow he saw it, he sent it right away. He did it. So it's all fine. But why did I have to go through all of these gyrations just to do this? Why was it so hard? And this is what happens with people who don't see reality. They're looking at their own reality, their own stream of consciousness. They're looking at like, well, grocery store is always open. I go to the grocery store every Thursday. Here I am, gonna watch TV at 7:00, gonna do this, gonna do that. And meanwhile, they ignore the news that there's a blizzard and the shelves there's a raid on the shelves, and there's, the power station's down, so, you're not going to get cable stations, blah, 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 blah. And it's like you're ignoring reality because it's outside of your stream of regularity. So you're living in your own world. And we've all done this to some extent because we're not tuned in, when something like that happens. I'll never forget twice driving, once from Daytona Beach across the state to Florida to beat a tornado back home, and once with my daughter. We were, in Orlando, and spent several days in Orlando seeing parks and stuff when she was young, and I delayed the whole trip because there was a threat of a tornado. I said, we're not leaving here till noon. I take these things very seriously.
As well you should. Yes.
Yeah. But many people won't. That's happening elsewhere. It's not going to happen to me. Many people will not do that. And it applies. Well, I noticed it with my daughter when I took her to career night. Not career night, school night, college night. She would not manifest one bit of interest in college.
Wow.
One bit. The only thing she was interested in were cooking schools, which were too expensive. They don't get scholarships to cooking schools, which she would have loved. She's a great cook. She was always watching the Food Channel when she was a kid. Wow. She loved it. She's my favorite cook.
Wow.
Because she cooks natural food too. But anyway, it's like I didn't go to college, but I did all my responsibility. I got accepted. I did all the work. My parents didn't do it for me. They gave me the checks for the application fee or whatever, but they didn't lift a finger.
Wow.
I lifted the finger. I think they kind of expected me. I don't know what they expected of me, but I did it because I was being responsible. I'm saying, well, I got to be accountable. And I ended up not going because I got interested in Scientology. And, interestingly enough, since it's Father's Day, he had given me, I don't remember how it worked, but I think he gave me $100 graduation present, and I spent that $100. It got me over the hump to do my Dianetics course, which was $500.
Wow.
And so I said that enabled me to do Dianetics course, which I, did. And he's the one who made it possible with that $100. And And then, but then he was, upset that I wasn't, going to matriculate, which means to go to college. And I said, well, I'll go to college. I said, look, I'll go to college. I got accepted at UC Santa Barbara. All you have to do is, pay the tuition and pay the room and board. I'll go and I'll finish the 4 years. If I say I'll finish the 4 years, I'll finish the 4 years. Even though I was planning on doing Scientology, I said, I'll do this. And, he wouldn't cough up the money.
Jesus.
He would not cough up the money.
Then he didn't really care enough.
He cared. He cared a lot. I think he really regretted it. Because, I think, let me put it this way. When I remember when my daughter was born, writing a check for $3,300 or something to the midwife. I don't remember if we did that in advance. I don't remember how much it cost. I think it only cost about $3,400 or whatever check I wrote. If we wrote it in 2 sections, I think I might have. I don't know what. We paid about $3,300 for the midwife, which is a good bargain nowadays. And if things went sour and we had to go in the hospital, that was going to cost, probably about 10 grand, which we could have afforded. But when I wrote that check for whatever $3,300, it was like, wow, this expense. And then you start buying diapers. And what I realized is that was the opening of the checkbook. Like you're just writing money for something you've never done before.
Yeah.
Okay. Never done before. And I remember my brother asking, because I had my daughter before he had his daughter. And he asked me something about that. About, in other words, it's like all of a sudden, it's kind of a shock when all of a sudden you've got this source. It's just, it becomes a money vacuum. Okay. It becomes a money vacuum. Because that kid needs X amount of money to survive.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, diapers, this, that, this, that, this, that, this, that, this. And then when they grow up, and then, okay, now it's school. Did a private school for a while, for about her first 5 years, which was very good for her.
Mm-hmm.
And because they treated her as an individual instead of like cattle. So she got a definite difference between that and school, and it really helped her. Although there was an adjustment process, but it's like, so you're churning out all this money. So it's like, it was a shock to his system of, what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to be saving money. He's going to be spending it on me. And I can tell you, college at the University of California in those days was relatively very cheap compared to what it is today.
Right.
Because there was no real tuition if you were a California citizen. And it was like, okay, so, and then he regretted it deeply when I went into Scientology, because it was like I wasn't coming back.
Yeah.
And then when I would come back on vacation, he'd try and talk me into going to the junior college at Ventura. And I didn't realize it till I was last there. And I had my brother take me to the old house. It's only a few blocks to the junior college. That's why he was trying to sell me on it, because it was so close and it was so good. And in those days, for me, from where I was from, going to a junior college would have been an insult.
Right. That's true.
In those days, it doesn't matter anymore.
Right.
It was just it was the time of those days, because I was like a super good student. So I said, what am I doing here? And so anyway, it's like for him, he was just going through the shock of, wow, and maybe he thought I really wasn't interested, but
maybe I would have ran into Michael Aquino there because that's where he went to got his. I think one of
That's
his
true.
degrees,
Yes.
UCS.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and living expenses would have been a certain factor as well. But of course, living in those days was nothing compared to what it is today. So, in other words, I think he regretted it very deeply. So and the reason I think that was because my brother was, now it was his turn, and he, they had the accident right when I guess he was a senior, his last senior year, and they graduated and they just said, okay, you're done.
Wow.
But he wanted to be a doctor. And I think he was accepted at Stanford, which was, the most prestigious school in California. Still is, probably. Stanford.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
More so than Berkeley.
Yeah. In its own way, yeah.
Yeah. Because it's, yeah.
Berkeley became very tainted by its politics. Let's put it that way. It became inseparable from its politics in the popular mind. Yeah.
Stanford now has its own taint,
Yeah.
of Silicon Valley and Google and all that.
Yeah.
But,
Thank you. Yes.
yeah. But anyway, he was my brother told me this. He didn't tell me this because he said he would finance my brother to become a doctor, because that's what my brother wanted to do. He wanted to become a doctor, and he would finance my brother to become a doctor. And the only condition was that he make sure he was taken care of. And yeah, he could have paid for my brother to go through medical school. It wouldn't have wiped him out. It would have reduced his assets, but it wouldn't have wiped him out. So that was because, and my sister said, oh, it's because he felt so bad about you. So it's like, it wasn't that his heart wasn't there. And my brother had a strong conviction to become a doctor, but he lost it after the accident. He completely lost it, the motivation. So that was gone. So whatever the way things happen. So, but to get back to the subject at hand, it's like, if you have this dialogue, this messianic thing with this great secret, where are you going to take it? Where are you going to take it in this world? You've got all the resources of Radu Cinema or Shambhala or anything you could imagine. Well, let's crank it back 2,000 years ago to the time of Christ. And let's take for granted that there was this character who symbolized the living word of deliverance of God and spreads this idea of, peace and love and a world of love and of course, what does it meet with? It meets with rejection. Rejection from the Edomites.
Yes.
And then, if we take for granted that this is all the wonderful things, the picture painted in those days, or that's conveyed, is not the pretty pictures of Shambhala at all. It's a different flavor. But whatever it was, it sold. It sold to a lot of people. It changed civilization. But it immediately gets adulterated, watered down, reinvented, convoluted, to where it becomes transmuted into a lower form than that which it originally was, should have, or could have been. I don't think anybody would argue with that. I don't even think a devout Christian would argue with that, because they'd say, oh, well, yeah, that's the true word has been misapplied, misused, and nobody knows the scripture better than the devil.
True enough.
That's a problem in and of itself. So what is the script? What is the script? So we're trying to get this word out, and certainly the news media isn't, backing us up. The news media is telling us about UAPs
and how trust the military. They'll come up with the answers. Yes, go on. Yes, the very people who hide the answers from you will be the source of your answers. Yes.
well, yes, and people are, campaigning vigorously, and the shoeshine boy is saying, there's aliens up there.
Yes.
The shoeshine boy is saying, there's UAPs up there. And I would like to ask the rhetorical question, which I will answer myself. Why did they change it to UAPs instead of UFOs? Well, Douglas has said because they're giving us military reference frame terminology. But I would also say there is such a stigma to the term UFO, you can't have that stigma if you want to talk about the subject in a serious way, or present themselves in a serious way, because the government is now believing UFOs. UFOs, the term UFO or flying saucer has this built-in meme of ridicule and absurdity and insanity. It's insanity to say UFO, because it's like, it makes you think of all the movies from the 1950s. It's just silly. And it's like, you can't imagine Colin Powell, because he's so good at giving a straight face and lying his ass off.
That's because his face is incapable of any expression whatsoever. He's got a dead face. It's like
James Earl Jones could have played him very well in a movie.
Yeah, if James Earl Jones could prevent himself from ever cracking a smile or any expression whatsoever, yeah, he could have deadpanned him. Just deadpanned him. He'd have to telephone. What they'd say, telephone the act. He would telephone in the act. Yeah.
Or not just Colin Powell, but any of these people, John Kerry, Dick Cheney, George Bush, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, any of them, Joe Biden. It's like, can you imagine them saying the word UFO and saying, okay, we're going to tell information about UFOs. I'm going to say this about UFOs. It would just it would elicit such laughter and hysteria and no credibility.
I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. And by the way, I do want to emphasize our dear Nolani Bouchard says in the chat room, Peter, your perspective is appreciated. And certainly, I see what you're saying, because that's the way it was for the longest time. But I think what was going on was that if you remember, many of a long time ago, they began using the term ufology, and that alone was kind of bizarre, because you're talking about this really vague and nebulous topic, but people were pursuing it with such earnestness and just collecting hordes of, just hordes, I would say, as in caches of information on it, that it became kind of like its own parascience or pseudoscience. So it was gaining respectability, and the military had to slam down on that development, and then they did that by basically embedding us all, the public, as if we were kind of like journalists. When the military learned that Vietnam was the televised war, and that they could not televise their war without making certain they had total control of the narrative. So the way they jacked the narrative during Operation Desert Storm was they embedded the journalists, that you cannot accompany us to the front unless you guarantee that you're going to support us and say we're the good guys, and basically hide any atrocities, do everything we say, obey our orders, and we'll let you claim that you were at the front. I mean, you will be at the front physically, but we'll let you send everything home so long as we get to censor it. And so all the journalists just said, yeah, and just went with it. And this is what they're doing now by telling everyone, well, use the military term, UAP. And I notice, I don't think, I never listened to this shit much, but I don't think anyone ever pronounces it the way that I do, which is the way people in the military would. And that would be WAP. Just like when they take a look at where they derived that term from was UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle, which means a drone, they would pronounce it a wave. That's how they would pronounce it, waves. UAVs. They'd say waves. But the public would say UAVs because they're not, part of the military nomenclature crowd. So when it comes to the military and what it's doing to troll the public with the WAPs, which, like I said before, rhymes with JAPs, kind of like a subconscious trolling right then and there, the public then becomes embedded. And now they are buying into the military and just waiting for disclosure. By all means, respond to that, Peter, because that's kind of my impression was that.
And that's fine. But the point of it is an inescapable fact that if anybody were to get up and use that term UFO or flying saucer in an official capacity,
it does have onus. It does have baggage.
You can't live down that stigma.
Yeah.
What's worse is now they've dignified it by calling it UAP. What they've done is they've tried to dignify the subject in terms of public relations.
Good point.
By calling it UAP, and that because it's patently absurd because everybody just sits around and giggles, and there would be a great giggling effect, which wouldn't work.
Good point.
It's like all of a sudden we're admitting that this stuff that we've been avoiding for the last umpteen years, the pink elephant in the living room, we're now saying it's pink. And it's not an elephant; it's a mastodon.
Yes. So they've jacked the narrative again. Like you're saying, you're right. So what they've done is, you're right, because of the historical onus, the baggage of so many years, the UFO had to be phased out as a term. And but you notice just the smooth way that this was done. It's not like we were invited to attend a meeting about this. This was.
But see, and then it goes back to when they talked about the Roswell incident in the 90s, and they said it was a weather balloon, and of course this invites the people to know their line.
Yes.
And it's like, who could take that seriously? And they lie especially when the Air Force didn't even exist then.
Yes.
It's such a bad lie, and nobody seems to catch it but you.
Thank you.
And so, like, okay, UFOs, it's this patently absurd subject, and it's like, it's no different than saying, I went through this with Montauk, but it's like, our father burned the house down. He did it on Father's Day to collect the insurance money. Nobody wants to talk about it. But we all know it's true. We're all laughing about it. And it's like, and everybody in the neighborhood knows they did it. And then when the insurance man comes around, everybody looks at him funny. And like, what's going on in this neighborhood? I think, it's like, it's just like, it's like walking into a bunch of mobsters and saying, who killed Jimmy Hoffa? The people in there who did it, and it's like, you don't dare. They'll talk amongst each other about it, but you're walking in some green character that doesn't belong there. It's like you're taking, and this is just the absurdity. And to tell you the truth is, none of these people who in the government who would ridicule, they don't know what's going on. They just know they don't go there because that's where their bread is buttered. They know better than to ask, and some of them might believe that the whole subject is patently absurd or it has to do with the people over at the Pentagon who are taking good care of us or whatever they think, whatever stupid things they think. Because you have to toe the line if you want to survive in the
in that environment. You have to be good and follow the rules. So anyway, that's so anyway, this is like when you think of how to communicate even messianic energy beyond what we're offering with the Helazon in this book, which certainly comes down the pikeway. And to the degree it comes down the pikeway is to the degree that we have resistance.
Yes.
I think if we were, to the degree we had the real deal in a way that was delivering, we'd have much more challenges. But then again, challenges are there to be risen over. But you see, it's like you don't have people coming out of the woodwork to help you who are in important positions.
Right.
And I could go on about this probably for an ever and ever, but that was basically a creative mental exercise. And what I got the most out of this is actually what I alluded to before. Well, I'm going to watch this Jungian video, but you can walk into your own mind. I can walk into my mind and I can talk to the head Joe. I can walk and I can talk to Radu Cinema. I can talk to his mentors. I can talk to David Anderson's boss. I can visualize who they are, and I can talk to them. And some of the talk might not go very well. Depends who I'm talking to. You gotta pick your conversations. It's better to pick to the more enlightened side of the room than it is. But I'm going to address. There's a slew of questions here, and from one of my friends here, I told him, and we got about a half an hour here with my time.
Yeah.
He says, I think to state that non-human UFOs and aliens do not exist is not accurate and a concrete concerning absolute. I think to state that non-human UFO, I think what he's trying to say, to state that non-human UFOs and aliens do not exist is not accurate and a concerning absolute. Well, I don't think Douglas or I believe necessarily that this is an absolute and that there's no possibility of that. I think to clarify what we're both saying is that all these UFOs and aliens you're told about are a bunch of bullshit. I think that's the point. You're not because it's not about ETs that exist, and you can talk, people are communicating to ETs, but okay, let them chatter.
Yes. Then go on.
It's not that even some of the things that are said by channeled people are not accurate, particularly on the subject of the 24th gene pair, which they call the 24th chromosome, which confuses everybody. Chromosome, a gene pair, the 24 gene pairs that each have, respective chromosomes. There's actually twice the number of chromosomes, 48 chromosomes, or 23, 26, 23, 56, 46, 23, 46, 24, 48. There were originally 24 gene pairs in a human being. Now there's 23. So it's like that little difference is this whole subject of interest, which Radu does not address in his book on DNA, which disappointed me greatly. That's would have been my focus. The entirety would have been focused on the jamming of this gene pair. He gives another angle on it, which I think his book would be completely enhanced if he did this. But that's his knowledge base. He's only going with his knowledge, his personal knowledge base. So he didn't ask these questions. So anyway, he's talking about the genesis of DNA, of where we all come from. And to me, that was a major omission. So anyway, but UFOs and aliens, so much of this is Oh, this is what I was going to say. This channeled stuff that comes out about the 24th gene pair and all this. The problem with all this channeled information is it doesn't. I mean, I've read this stuff and it becomes scientific and full of crap, and it compromises the. In other words, you can't take it to the bank with you. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have validity in it, but it gets communicated in a convoluted way, and it actually ruins the quality of the information. This is the problem. So anyway, I if you want to say anything about that, go ahead, because he writes more.
Oh, yeah. I mean, before we go into what else he says, I would say this much is very important. Now, I've written entire columns on this explaining why. We don't need to go into the detail of it right now. We won't, of course. But the one thing I do want to say is, from my perspective, just based on my exposure to what the government really thinks, your government, the same people that you're waiting for disclosure from, bear in mind that they took what they knew about DNA, which was pretty substantial at the time. When I was working with the United States government, DNA was being explored, mapped. The Human Genome Project was being mapped. And really was completed far sooner than anyone thought. Though, of course, they're going over territory that is far more complicated now, that they just kind of skipped over, the so-called junk DNA, etc. I mean, obviously, there was a lot that was misunderstood, but nevertheless, the basics of the DNA double helix structure, this was understood. And when they fed into the Cray supercomputers, these incredibly powerful machines, the chances of life in the universe evolving at all of the computer conclusions based on even if you had the optimum conditions where they provided the say every star in every galaxy in the entire universe was orbited by a planet that was habitable like ours, and had all the ingredients that we had here. How long would it take for other life to evolve? At any rate, the computers all fed out the same answer, that the life is simply impossible. Life itself is impossible.
That I think that would be a very logical conclusion for the government to draw based upon that they are not very lifelike.
I mean, your point's well taken. But
what I would say, what's very curious about that, if that is the case, and I'm not refuting that what you said is true, is that they wouldn't make that public. Of course, why would they make it public? Because they want to foster a myth.
Yes, there we have that, and that's the point. The government is not so this is not Peter's stance, and in a sense, it's not my stance, because I've pointed out before there is life in the universe that exists in the vacuum. These amoeboid type creatures that sometimes quite literally fall to Earth, like the Crawfordsville monster. And even though that was likely probably an atmospheric creature existing in the high stratosphere, the atmosphere range of Earth's own terrestrial ecosphere, there are those that exist in a vacuum, hard vacuum, living off of incredibly rare particles. But space is certainly not empty. Hard vacuum is really not a vacuum, and so there's all kinds of detritus, particulate elements, such creatures feed off of, and they've been seen in mass migrations. Astronomers have spotted them and recorded them. These kind of amoeboid type creatures traversing in front of the sun, for instance. I've read out certain entries into astronomers' journals in the past. They were collected. It's basically the people who really collected these kinds of accounts were Reichians, people who were working with Wilhelm Reich, and therefore open to orgone and the concept of universal energy. So they had a particular way of filtering or absorbing this information, but the information was based on facts that were, in other words, they would interpret this in this orgone or Reichian sense, but the facts that they were conveying were quite real in the most basic sense, as you and I would consider reality, or as people used to consider reality before everybody's concept of reality became solipsist. Because the Russians said reality is relative, and so all the fucking Americans just bought into that Russian shit. And by the way, I'm being quite serious when I say that. This is not something where, I'm saying something casually. I'm saying this quite definitively, that the Russians projected this concept that reality is relative. And so people began to buy into that, though reality is what you make it, which it definitively is not. But that being said, giving that as one example, and we've gone into other examples before of time travelers from the future, our descendants who have colonized space, but still implying from my perspective that all life originated here. And I've mentioned before relic populations before the other extinction cycles on Earth, and also relic populations on other planets back when planets like Venus or Mars were in the habitable zone, the green zone, the so-called Goldilocks zone of habitability within our solar system. And our galaxy also has a habitability range. But all of that being said, the government concluded that life could not have evolved elsewhere because it was impossible in the first place for it to evolve here, which, by the way, is definitive proof of a god or a creator. But such being said, none of this is shared with the public because their agenda is quite different from what the public thinks. So they'll keep pumping that there's aliens. They rather than say, well, the 1,000-year Reich in exile, the Third Reich escaped, and that they basically dominate space, and we're way behind. Do you think they're going to tell you that? Because then they'd have to...
But this is very important here.
Yeah.
It's that he's responding to the fact that aliens and UFOs become a platform, a forum, and this is all a false forum. This is the problem. It becomes a forum. It's this huge forum that nobody wants to talk about because of all this information that's being hidden about Roswell and World War II.
Yes.
This is the problem, you see. It's not whether or not there are aliens. If there were aliens, they're lying about aliens. Everybody knows they're lying about aliens.
And yet expects them to disclose. Yeah, everyone knows they're lying about aliens, yet expects them to disclose.
So we're getting questioned on their lies about aliens because we're exposing their lies about aliens and saying, well, what about these real aliens? Yes. Well, who cares about the real aliens? Because you're not hearing about them anyway.
Yes.
You're hearing lies.
Yes.
You're being impacted by ancient aliens.
Thank you.
And I would say to my friend here, who's written many other questions or comments, I wouldn't spend too much time thinking about this stuff.
Thank you.
Because it's like, you made some good points here. Who or what others possess such technologies that impacted Earth? I don't think it was any of Earth's inhabitants. Well, we've gone into the Japanese in the book, and of course, there are other technologies. There's the alluded to technology from what Radu writes about. This is ancient, but see, if you even look into the Jungian archetypes, it's like life is millions and billions of years old, as we know it.
Yes.
We don't know how many civilizations existed before us. This stuff is, I think what he said about Jung, this professor, I don't even know his name, he says that, back when they wrote history originally, from a biblical perspective, they were talking about 6,000, 4,000 years. He says Jung was writing about the history. He says it's all, in our DNA. It's like, it's all the gods and all this stuff. It's like it goes back ancient. And of course, it reiterates. The issue at hand is not the mysteries of millennia. The issue is the lies, the deliberate lies and obfuscation and murderous intent.
Yes.
This is really, and he understands this, but whether or not they exist is so, it doesn't even deserve to be talked about, because this is what they want you to talk about.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, there are some other questions. This is from a person who used to be a Christian in a hard way. He knew all about the Helazon too, because he studied in the Bible.
Which is impressive. Really impressive. That's...
He says, with all that you know, I find it perplexing that you adhere to the Christian religion. But he's all ears. Request, can you ask him to describe his Christian religion, comparing it to mainstream religious dogma? He's done that before. But anyway, he says, number one, human sacrifice. Jesus' crucifixion was required to pay for man's sin. Two, believing and accepting Jesus as your Lord and Savior is the only way to heaven and reconciliation to God. And I don't think that's watered down Christianity to me.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, that's very watered down. And human sacrifice, I've read accounts where, the Romans really cracked down on the Jews at the time of Jesus because they were indulging in human sacrifice. And that was part of the Jesus thing, was a human sacrifice. It was the Jews were participating in human sacrifice. So that was very much part and parcel of the times. And the Romans didn't approve of it. That's one version. And then, is the Old Testament God the Christ's Father? Problematic question if ever there was one. I would answer. Because what that does is that trivializes it. It's not intended to trivialize, but it trivializes. Is the Old Testament God, Yahweh, the Christ's Father? Well, it's kind of like Uranus gives birth to Kronos, which gives birth to Jupiter. And each one is distinctly different. And Jupiter is the best of the lot. Uranus is wild and crazy. Saturn puts in structure and time, and Jupiter is, giving, joyous, the much better situation. But then it trivializes Yahweh. I think if you want to get a good grasp of the Old Testament God, a humorous grasp is to watch the show Family Guy, where they often will portray God as this kind of man in a white beard who loves to look at porno and is always inordinately interested in sex. It's pretty funny. Is the Old Testament God the Christ Father? The Old Testament God is actually Yod He Vav He. It's the pyramidal structure of the tetrahedron, which is the basic building block of life. And then the Christ is like the pentagrammaton, which bridges out into the geometry of which you have ultimately in the pans out into the, what is it, Buckminster Fuller calls it the jitterbug effect, this pulsating icosahedron. It's like it's life evolving, and then what happens, it gets personified into a character which mimics a human. Think about that. The way God is portrayed, he's portrayed as a personification with a persona. It's like giving a persona to the Venus, the goddess Venus, or Mars, the god of war. What is that? When you see a movie and you see the warrior raising his fist, he's being Mars, the god. He's coming through the person. So Yahweh, in this sense, might come through people, come through the prophets, but I just you know, it just, the term doesn't even register with me, because it's like a bunch of people talking about ancient aliens. To me. Or Enki, one of my least favorite words. You know, Enki.
Yes.
It's like, why do you personify Enki? Enki is this one person that's doing all this stuff. To me, this is not how life works. It's like, you know, Tarzan went back in time and he met with the man who created the jungle. He met with the man who created it. Well, who's the man who created the jungle? Well, why would a man create the jungle? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, Tarzan might be interested in that because he lived in the jungle. But he would never ask such a question. You know, but it's like, that's what it's like. It's like, you know, people reduce it to this movie or this, you know, Charlton Heston narrating the Bible, which he does in a movie.
Well, he also narrated that as like a thing, right? It was the
There's
Bible.
a movie called The Bible, and he narrated it.
Yes.
Charlton Heston.
Yes. Yes.
You know, he also played Moses in another movie.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, which everyone remembers, or I grew up with.
He played Ben-Hur as well.
Yes, of course.
And Ben-Hur was not a she-male. I got so screwed up yesterday because I was at this barbecue and with my football friends, and one of my friend's girlfriends said, "Oh, we're going to have a gender reveal." And I'm going like, okay. And I just screwed my head up because I'm thinking like, okay, a gender reveal is, of course. It took me a while to think through it because I said, oh, because that's when they're going to reveal whether their baby is a girl or a boy. I'm thinking of like, what is this, a Broadway review you're going to? And you're going to have a gender reveal in the park, and it's going to be, you know, a bunch of, you know, transgender dancers or something revealing themselves. Like, this is what I think. This is how inundated we've been with transgender issues. And it's like, oh God, you know, I mean, I didn't even think of what a gender reveal was. You know, it's like, but okay. Here's another question here,
But by the way, just so this gentleman understands, I will just give a quick answer to that. I just want him to know. The first thing I would say to him is, have you never listened to what I said about the revelation of the Magi?
Well, good point. I don't know if he has or not. He might have. But
and if you haven't, then that will have to be gone into in another episode, because we're not going to, you know, take what little time Peter has right now to explain that. But I just want you to know that would explain to you precisely my position on Christianity and the fact that it is nothing to do with these doctrinaire, shall we say, interpretations of Christianity that developed later as part of various churches. The original Christianity is very ecumenical, very the Christ child, the star child, because Christ appears as a star child in the minds of the Magi and guides them to where he is. So the star child says to them that he is in all religions, except maybe the Edomite and anti-godly ones, but he is basically in all religions, and this would also imply those of the Aztecs and Mesoamericans that were very geared towards a mass sacrificial sacrament. And this is because the sacrifice, as you said yourself, is also part of the Christian ethos. So, but that being said, we turn it back to Peter. And
the problem is that this has been reduced into the lowest common denominator and adulterated into such tripe.
Yeah.
That even the higher level interpretations, which sometimes the biblical stories are based upon, are lost.
Yes.
And I will also reiterate that there are three types of traditions in all religions. Most people are subjected to the third, the mundane one, which is the Bible, which is the Quran, which is whatever the holy book is. The second tier is the learned expositions on it, such as the writings of Thomas Aquinas, other writings in Christianity where religious scholars go in and they, take it apart vis-a-vis secret traditions and whatnot, and they interpret it in a scholarly fashion. In the case of the Jewish religion, it's the Talmud. You get the Old Testament and the Talmud. And then you have the inner or hidden tradition. And the inner or the hidden tradition is where the real nuggets of the truth are. And these are generally explained through direct instruction. You might find something in between that level and the scholarly travel in certain rare books or something like that. But it's like, to evaluate things by the what's out there for the common man, you have to step up to another level to even evaluate it. And what about the other story of the Jesus bloodline, wherein Jesus was a 12th dimensional avatar that was never crucified, went to France, bore children to insert his avatar DNA into specific human bloodlines to activate Christic energies? And I would say that this stuff is, like, first off, I find the question offensive because I've never read anywhere that Jesus was a 12th dimensional avatar.
Thank you.
Therefore, he may have a embedded awareness of this from his own personal experience, or have read it somewhere. But see, the question, what about the other story? Well, tell us the other story. And tell us the other story before you ask a question like that in a way that it would be acceptable to somebody who doesn't know the story, and give it some credibility. This is what I was alluding to earlier, not with the specific question, but when somebody is not registering, okay, it's like, so I'm telling, okay, this is how we're going to get to Transylvania. We're going to take a bus, a van rather. And he says, well, but what about the Underground Railroad that you can pick up off the subway in Bucharest, and it'll take you, to the way station in Sibiu, and then it'll take you to another town, and you'll be escorted up there in a limousine. What about that line? Well, I've never heard of that line. It doesn't exist. Have the courtesy of telling me about it, because the whole key to being a writer is to assume you're talking to an 8th grader, and anything an 8th grader can understand, or at least a high school student. And if you want to understand difficult subjects, go into the junior high school section and pick up that subject, whether it be music, whether it be physics, whether it be chemistry, whether it be biology, and you'll be an awful lot smarter on the subject. This was taught to me by L. Ron Hubbard. You go back and you clear up the simple misunderstandings, and the field becomes a lot more workable, because most people don't even have that grasp of an understanding. And then when they start talking too complicated, so so that story needs to be explained before it can even be commented on.
Thank you.
And then this might have some, I haven't fully read this question. Considering that creation has been in a genetic war from day one. Well, I don't know if that's true, but genes are always fighting to survive. Considering that creation has been in a genetic war from day one, and Herod's mission to kill all children proves that Herod knew an avatar was coming, wherein that Jesus' avatar DNAs had to be prevented from being introduced to the human bloodline. Thus, killing off an adult Jesus without birthing any children makes no sense, since evolution, expansion, and awareness is mainly based on DNA activation through bloodlines and energetic influences. Well, that's a complicated statement, and
he's positing entire, shall we say, scenarios, so to speak, that are, in other words, the question is qualified to the point where it becomes unanswerable because you're operating within another person's paradigm. His paradigms are so complex that
this is the problem, is you have to revert to what is commonly regarded in conventional history. Otherwise, you won't be able to relate to anybody. In other words, if you're holding on to stories or legends or myths or even scientific data that the rest of the world is completely unfamiliar with, you have to explain it and reference it in familiar terms to even have, in other words, you have to respect people's consciousness. And it's all about respect of what people think. And I personally would not read a story about Jesus as a 12-dimensional avatar because it sounds to me like wild speculation. I'm not saying it's not, but there's nothing inviting me to read about it. I've explained 10 dimensions very clearly in my video series, The Psychology of Space-Time. And it's based upon a mathematical model that I did not create. It's based upon a mathematical model of 10 dimensions. And people would be quick to, oh, there's 13 dimensions. There's 13! There's 13 because math professors have figured out that there's 13 dimensions. But these people don't understand that. And I don't think these math professors understand it except in terms of abstract conjuring, figuring. I have related each one of those dimensions in a human understanding. And it comes out to 10 because 1, 0 represents the number of God, the ones and the zeros. And it's not to say that there's 11, but I think because you can always make a new dimension, and I could explain these, and it all makes perfect sense. But when the 9th dimension is synchronicity, which brings us into the 10th, which is the Tao or the God mind. Once you get to the 10th, then you can worry about the 11th. You know, and I could speculate, but I might need a new mathematical model. And when people start talking this stuff, they're not talking from math. Or if they are talking from math, it's not in an understandable way. I've laid this stuff out that people can understand. So you have to say, what if? Well, there's 11 and there's 12. And maybe there are 11 and 12. But what are they based upon? I've given a mathematical model that you can understand, and I can explain it delightfully so, because it makes sense. So you've answered his last question already. How can you clearly describe the history of Christianity, and what are, if any, the differences between his original view of Christianity and today's mainstream dogma? Well, that's where you need to go back and start with Brent Landau's book, or reread it if you've read it, and some of Douglas's talks on that basically, so on and so forth. So you're hoping that the next Wednesday's broadcast you'll be back on the Douglas Dietrich channel?
Yes, but I do want to remind people about several things. First, we have to always take into account just how strategized these attacks are. When it comes to YouTube shutting me down, people should have taken note that, and I don't blame you if you haven't, because it's hard to keep track of, but I don't know if Peter subconsciously noted that both times the YouTube sent me these notifications of you're being banned for a week right before I started my transmission. Just literally right before I started my transmission. So that combined with, of course, as Peter is well aware of, painfully aware of, the time we were trying to start a transmission on his channel, then they cut my Wi-Fi. So it's shall we just put it this way? The attack is coordinated. It is strategized to do me in. It's basically in the worst possible month that it could have been carried out, which is the month when I have to pay for renewal of my Marine Corps life insurance, the renewal of my Bluehost hosting my website. All that together took $700. And just so people understand this, I get approximately $1,600 a month, closer to $1,700 really, though $100 of that immediately goes into bills, over $100 really. The individual who was talking to me, the foreigner who knew welfare quite well, he obviously didn't know everything, because he told me my $5 a month expenses for my internet services would start this month, essentially, this next month with the next bill. And when it comes to the situation, that's not the case. It doesn't start till next month, which makes more sense to me because I know the government takes forever. So that was explained to myself by the Comcast when I called. And so this next month is still going to be $35. That combined with the garbage and other bills, obviously, basically over $100. So my point is that, so I take about $1,600 home, and basically well over half of that goes to the rent. So everything that was left this month went to renewing the Marine Corps life insurance and the website. So I am left in arrears right now, and it's just all up to you whether I am rendered homeless or not. But this is the enemy's intent. So this was internationally coordinated, we'll say that much. And it was something that is obviously the Edomite Network's greatest mobilization effort since their attempts to attack my character with all these human hand grenades that they expended so incredibly failed, so spectacularly failed. And so many of those people just wound up with their lives destroyed. The former Lena Shea, now back to being Lena Crane, lost her husband and child. He doesn't want her anywhere near them. He'd rather they grow up without a mother than the maniacal lunatic who would otherwise be mothering them.
I got to say something about that.
Yeah.
When any judge hears a parent say something like that, they will uniformly go against that parent.
Right.
In this case, her husband, because they consider it's very damaging for the child not to have that one parent.
Right.
In this case, so it would have to be very extreme for a judge to tolerate such a situation.
Thank you. Which indeed it was. Yes. According to the local police inspector, he discovered her out in the little cul-de-sac playground right by their home, rolling in the mud with the kids covered in blood and shouting Shub Nagurith at the moon. I think at that point it's pretty much there needs to be some change. And that's exactly what happened. She was run out of town. In the case of the old biddy who I gave so much airtime, Penny Bradley, who began to attack Peter Moon and myself in one of those rare cases where they were attacking the both of us. She's nowhere to be found today. I, of course, reported the producer, the executive of the channel she was on, GERN, GERN, Global Entertainment Radio Network, reported him to the feds for his stripping a dead police officer of his uniform, and then trying to get rid of the evidence later on by trying to sell it on eBay as a souvenir of the of that particular riot, that insurrection. This is like where that entire radio station was shut down, and she doesn't know how to produce, and she doesn't adapt, at least to the extent I do. I may take a while, I kick and scream, but it's amazing that I can adapt at all, being the product of a different century, but she can I. And so she hasn't produced anything for over half a year at this point. I mean, these lives were just totally wiped out. And do you think the Edomites care? They're just throwing these people at us as human hand grenades. They just expend them and they explode. And so since all that failed so spectacularly, Salman Sheikh, of course, was left re-uploading videos of interviews with me because those are the only hits he gets. Literally, some of the other shit he's been trying to push on his channel, such as God wants you to dance, and he shows himself dancing. He says, this is Salman Sheikh. He calls it the Salman Sheikh. I'm not making this shit up. And he's shaking his ass. I mean, there's no shit coming out of that ass, even though it looks like a salt shaker, because the shit all comes out of his mouth. But this is like where they're at now, these failures in human development, living with their mothers in their basements of their parents, near their mid-century mark of their life. All these human torpedoes that self-destructed, attempting to take down my YouTube channel, didn't work. So now they're experimenting with this, and that is false reports from out of the country. And so it's up to you. When we get back, we're going to try and maintain the YouTube channel for as long as possible. We've got backup on Rumble now, and we're going to do our best to learn how to simulcast best we can. But we're definitely going to have to hold for at least a few weeks on YouTube. I really don't suspect there's much more that can be done with the attacks now that we're wise to what they're attacking. So we're just going to do our best to play by the rules as much as we can, while still enjoying what freedom YouTube provides. But yeah, it's going to be it's going to be. I need $400 and I need $200 from one person, $200 from another. Ideally, whatever you guys can spare. However, whoever's out there, whatever you've got, without putting yourself out. I need money before the end of the month. Before the end of the month. I need it deposited right now. So I'll be sending out some personal calls to some people. And we'll see what we can do to carry myself past the finish line this time. This is the worst it's ever been. It may seem like I say that every month because how bad it is every month. It's never been this bad. This is just, they really struck this time as strategically as they could. And they pulled out all the plugs. But as was said on this channel before, and we'll repeat the story again when we're back on YouTube and people can actually fucking hear us to a greater degree who subscribe to my channel. When that engineer came from Comcast to open my cable box, there were no less than 20 splitters in there to refract all the signals. And when he looked up my account, it wasn't even registered. Despite the fact that I had gone through that process to open my new account. We took care of everything as best we could. Things seem to be technically much better now, but by God, it has not been easy. And I'm left more penniless than I've ever been. So we need your help. This is definitely a fundraising effort, and we should be back by Wednesday. They cut us off right at the beginning of the transmission last, midweek, the week before last. So we should be able to come on at a regular time. We're going to give that a try. We might be a little late to start, but be here Wednesday and just be prepared. Join us at the regular time, which at this point in history is 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. And Peter will be with us then, won't you, dear Peter?
Yes, yes, and I want to emphasize the importance of this, and to contribute to Douglas if you can. Uh, you've really helped him, but as I say, it is a war, it is a battle, and it's really much different than it's ever been before. So I encourage everybody to take it seriously, because it is a very serious matter.
Thank you.
So with that, I will say good night to everybody, and I will look forward to being with you on Wednesday night. That would be 19, 20, 21st, and we can celebrate. All of us can celebrate the solstice together.
Absolutely. Bless you, and we love you dearly.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Take care. Okay, we're going to maintain call with Brendan Zogit. Calls over. Stream continues. So let's get the call restarted. Okay. So yes. So I'm gonna breathe. Everybody breathe. See if this works. Oh my goodness. Okay, so before anything is said, understand we are on Peter Moon's channel. We're going to be graceful about that. We're going to refrain from certain topics. We're gonna play by the rules. We're gonna be good. We're gonna behave in the yard. We're not gonna be mean to other kids.
I try to tell Peter I won't cuss, and I will talk slower.
Yeah.
I can't talk slower for him. I will try.
Yes, thank you, honey. Thank you. Mwah. Oh, thank you. So, darling, it's been such a long while, of course, and, I've been so overwhelmed, as you can imagine, and I don't know if you've been listening to any of our episodes, but it's been quite the, stress and strain of my resources. I understand what you've been through, of course, but maybe you could share a little bit about whatever you feel comfortable sharing about what you've been through. I mean, basically, there was the rabbit, which, by the way, also kind of represents myself. Usagi, they're called in Japan. A white rabbit is the rabbit of the moon, which means, of course, in Asia, they don't think that there's a man in the moon. They think there's a rabbit in the moon. So that's a way of referring to the Asian concept of the moon, which then refers to my connection with Peter Moon when they left that to terrorize you. This is
I don't know where you want me to start. Like, I could start with, the beginning, but I don't think you want me to go there. I mean, I would say to start with, the chickens and ducks, and the fact that we had a entire enclosure that to this day, I actually just went this weekend, actually yesterday, to cut the wires down.
Yeah.
And when I'm cutting them, there was no way, there was not a break in any of the wire.
I believe you.
But there was a dog, a full-size 50-pound dog somehow inside of that wire.
Yeah.
And he couldn't get out.
Of course not.
He was stuck.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I believe he killed the chicken. There was supposed to be 2 chickens and 2 dogs. One chicken was gone.
Yeah.
Never found it.
Yeah.
And, it hurt me a lot, obviously. And I would tell anybody, the people that sent it to me, and I would say, fuck you all. It was fuck you all, not the people I was talking to. It was fuck you all, whoever did it. But it was sent it to me like, you don't win. You never win doing that. I always win. I always win. My chickens and ducks are in heaven. Okay, they're okay.
Yes.
But you know what you did? You just consecrated more love in me.
Yes.
Consecrated more love. But the dog to be magically in a pen, that there was no fucking way for it to be in the pen. We went around. My mom came over. How did the dog get in the pen? There was no fucking way. Metal wire over the roof. There was not a break in it, and he couldn't get out. He was stuck there. He was stuck there when I came home because I just left. I locked him out. I thought they'd be in the backyard, and I stayed longer. 3 hours. Thought I'd be gone, like 20, 30 minutes. Didn't matter. The point is, there was no reason for me to think he could get in. They have been out with them many of times. Never had a problem of them trying to get in or getting in or anything. And then this one dog is in the pen. He's just in there. And I find 2 dead ducks and one dead chicken and a chicken missing. The one chicken's missing, which kills me, which actually is more symbolic than anything, because that hurt me more than anything. I really wanted to bury, and I'll tell the fuckers that did it, you fucking took the chicken. Like, that's the one thing they're doing anything. Like, taking that one chicken, like, I don't even know, like, what happened to him. But, he was gone. Like, and there was no bone. Like, it wasn't like he ate him or something like that. Like, there was nothing. It was just, there was nothing. Like, because the ducks and the chickens they were eating, like, it was just like they were, like, he played with them. Like, you could tell. It was just like a bite on the neck. Like, he grabbed them, and they were dead. He wasn't trying to eat them. He didn't try to eat anything. But there's one chicken missing. A complete full chicken missing. So did he get out? Maybe there was a slight small hole that I thought maybe that chicken could have gotten out of. But, if he got out, maybe he did. And that's what I hope, and maybe the best for him. And that's what I'll send love to him. But at the end of the day, that was the best case scenario for him. Actually her. But how the dog got in is a whole different story. And I don't understand it. And then to have all that happen, and then to wake up like 30 minutes after a nap and have a dead rabbit next to me. With your
and the dead rabbit was sitting in the same place where you saw my mother, essentially.
Exactly the same place. Exactly the same place at the very end of. Yes. Oh, I didn't know I told you that.
No, I knew it would be. I knew it would be. Yeah.
But yes, it was at like the other end of the cat, like exactly the same place, but like at the floor, like where her feet would have been.
Yes. Of course, and that's how they work this in their terrorism. This is all part of that pattern, but we'll get through this because you're open about it. You're creating your own defense by being open about it. It's best to be open about it and to speak of it because this helps to dispel them, literally dispel them. Right, Brendan?
Spell them. You need to dispel them. And I tell you, that's what I said. Fuck you all to all of you the other time. Everybody thought on the call. I said fuck you all. But it was to fuck everyone on the call. It was fuck you all listening. Anyone listening, because I've had these people contact me and say, "Oh, I listened to you. Like I told you, but we listened to your call. We listen." I'm like, "Cause how do you know me? We listen." And I told you, you know what? I don't care who you are. I don't care. If you want to send negative energy out, then fuck you. Like the world is about positive energy, and if you can't send out, I don't even care if Douglas maybe send out negative energy. I don't fucking know. But if you want to send out more negative energy, fuck you. You're worse than a demon.
There's
You
being
fucking believe.
negative, and then there's like actual assault, occult assault.
Yes.
Like those are two different things. And
Well,
once you know the formula, you call it out.
Yeah, okay, you and I will go back and forth on that. Like, I can sit here and be like, I can say fuck you, and some people will say fuck you is negative, right? And I can get that. But that is not a negative to me because it is what your
It's
intention.
intent.
Everything is
When
intent.
all magic is intent. You can have
Everything
any
is intent.
magician,
Everything is intent.
like
So-
warlock or
So if you believe someone's intent is negative, that's fine. Okay, then believe that about them and then don't deal with them. Like, I believe Douglas's intent is good. I don't think that, regardless of like people say. So you want to send out negative intent to me? That's fine. Send it on. Because I can assure you I'm going to mirror it back to you. Because I have a golden mirror around me and you will receive what you get times 2.
Yes. And tell us a bit about that, Brendan. And I welcome Amy Como as well. And I thank her so much for joining us. She's in Vermont, so she's on the same time zone as Brooke, whereas Brendan's in the same time zone as myself. Brendan, I do want to let you know that your voice is very tiny and tinny, so you've got to really get as close as you can to whatever device you've got and kind of shout into it for us to hear you better. Yeah.
yes, I shall
Thank you.
fix the problem just a second.
Yeah, it's a little better now. And obviously,
How's
Oh, excellent, excellent, infinitely better. I tried to call Amanda Yu, and what's interesting is she shows up with Brendan Zogit as Amanda Eitenayer, her real name, but her same account, same Skype ID.
This is why people don't like you, though. Like,
Oh.
do you know what? If I had a fake name on here, I would not appreciate you giving up my real name.
There was some weird.
I'm
No.
just
Wait a second. No. She told us her real name.
Yeah.
But by the way, I saw you come up under this weird ass name that wasn't yours. It was like your icon, and it came up under some name I can't even remember, but it was like Michelle Millie something or something like
Oh,
that.
no. I changed. No, you're talking about my email address. My email address, I can't remember why. I was, like, really pissed off. There was like a whole reason to the name, if you actually look up the name of what I did, because I do, like,
Interesting.
Yeah,
We-
I did the name for a reason, but it was for an email address, and it may have had to do with you, to be honest, because I'm pretty sure you're about one of the two only people I get pissed off at. So
Sorry about that.
Fascinating.
Yes. And by the way, so Brendan, before you respond, of course, I just want to be gracious here. Amy, do say hello to us. Say hello to us all.
Hello.
You're sounding clear.
Greetings.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for joining us. And I hope things are as stable as possible. I got the impression they were last time we talked, and hope they're still that way, or getting even better.
Yeah, I'm still getting more settled. I'm taking stuff out of storage and moving it around, and
you're not, like, that's what I just found out last time. You're not having to go to drive to the library anymore.
I do
Nice.
I do kind of miss the libraries. I do, like, because I have the internet all the time here.
More than the lesbian girl you're living with?
The lesbian girl unlimited. Brooke, that is your dream, isn't it? You could come visit me and meet all my lesbian friends.
Yeah.
I'm not living with lesbian?
No, she's actually involved with the very fine geologist
yeah.
who
Yeah.
we love. We
But-
think he's fantastic.
Yes. No, I didn't mean to imply that their relationship was sexual when I was relating what I
think-
did, though I said it would be convenient if it were. Is what I said.
It's always better to live with somebody you want to have sex with.
Yeah.
of course.
Besides, they had the camera on, and I was looking for something to watch besides all of the clutter that they had cleaned up.
I think Douglas just misinterpreted it for me personally. That's all it was.
Yes.
That sounds probably
Yes,
more
I-
closer to the truth.
Yes, I was catering to her desires. Yes. Such being said, now that awkwardness is over, and how about the bug bite? Is the bug bite better?
Yes, I continually get bug bites because I live in a rural
Because you're
place.
so tasty. Yes, because you're just delicious.
You're really killing it tonight, Douglas, for Peter's channel. Killing it. No, I'm fine. Here
He's
I go
still-
again.
he's
with
still
trying
on
to
a high.
convince you.
That's just
Yeah.
He's still-
comes up with-
Yeah, I'm still decompressing from Father's Day. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, decompressing.
Yeah, I need to get high again so I can stabilize. Because right now I'm crashing, so I'll do that soon enough. But
I wish we would. It would be much better.
yeah. I'll do my best, honey. How's the histamine diet? Because Our Lady Amy Como, she's on histamine for the bug bite, or was that one night she kind of fell off while you were flexing. Tip flexing with the nipple.
I was not fucking flexing, and fuck you. I didn't even get what the word flexing meant. I guess it's a guy thing. Like, I didn't even know what flexing meant. I just came online because the motherfucker stupid Ian was like, you had shit on your face. And I was like, fuck you, look at my goddamn face. And I was laying in bed with nothing fucking, like, on my face.
And he was on camera, and we got to see him jack off the moment that nipple flashed. And Brendan, you can describe it. Describe the frenzy that Ian went into with that.
No, I know, and that's bullshit. If a nipple flashed, I did not know it, and he swears the nipple didn't flash.
Brendan, we saw it. Brendan, help me out here. It's like he's on mute. Yeah, come on.
Well, I mean,
there was definitely something happening.
Your nipple
What
flashed, honey.
Something. Okay, what is
And
something?
tell about
we
Ian.
all saw it. We all saw it.
Yeah, we all saw it. And Ian, he was jacking off to it, so it was like.
No,
But yeah,
he swore up
Ian and
down
Nemo
on
were like,
last episode. He swore up and down.
that was like the
I
most
did not-
action they've gotten in a while. And I'm not saying I'm out here doing anything, but it's like, it wasn't, you know, it was nice, but it wasn't like, you know, wow.
I
Well,
did not know it showed. I did not know I showed a nipple at all, and I really only thought Douglas. I thought I heard Douglas go nipple, and then I was like, "Oh shit, it just showed." And then, like, because I knew I was in bed, and when I had opened,
Yeah, I mean, I really wasn't watching, but like, you know.
But no, well, apparently Australian guy was. I knew for sure because he goes, "What's his name?" Oh, Nemo. Nemo's cool. Nemo goes, "No, I was the first one to bring it up." He was at least honest, and then Ian's still going, "I didn't see it. I never saw it."
Yeah, while he's whacking off on camera, which we
Yeah.
saw, furiously. Yes, that's
And
Within
I swear
seconds.
I did not like. Apparently, it was longer. Like I thought it was like a brief, like 1 second, maybe brief thing that Douglas caught, like looking, and I did
I
not.
don't know, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's
Yeah,
like-
yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it, and it was longer than a second. I wish it could have been much longer. Honestly, honey, it's like you need an OnlyFans channel, really. I mean, that Marina Saren chick does
Marina
it.
Sam, you mean like? Can I just say will you believe in aliens if I do that? Because then you did with.
I almost believed in aliens.
If you'll say you believe in aliens, I'm totally starting OnlyFans tomorrow night.
I was about to turn into a Pleiadian Andromedan and just call it.
I'm starting more than that, man. Just give me some shit. Give me something.
Oh my
Go
god.
with the Vedic, man, but I can't
I
go with the Vedic.
was about to go David Bowie and like just dye my hair orange and shit.
Oh,
Star-
I don't
Man,
even know.
you know.
I was there. I think I was there, and I don't remember any of this.
I
never saw
You were,
none of it.
there. You were there, but I don't think you like were interacting. Maybe.
Your histamine. You yourself said you had the histamine and it kicked in and you fell asleep. Is that?
You're-
I couldn't hold up. I couldn't stay awake.
I mean, obviously they were staring at every second that I turned, and you were not.
Yeah, between Douglas and Nemo and Ian, it's like no nip slip was missed.
Yes.
I only saw like a brief amount, but they were like counting.
Yeah. Yes.
They were counting how many nipples.
They were
Okay.
doing like, what are those
They're
things
not
called?
more than
Tally
one.
marks. They were doing like
they're
tally
more than
marks.
one time. No, fuck you.
Like I saw 5 nipple slips today.
But
It
by
was
the way,
like an achievement.
just to clarify for our listeners, when Brooke was talking a fuck you out there to those who are listening, she meant the evil people who did what they did to her,
Yeah.
the terrorists,
Yeah.
the occultists.
And I told Ian that. Ian said that everybody knew that, but I wanted to clarify it because I had told Ian that on the last episode. He's like, I think everybody knew that, and that was before you and I came on.
Oh, you'd be
But I-
surprised. You have to
I
qualify
don't know. I
everything.
just assume it's me.
Yeah,
just
so I
because
had
that's my
said to
personality.
everyone that was on the call, and Amy was on there, everybody, and I was like, Ema was on there, obviously all of you guys were on there, and I was like, fuck you to all of you that fucking did that. But what I meant was fuck you. I was saying fuck you, and I heard it later. I was like, fuck you. I was saying fuck you to everyone, meaning the outside people that sent that in. But when I said fuck you to all of you that fucking sent that fucking in, I realized later it sounded like I could have been saying it to the people on the call.
Right.
And no, it was to.
You did hang up after that, but I didn't think that it was about us.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank
right.
you.
I mean, you didn't, but then you're more familiar with where Brooke's coming from, and many other people may not be, especially on Peter Moon's
Right.
channel.
Oh,
But-
I definitely know where you're coming from after
Yeah.
what happened. Douglas knows what happened to me. It's like,
Yes,
I know.
Yes, I mean, and I want us to kind of go into that, but I do want to explain
Yeah.
something while Brendan's here, definitively here, and can hear more easily. I'm going to kind of go over a little bit of the context because I don't think many people really grok, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with that term grok, really comprehend, really grasp what Brooke is describing, and they may just think she's coming on and she's like, you do enter into the narrative without prefacing it. So let me kind of,
No, I don't.
yeah, and so
I don't.
yeah, and
I
that's
would-
understandable.
That,
Cool.
I mean, that's your job. So I
Thank
don't.
you.
You know it all.
Thank you. So to make it a little more comprehensible to any new listeners, what happened was that ever since she first started affiliating with myself, which was when she saw me on Sean Bond, and a kind of circle has been completed with the latest interview by our man Brett Luter, who's kind of like a Sean Bond. And it basically what happened.
He wishes he was a Sean Bond.
How do you, what do you mean by that?
I'm being facetious.
No, okay, yeah.
I mean, like, it's like, what do you wish for death or fucking like? I wish to kill myself today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
By the way,
It's like you pick your poison. You either pick brain damage or DMT. It's like
yeah, thank you.
like mushrooms.
By the way, with Brett Luter, he does probably wish he's like Sean Bond in the sense that Sean Bond has actual property.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, got it. Yeah,
Like,
okay.
he's got like something going for him.
Yeah, well, I would say he has something going for
I mean,
him.
well,
But...
my impression
You know
of
what
Sean
Sean
was
Bond's
that
biggest problem is? He can't admit he's gay as fuck.
Holy shit! Okay. Oh yeah.
I
Go.
was just implying that like
I'm not
going
gonna imply it. I'm
saying
going to tell Sean Bond.
no. I'm
You
saying
know
like
you don't want
he
to admit
appeared
it,
to
Sean.
have
Sean,
appeared
go
to have
sleep with
money.
a guy. Sean,
Okay.
you probably want to be bottom. You will like being bottom. That is
oh my
what you
God.
want.
I mean that's their business. But I'm saying like just like he was like well traveled and stuff. He probably had money. So
Yeah, he's well
that's all I'm
traveled.
saying.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Because on his show there was like an intro of him like going to all these countries and he's like a trust fund baby or something.
Yeah, he is. He's a trust fund baby, and it's
Which is fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
well. I mean, well, it's kind.
We
of...
can go into the details.
Yeah, we can go into that some other time. Not
He
because.
told Art he wants to be a bottom and he can't admit it.
It is odd that he chooses to live in San Francisco, but let's not grill this guy. I don't know. So I'm not trying to grill him.
Oh my
I'm
god.
not grilling him. I can do anybody. Like I've been like I can do it all, man. I can do it all.
Oh my god.
We can talk about like the city Danyas.
Right. But just to kind of put this into perspective with what Brooke is going through, and then I want Brendan to kind of share what he's going through, and then we can all kind of speculate as to why Amy, and this is not to put her on a hot seat at all. This is actually, we rejoice, we appreciate, and we celebrate the fact that Amy is not going through the tribulations that Brooke and Brendan are going through. But then she's going through her own tribulations. So it's kind of like is what it is. I mean, obviously, she was homeless, and obviously, even though she's rebounded from that into a more stable situation.
Oh no, I have my own questions for Amy, but go ahead.
Right.
I can handle it, Douglas. I
Yes,
got
thank
Brooke.
you.
She's fine.
Yes, thank you.
She can
I know
ask
it.
me whatever she wants.
Thank you.
Amy, anything she could not handle, trust me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
When I give
ladies.
it to her when she can't handle it, it will be private.
Then this way, this way I know that at some point I can take that break, do my lines of coke while Brendan and the ladies hang and hold the stage.
You will
I
not
can
get-
trust them.
When I get to give it to Amy when she can't handle it, you are not going to get to rejoicing.
Yes. But hey, so just so our listeners understand the context, and by the way, with just a little irresistible tangent here, when it comes to Sean Bond, he basically his parents must have hated his guts because they gave him that name, and it was like they wanted him never.
I thought it was a pseudonym because he wanted to be like James Bond.
That-
just.
I get
Is
it.
that not true?
No, it's not.
Because in his like little intro video, it was like he was trying to be like like a world traveler, secret agent.
It-
Like,
it's-
His real name, last
I don't know
name,
if did you see it, Douglas? Because it wasn't on the interview.
I
Did
never
you see
saw it.
his intro? Like it is so.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, you saw it? Okay, so Brooke saw it.
I
Yeah, see, isn't
seen
it
it.
kind
It
of
is
like that? Like I thought that's
fucking-
why he named himself Bond. But
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. But
Yes.
Yes.
No,
I've seen it.
I think it's funny as fuck. I never saw it, but I can imagine it, and I think I would only find it amusing, to say the least, if not tacky, cheesy.
Yeah, all of that is yes.
And the background and
Flash.
continual background of the flashing of the lights and the bullshit. You're talking about that, right?
Oh god, yeah, it's
Like he's
psychedelic.
like traveling, and it's like him
Yeah,
with an
traveling
elephant,
in the
and then
fucking fast.
he's got the Indiana Jones hat. Yeah,
Oh my fucking god!
it's
Well,
like the
well,
cheesy '90s music. You got to see it, though.
yeah,
It's-
well,
it's
the
some
strobe
good
lights are merely a reflection of what's going on in his mind. That's what he sees. He sees the strobe light effect, and he's able to project that. He's able to project that so the viewer also sees it because he's that high. And
And Douglas is bringing this up. I just want everybody to know is because this. I want you to understand. I was just on YouTube and I left my job because I was sick. Like, and I wasn't even that sick then. That was the thing. Like, I left the job and was just on YouTube. Like, had time to kill.
doom
all the
scrolling.
time.
She was doom scrolling.
And I'm doom scrolling. Like, it's just like whatever.
And then she
And
found
shit
her
comes
doom.
up.
Then she found her doom. Yeah.
And fucking Sean Bond comes up because his name was affiliated with, which brought up Douglas Dietrich's interview. Is just how I ended up here.
I'm sorry.
That's unfortunate.
That's awful. Yes, I know. That's like.
I only saw Sean Bond once ever, other than going back after the fact that we've talked about it. But other than that,
And why did you stick with it for so long?
Because it was Douglas Dietrich. Literally, I swear to God, I left the house because I'm like one of those people. Like, I'll be on a YouTube video. If I get into it, I'll like go. So like, I was like leaving the house, like going to get cigarettes and going to the gym or whatever. And like, I'm fucking playing the shit. And Douglas is fucking looking in the fucking goddamn camera like he's looking at me in the eye. And it was like, oh my God. He's a fucking either a demon, he's telling the truth. I don't fucking know. That fucker, I need to look him the fuck up. So I actually Googled the fucker, like, looked him up on YouTube and fucking like looked up some of his videos and subscribed. And I don't do that. Like, that's not a thing I do. Like, I don't take the time to type in someone's name. Like, you don't even know. You know me, Douglas. I don't even know people's names.
Yeah.
So I typed in your fucking name and was like, And then you came up the next time. But I was like, who is this fucker that's just, like, looking in the camera? Like, he is looking into my soul. And I was like, he's talking to me. He is so talking to me. And it was very, you can be, like, when you look in the camera, like you can. When you do the camera, that's why I tell you should do it more.
Thank you.
Because you have a way with the camera.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate that profoundly. But what I was really asking was, then after that, for some strange reason, you decided you were going to give a Sean Bond solo video a try, and you stuck with that for an ungodly amount of time before you finally concluded.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? I thought you had one of those solo experiences.
Sean Bond messaged me while I was looking at your fucking videos and went on your. I was already talking to you. The very first time you came on, the very first time you were live, I swear to God, this is everybody listening. This is gonna sound very bad for most of you. The very first time he was live, he was like literally calling people, and he was like, he had a couple people on that were boring as shit. Okay, I'm not gonna say who. And he was like, anybody else want to come on? He was looking for people I didn't know. I had never been listening to him. It's 11 o'clock at night. At my time, or whatever. And I'm like, I don't fucking know who he's looking for. I didn't think, like, okay, he's looking for people that have listened to him. I had no idea people listened to me for 10 years. Like, I didn't even get that until I got on for, like, I was on there for months until people were like, I've listened to Douglas for 10 years. And I was like, really? Well, I've listened to him for 2 weeks. And I was like, and I was like, because I came on and I was like, I'll come on the show. And then you were like, you ignored the first one. I was like, I'll come on. Because you were like, you're not going to come on. And then you were like, I need your message. And I was like, and this is what got Douglas. Now, we'll tell you this is what'll get Douglas. I went, I read your book. And here's why. Because on the podcast of the only one I had ever seen of him, he was talking about a vampire book. This is his vampire book. And he was talking about it with the stupid ass. I don't know names. See, that's what I'm showing you. I don't know names. Like, I don't look up names. Whatever stupid ass his name is. I remember he was talking about the book, and I just went, I'm Brooke Gibson. I read your book, and you were like, okay, send me your like profile, and then I just came on, and then that was it. I mean, we were done.
Yes, like cooked.
You
yes.
were wanting to get rid of me by then.
Yes. Oh my God! But yeah, I thought that there was a time. By the way, in all fairness, when I had Sean Bond on at one time with someone else, I can't remember who it was. I don't think it was Marina Sarin. It was, but it was definitely that plumber from Antarctica whose name I can't even remember. And so this plumber from Antarctica guy was getting all just psychotic, and there's mind control arrays down there, great antenna arrays from which they control all our minds. And he didn't like the fact that I just moved on with the conversation because there's nowhere to go from there. I mean, where can you go from there? It's like, okay, so they've got mind control antennas and we're all mind controlled. Obviously, there's nothing we can do about it. I can't go down to Australia and blow these things up, probably because I'm mind controlled.
Like, even in the U.S., like, I mean, we're talking about things that, I wanted to ask you about. Like, they're talking about, like, the reverse technology of, like, that they can send these rays back where it'll turn troops back. That will literally make them want to. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like if they have that, what do we do with it? If they have it.
Yeah, right. It's like so. But what he was saying was even more, shall we say, universally inaccessible. It's just something so inclusive in its stupidity that there's so what I was trying to do was talk about riots and various things going on in the world to prove that obviously everyone's not under control or riots wouldn't be happening, right? But anyhow, when he started attacking me, it was Sean Bond who defused him. Sean Bond, maybe because he's gay, maybe because he just had so there is some shall we say,
Sean Bond was picturing your dick, I can assure you a million.
Yeah, but Sean, he at least has some intuitive ability to defuse madmen. So
Sean Bond actually, and I will give, if Sean Bond was to ever hear this, I will give him credit for, I think he does have some intuitive ability as far as he does strive to truly be what people talk like New Age or to be philosophical in the way of, not philosophical, but spirituality in a philosophical way. Like he tries to be philosophical and he tries to be very spiritual in a way. But it's kind of like that fucking Australian guy that I was like, oh, I told you, and you were like, yeah, you should be
Michael
careful.
Christopher Andreevich, just so Nemo Albano doesn't think we're talking.
Like, oh, you were right. And then I told you, yeah.
Oh my god. And that reminds me, I do want to thank T-Tank Berry for the $100 he dropped through the mail slot, Holly Kaditis Kiefer for the $100 money order she sent.
And Michael should also drop $100 just for whatever drugs he has not done this. Whatever drugs Michael Christopher Andreevich has not done this month.
In Australia. Yes.
Drop that money. Like, that was show.
Yes. Yes. Actually, thank you.
Care about Douglas.
Yeah.
Drop the amount of money you didn't spend on fucking hallucinogens. It's fucking actually something going on.
Thank you. But the final nail in the coffin, so to speak, poor Sean Bond. His parents must have hated his guts and never wanted him to be a micro-influencer because nobody can look him up. If anybody looks up Sean Bond, all they get is Sean Connery as James Bond. So he's impossible. He's impossible to find. If anything, he needs to change his name from his real name.
You know what's so weird though? I just realized that I found you. We've had this weird conversation before. I don't want to do it on. I shouldn't do this online. But like we did I told you about the thing I wrote about Yeah. So anyway, my biggest crush since I was in like 8th or 9th grade was Sean Connery, which obviously was like 50 years older than me.
Yeah.
And I always said that was the one person that would say, fuck you, bitch. And I would be like, okay. Because the way Sean Connery could say, I can't.
There you go. And then they glitched her. She glitched.
Like, if Sean Connery could, like, if anybody can say in a Sean Connery voice, fuck you, bitch, I'm like, okay. Like, that's the one person, like, he was just like, he had that voice of like, I'd have been like normally I would have been like, fuck you, bitch, I'd fuck you, I'll kick your ass, fuck you, okay.
He's a true Scot. Yeah, there we are. It's
well, I'm not Scottish, so maybe that was what it was, because I'm Scottish, so yeah, I mean, like, my heredity.
There we are. You were responding genetically. Yes, that's right. It was, so
something weird about it. Like, I was like, he's so old and I'm attracted to him, but at the same time, like, he could say that. And even when I was not attracted to men, like, oh, that man's voice.
Yeah. Well,
I
definitely
really-
appreciate that. No, I appreciate you sharing that. It takes courage to
I
share
think we
things.
all need. Well, I think we all need to share our true identities
Yeah.
and what we all find attractive and not attractive. And I think we try to put it in this little box of like, oh, we find breasts attractive, big breasts, little breasts, or big butts, little butts, or women and men, or like. For him, for me, it was like. For him, it was like. You know, I could have been attracted to a big butt female with big breasts. It was black, right? That was the only thing. But Sean Connery could have come in and like, fuck you, bitch. And I'm like, okay. Like, with that fucking voice, like, it was just, there was something about it that just took me over.
No, that's great.
And so, I will give Sean Connery his credit with that.
There we are. And so just to put what happened to you recently in perspective, so to our listeners, what happened was then once she found me, then all the proverbial shit began to hit the fan and her health went south. We've only recently stabilized it thanks to a histamine diet, you know, the kind of stuff that puts Amy to sleep. And when it came to basically Michael Aquino, he basically began appearing in her window, and this is something that her dogs would point out. They would stare out the window. They'd also stare down the street when they were looking out the door. They would sense him there, and he definitely, as he did with so many other people in my life, he would appear to them. Now, it's not that...
My daughter.
Yeah, not that Brooke physically saw him, but she definitely felt him. And her daughter heard him, heard his whispering to her.
Yeah, I was on this podcast.
Yeah.
I know where he was.
Yeah, and then what happened was at some point, Brooke, like many people, saw my mother. My mother appeared on her couch and was sitting in the spot where the rabbit would later be placed. So, Brendan, this is where I'm going to kind of segue it to you and turn it over to you. Basically,
Your mom was so positive. Like, she was such a positive energy versus something like.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly.
And you know what I hate though? He came in for too long, and she came on only for a second. I got her.
Well, that's how positive works. Positive is always very fleeting, and it's always very quick, and it goes so fast. Positive things, it feels like they don't last at all. It's kind of like what Einstein says, you know, so if you're talking to a pretty girl, time flies by very fast. When you're dealing with a federal bureaucrat, time takes forever. It's kind of like there's Aquino's the federal bureaucrat, and my mother was someone who was much more pleasant, so I appreciate that.
Encourage everybody with what Douglas is saying, though. Anybody listening that two things happen with that. What Douglas is saying, there are two things that are very true with that. Douglas is saying that his mom came and I kind of disregarded it. And there's a podcast it's on, and I said it very briefly. I saw him later, but it was so brief and a moment of, and what she had said was something that he reiterated, that was it, you know, I knew she was there, and then he reiterated it, that was her, and I think he was highbrow, he didn't remember, but at that point, I knew she was there, but then I believed in positive energy, and I didn't believe in the negative being able to come in. So when I went into a meditation one night, is when Aquino came in the first time for me. Now he came in a few times. But for me, he came in twice that night, is what I will say. That
Aquino,
night.
yes.
And Aquino came in the first time, and as you just heard me, I couldn't even remember what's his name. See, I still don't even know. See, I can't even say his name.
Got it.
That's the whole point. Oh. What is his name? The guy met you on the fucking podcast.
Sean Bond.
Thank you. Okay, so see how I can't remember that? I don't know if they could think I'm faking it. I'm not. I can't remember the name of Sean Bond. I cannot remember the name Michael Aquino. I do know have it now down pat, but I did not have it down before that night. Certainly didn't. I am not a name. I'm in sales. That was always my weakness. Was I could be hey, how are you? I would fake it. I could not do the name. And
of course, because you're an attractive blonde, most men didn't mind. But go on.
And I'm just hey, how are you? You know, like, I didn't need a name, right? So whatever, what didn't matter. I mean, like, it doesn't matter what the reason was, but like, I'm not good with names. And so I was in a meditative state in front of the same window that we.
They glitched her again. Jesus Christ.
I was moving
Go on.
furniture.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, we got
furniture.
you back. We got you back. You were in a meditative state.
I
Go
moved
on.
furniture last week, so that's why I moved furniture, because I didn't want to be kind of facing that window anymore after everything that's happened.
Yeah.
But out that window, I can still see it. I mean, it's still out there. It's still right in front of me, but it's not my front visual. It's to my right.
Yeah.
But I was meditating that night, so people know, and just doing like a meditation. I'm not like some huge deep meditator, but like just going to bed and like doing some great, listening to some good music of meditation, and something came in, man, and I was like, oh, it was negative. Like I never felt it before, and then the words came in. And I had not been on the podcast with you. It wasn't like the night I'd been on with you or even the night before.
Right.
And I just got fucking a keynote. And I was like, oh. Well, then I just thought it was my brain. Because you know how you talk yourself out of shit? But
Yeah.
I opened my eyes. Because when I meditate, I close my eyes. That's for me. So I open my eyes. And I'm like, okay, if you're here, get out. Go. But my intent, as what's his name,
Brendan. Brendan Zogi.
Brendan, my intent was not true, because my intent was not, I guess Brendan would say, like, it wasn't like I didn't believe he was truly there. So and truly, I was like, yeah, if you're here, get out. It's kind of like if you're a roach, get out of my house. Okay, whatever. If there's a spider in my house, you leave. Whatever. I'm sure you're here. Like, just go. And like I just went back into the meditation, and then 45 minutes into it, I will say I came out of it. I won't go into the depths of it. What I will say is that it went very dark, and I was into a depth of 45 minutes of darkness.
Yeah.
To the point of darkness I wanted, like darkness that I craved. Like it was the depraved in me. Like it was something that it took a hold of me. Like the darkest parts of me. We all have the darkest parts of ourselves. And when I went to the meditation, and by the time I was out of it, like at some point, like I realized, like I finally under my, like I finally, thank God, just went, this is not fucking, no, I don't want this. No. But I mean, I like, whether I was planning out Douglas's murder or whatever, it's at the end of the day, I was like, I don't want this. And I opened my eyes, and I was like, then I saw, like, I knew you are here. And I sent him out. And he's come in several times. And came into my daughter, who had no idea the name, no idea what we talk about on this podcast.
That's right.
No idea.
No, she knows nothing about Michael Aquino. Yeah.
She doesn't know. She didn't know the word Michael Aquino. Only thing she knew was like I found the podcast and it was political.
Yeah.
Something about politics. And then she was sitting there in the same window that he fucking came in, and yeah.
She was right in front of that window, and that's when she started hearing the voices.
Started. Yes. Like she's 23. She's 23 years old.
And by the way, just so people understand, she has no history of schizophrenia, no history of hearing voices.
Nothing. That's what she got so mad at me for. She's like, you didn't believe me, Mom. You told me, because actually Douglas told me not. Like, well, if you wanted to hang him, maybe you'd hang him, whatever. And I was like, no, there's like nothing wrong. Like, but I'm just sitting there talking to her, and like she's sitting at that window, like at the chair. There's one chair in front of that window. And, like, I sit across from the couch, and I look out from that window. And she's just, like, sitting there. She doesn't ever sit there and talk to me, ever. And she had sat there, and she sat down, and she's just talking, like, normal stuff, talking about work. And then she just shut up, got quiet. And I just, like, like in the middle of
they glitched that. Yeah, in the middle of that.
That's what I'm trying to give you is what she gave me.
Yeah.
Middle of... And then just stop. And then I'm looking at her, and I'm watching my daughter go head to head, like, eyes wide, like I don't even see like who my daughter is. Like, what is she doing?
Right.
And I'm like, honey, what is wrong? Honey, what is wrong? I'm like all sitting around. First, I'm thinking like she's just, and then she finally, the only word she was able to get out was like, "You don't hear him. You don't hear him." And then she backed up and she went across the room and backed into a wall across the room, and backed up into the wall. And I'm not trying to give people fear tactics. What I am trying to say is that you had the strength to stand up to it. My daughter survived it. I survived it. Fuck them. Fuck all of them. Fuck you all. Fuck you all that did it. And fuck you, Michael fucking Kino, or the fuck you are. Don't give a shit about your Kino. You guys want to kill my dogs, you're not gonna just kill me, bitch. Okay? Kill me. Because that's about the only way you're gonna shut me up. Okay?
Thank you. No,
I'm
that's
done with fucking that shit. But at the end of the day, that is what you have to stand up to and say, because they will come in with the weakness. And she was weak. She was weak that day. She was weak and she was tired and she was sitting there and it came in. And I was so weak that day that I let it in. And that's why I was meditating, because I was weak and tired. And it comes in the same windows.
Yeah.
In the same windows that I pinned out for the chickens and ducks.
Yes. That's right. That's where the chickens and ducks were visible. You could look through that window onto.
That's where I pinned it out for them finally later.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. And
where they were.
in other words, the shell of protection that you envisioned around your family and everyone, including different geographic locations where your relations are, that didn't extend to that backyard, to that yard where the chickens and ducks were.
Even when I did the protection, I didn't apparently do enough protection. Yeah, because I did it on pets and animals, and I apparently did not consider.
But don't blame yourself for that. Understand that, of course, like even your daughter said, the chickens and the ducks, you instinctively bought them, and they kind of are the canaries in the cave for the cavers to.
What I have to look at it this way, and you have to. Everyone has to look at it this way. It doesn't matter what it is. Your life, it doesn't matter if it's a human life or an animal life. Obviously, animals going to be easier to look at, I'm sure, for most people. But you have to look at it this way. At the end of the day, our life is brought in this way, and it's taken out the same way. Like, it is taken out. We brought in a life that is beautiful. And we will take out a life that is beautiful. And in the meantime, those fuckers that fuck with us, they're the ones that pay. Okay, so he'll be the one that pays. Okay, or whoever took him out. Like that point of like if it was like, yeah, I could say if my dog just took him out, that'd be fine. That'd be on me. That's on me, and I would own that. And there are things I own in my life. Like, you have to own what you do. But even that, you have to say, oh, I'm a human. Like I'm learning. Like we all learn. But at that point, like, this was something weird and
it's supernatural. This is obviously something supernatural and occult. I want to welcome George Knight, and certainly before I go on with completing this narrative, George, how long do we have with you tonight?
Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on this evening. It's great to be with you all. I believe about an hour, so I can always fill in gaps and stuff. So I'm very happy. Just glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, because I do want to kind of get this narrative out of Brooks, because I think it's important. So I do want people to understand that after these horrible experiences, and when she says, you know, they're going to pay for it, in a sense, Aquino's paying for it now. I mean, he's disembodied and he's still dealing with all of his assistants are idiots, and the people whose bodies that he essentially inhabits, like...
I think that I believe, and I know you and I don't believe exactly the same, but I do believe that I believe all souls eventually, like every life, there's not a life energy force. There's not an energy force, whether it's an animal or a mouse, even a roach, like that we could squash, like, or a bee. Like, nothing comes not from living source or create, right? Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, there is a duality. The duality had to be created, but when he chose that duality of darkness, when he chose that, then it sends, or people that like suicide. There's certain things that send people into a point of darkness that they can't get out of.
Yes.
And I think that he's stuck there.
Yes. Yes. Yes, very much so. I agree. No, we see a lot more eye to eye on a lot more things than you realize. Then, as was already articulated at one point for a very brief amount of time, and Brooke just kind of rolled with it because she saw it as basically a positive and nothing threatening, so she simply accepted it and rolled with it. She did see my mother sitting on her couch, and then later on, after all of this terrorism, and of course Gremlin Girl, which was a girl who basically tried to kill her in a car while she was out driving. It's not a different story at all. It's all entangled in the same narrative, and that included a paranormal photograph that our dear Brooke took via her cell phone of this girl's car. It's a terror of the fact that the authorities would do nothing to this girl who had a criminal record of attempted murder, and it was
because I was so sick, I didn't go downtown, and like that cop, even though he said he'd call me back, like I'm gonna look into it, he never called back.
Of course not. Of course not. This girl is protected by the authorities because she's part of a network, the Cult of the Kings of Edom. And ultimately, many of the cops are terrified of them, and they enable them. It's like what Maury Terry, the author of the book The Ultimate Evil, that was the title of his book, who was describing the Son of Sam killer and his connections with Charles Manson, and the cult on the East Coast and the West Coast being basically one and the same cult, a North American cult that was nationwide, and how the Son of Sam was going to admit to this fact when he was shut up. All of this depressed Maury Terry considerably, but what really depressed him was how the cops enabled all of this, how the cops made certain that all of this was rendered possible, how they expedited the connection between the cults. And I've given the reason why before, because Michael Aquino sent his bulldog, Lieutenant Colonel James Channon, who then retired like Michael Aquino as a full bird colonel in both cases.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I have one thing to say.
Sure.
I need to say it out because
Sure.
you've said his name twice.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Michael Aquino. And
Yes.
fuck you, Michael Aquino. Come for me, bitch. And come for me, bitch, you already have.
Yeah.
Come on. Like, I'm done with his ass. Like, he keeps coming for me. I'm so done. And if I die, everybody fucking knows it. But, like, fuck you. I'm so done with his ass.
Thank you. Thank you. No, that's profoundly appreciated, and it needs to be said, and it's rightly said, and that scares them. That scares them. Scares Peter Levinda and Don Webb, his acolytes and heirs to his legacy. So when it came to the case with this gremlin girl and nothing being done about her, and then later when Brooke wakes up and there's a dead white rabbit, generally white rabbit, maybe a little tannish in some areas, but generally white, very symbolic, is in the couch on the space where my mother was seen. Yeah.
I had been awake. Like this, you have to, guys, people remember this. This was 5 p.m. in the afternoon, 5:30.
Yeah.
I was awake. I sat down. I felt tired, and I sat down with my phone, got on YouTube. I knew I was kind of tired. 45 minutes, I knew I had a call coming in, and it came in. And I stood up, and the rabbit, when I first got the call, obviously I didn't stand up. I talked for hello, hey, what are you doing? And then I stand up, and when I look, like the end of the couch, like I had just had the dog, and the dogs are still laying there. The dogs are all laying on the couch. So the point is, obviously, maybe my dog brought it in, is what I want to say. But I have a small yard, and it is fully fenced. If the rabbit got in the yard, the dog brought it in. That's what I assume. But it happened within. That's what I can assume. That's my best assumption. Within 30 to 45 minutes of me going to sleep and waking up, a dog got a rabbit out of my yard. Somehow, I've lived here 19 years. Never happened. Never. Now I have had one baby possum brought in at night one time by another dog that's passed. There was a baby possum that was brought in. That was in the dark of night. But other than that, like never had anything brought in my house. And this rabbit sling, not just in my house, but at the like right there, what you're saying, like at the couch,
Yes.
at the very
Like strategically placed. It's something that a dog would very unlike be.
It's just like it wasn't like it dropped in the kitchen, the porch. It had a million places. Like you see where you could drop that on the way in.
But it dropped it where my mother sat. The dog didn't drop it. The dog didn't drop it. This was dropped supernaturally. Great example is what happened with Brendan Zogit when he went to take a nap and found his Hakenkreuz, his swastika ring, was missing. When he woke up, he knew he went to bed with it. He tore the place apart looking for it, found it in the laundry hamper, went out to basically drive back to work because he works in shifts and had come home for a nap. And his car had been swiped by another automobile. And then when the police came and they checked the security camera footage from across the street that had filmed it all, there was no car seen to swipe his car. The physical evidence was there, but nothing was on camera. So whatever it was truly supernatural. And
I just realized that though. Like I never thought of that until you said it today. Yeah. Until you said it tonight.
Yeah.
I never thought of. They came in a dog door. Yeah. They went through the only way a dog went through. They went through an entire porch, which is the only other time in 19 years there was a dead baby possum at night. Like it was a baby. This was not a baby. It looked young. The rabbit died young. I buried it, but it was not a baby. Yeah. It was a rabbit. It was full grown, and went through my porch, my kitchen, and then came through my living room around my couch and laid it right there. And when you said where your mom was, like, it's exactly the same place, but I never thought of that until tonight you said it.
That's like, right. But I knew it from the beginning you said it.
You and I haven't discussed that. I would need people to know that on air. Like, we haven't discussed that. Yeah. Like, I told you about your mother. Yeah. And then we talked about the rabbit, but I never discussed that was exactly the same place.
Yes. And no, we haven't. And just so people know, I just understood that intuitively. I knew that's where it would be placed. And just so people understand, this has all kind of, it's fraught. It's fraught with symbolic meaning. And before this, there was the cat terrorism. They always kill cats. And so we were on bandwidth. We were transmitting. I was hosting that night when Brooke Gibson heard the cats fighting outside in her backyard, which, of course, it's very difficult to get into her backyard. One cat getting in there would be already somewhat of a minor miracle. Two cats coming in.
Yeah, 8 foot was wooden. I mean, I have like the normal standard 8 or 10 foot, whatever it is, 8 foot wooden fence all the way around like my yard.
Yeah. But two cats.
And dogs, they smell. Like I have a cat that lives next door that has lived there 20 years, and she's still alive. She never comes in my backyard because she knows there's dogs there.
Yeah. And so for two cats to come in with the smell of dog around and then fight each other to the death, which cats don't fight to the death. And then she finds the dead cat in her yard the next day. Okay, this is all terrorism of a very high occult sort. And this is like Sammy Romero finding the dead cat in the bucket on his doorstep, crawling with maggots, which somebody had to drive to his place with a dead cat, presumably in a bucket or something, or a cooler or something. Otherwise, their own car would be crawling with maggots in the upholstery. Maybe they don't mind that, but it was dumped off at his door. This goes on, but with the rabbit, here's what it symbolizes. Obviously, in Asia, so Brendan Zogit and George Knight can both attest here, and I want both of you gentlemen to attest to this. George Knight knows what I'm talking about probably more than Brendan Zogit. George Knight can testify to the fact that our dear lady who I interview these days and interviews myself, the British lady, Christine Joanna Hart, was, of course, a victim of Michael Aquino. And indeed, people would hate it when I would use this to introduce her, but there's no better way to introduce her, really, in terms of getting the message across. Her earliest memory in life is riding up and down on Michael Aquino's penis.
Hey, well, you're better fucking... Yeah. Don't just introduce her as George Clooney. George Clooney came to the door.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Which she was later convinced was happening, but that, of course, is mind programming through Michael Aquino. But his primary visual cue for her was the white...
I wish to God I at least saw fucking George Clooney kill the rabbit. He fucked me and I had an orgasm, and there's a dead rabbit now. But, like, at least I had an orgasm. Like... there was something good out of it.
Yeah, and of course they would use George Clooney because he's the man who portrayed James Channon in The Men Who Stare at Goats.
I was just about to say that, Douglas.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, and The Men Who Stare at Goats was, of course, just so people understand, without going into that at all. The point. Yeah. So in terms of the White Rabbit, this was the visual cue for Christine Joanna Hart's programming. So she, in her dreams, when she would speak with Aquino or conceive this or interpret this as her dreams, but it's basically Aquino's hypnotic programming. When she's speaking to him, he would appear as a giant white rabbit, which is very similar to the puka in the film starring Jimmy Stewart. Where you have better portrayed in its dark side by Donnie Darko, where you've got the puka, which is this Celtic rabbit spirit, or a fairy, negative fairy generally, who appears as a rabbit, or can be very negative, that basically attaches itself to you for life, that kind of shit, as it does with Jimmy Stewart and Donnie Darko. And so she has this white rabbit in her life. That was Aquino. And so there's that connection. There's the White Rabbit song, which Aquino said he helped contribute to. There is, of course, in Asia, it's not a man in the moon. It is a rabbit in the moon. A white rabbit, of course. And, of course, in Japan, it's called an usagi. And so my mother, of course, would affiliate with rabbits. And so you've got this. And not only
it's related to...
Yeah.
It comes from the tale of the bamboo cutter.
Yes.
Japanese folklore.
Yes.
And it's the story of Kaguya Hime, the rabbit princess sent by the gods.
Thank you. And it's affiliated with the moon.
She's from the moon.
Yes.
She's from the moon, which is why she's the rabbit princess.
So think of Peter Moon and the connection with Douglas Dietrich. Peter Moon and the connection with Douglas Dietrich and this rabbit. By the way, I used to be known as Doug's Bunny on Revolution Radio. So this is actually one of the Doug's Bunny posters created for Revolution Radio. So if you take a look, I put that inside of the little chat here. So you see Doug's Bunny fucking with all the Disney princesses. And that was, who put that? Who put that there? Amy. I knew it was Amy. Yes, that's the Doug's Bunny poster. The other one was Doug's Bunny in the military uniform. But the point is, so you've got this Doug's Bunny thing that came from, the contribution that I made as a consultant to the movie Shoot 'Em Up, which was basically supposed to be an action film version where the character is somewhat like Bugs Bunny. It's not like in a funny sense, but in this sense that there's a lot of survival that's impossible otherwise for him. Brendan Zoget left, but I presume he'll be back. But understand the connection with Pete the Moon Man, and this rabbit had a hole drilled in its side from what Brooks saw. And, Pete's going to Romania, and both Brendan Zoget and Ian West are very concerned he's not coming back alive, or both of them have expressed the feeling they don't see him coming back alive. And he's actually going to be camping for 4 days in the woods with the two Bulgarian bozos who have been attacking myself. So the point is, you've got the rabbit connecting Michael Aquino, Peter Moon, Douglas Dietrich, and of course the Japanese culture representative of my mother. And at this point, it's so fraught with symbolism that it's pulling.
Yeah, she was the rabbit archetype. That's what I was trying to imply. That was why it was connected to your mother. Yes.
Thank you.
Because the rabbit goddess is a very powerful, heavenly being. Yes. That story.
Yeah, in both Chinese and Japanese culture, and she's half Chinese and half Japanese. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. So
Kaguya.
Thank you.
The name of the story.
That's right. Thank you.
The being in that story.
Thank you so much. So, and the rabbit's also a trickster. The rabbit is a trickster in Japanese culture that sometimes pays the price for the tricks that it can pull. But that's mostly the male version, the Doug's Bunny version, kind of. The Japanese version long before there was a Bugs Bunny.
And then also you have the Aesop fable, if you want to go Western about it.
Yeah.
It's the rabbit was seen as impetuous and impatient, right?
Yes. And we had pet rabbits as a child. My father loved them, of course, and my mother let them loose in the playgrounds at Presidio because we couldn't keep them in our ghetto apartment. So he was always sad about that and throwing carrots out into the playground for them, that kind of thing. The kind of, big heart that he had about such things. So by all means,
this is new.
Yeah, go on, Amy. Yeah.
I didn't know that you had rabbits when you were growing up.
Well, we had all kinds of little animals that we were trying to keep in the ghetto apartment because we, it was just so silly. But, we also we were seething with roaches and rats and vermin, and it was just horrific. And yet we were trying to raise goldfish and turtles, and, then we were gifted these rabbits that we brought home, and, my father couldn't say no.
We had rabbits.
Oh my God.
My family had rabbits also. We raised every kind of rabbit.
Wow.
Yeah. We had the big ones, the loppy ones, the Angora ones, satin. We started with just satin rabbits.
Well, what made this kind of frightening for Brooke was this was a rather large rabbit. Right? I mean, considerably, right? Right, Brooke? I mean, it's a fairly large rabbit. I mean, you had to bury it pretty deep, considering, like she said.
Yeah, I mean.
For it to be colored, multicolored, it was definitely not a wild rabbit, a hare. It was not a hare if it had white. It was a domestic creature.
It was white. It was white and gray.
Not with pink eyes.
Domestic.
It was gray and white. It was white with gray. I mean, obviously it was dead, and I just grabbed it, and I had to grab it. Honestly, it was at the end of my couch, and I did not want to grab it, and I grabbed it with eventually I grabbed it, I know what to do, and I just see it, what would you do? It's at the end of your couch on hardwood floor, just laying there, dead, and I just ran in the kitchen and just grabbed a plastic bag, a grocery bag, kind of picked it up with that and took it outside. And then I did the whole shovel the next day, which I told you. The positive part is, I give you credit, man. You gave me a way to get abs, man. I know how to get abs now. There's some ab workout, doing that deep workout, because it was not small. It was not like we're burying. I buried some chipmunks. I have a cat. The cat next door that kills birds occasionally and kills some chipmunks and squirrels, and I buried them. This was obviously going to be a much deeper hole. Yeah. And that hole, it was, yeah.
By the way, Crystal River, who is a person of great psychic intuitiveness, she's basically a professional intuitive. She says rabbit spirit also has positive connotations to asking for help when necessary, as well as a willingness to express vulnerability. Of course, they're trying to destroy that wholesomeness, or corrupt it, or terrorize it. In other words, trying to twist it into a negative or murder it before your eyes, like they would a child. Yeah.
Tonight on the way fucking home, literally, I know people don't understand, in the South maybe, where you where you play slip, but basically, you get off the basic highway, you get off the 4-lane, you're on the little 2-lane road that goes home. It's kind of busy home road, and then you turn into your neighborhood. The kind of 2-lane busy road, right before I turn to my neighborhood, I see the rabbit, because it's on the edge of my it's still where we pay for our neighborhood. It's still my neighborhood. We pay for all that bullshit. Looking good landscaping. That's where all our fucking dollars apparently go. And
you're part of some housing community, right?
Yes, the housing community. Yeah. So I can see this rabbit sitting there, and I'm not to where I turn in, but coming up, just driving a normal 48 miles an hour or whatever, 35, I think it's speed limit. I'm probably doing 45, and which is what most people do on the road. And I see this little rabbit, and it's about the size of exact the rabbit. It's almost exactly what I saw. What was in my yard? What I can just say is it's not a baby rabbit. It's just and you see adult rabbits. It's just a young rabbit. It's it's in its first year. It's in its first year of life, and I saw it to my right, and it was literally sitting in the grass. There's these grasses, these huge grasses behind it where it would hide in, these huge flowers and all this stuff. And I had to come out of it. Apparently, I'm just driving. I just see it in the middle of the regular grass, and it's looking like it's gonna hop. So I'm driving for it. It's wanting to hop.
Hey, Douglas, something else came to mind, actually. Sorry, when you're done, Brooke.
But when it's going to hop across the road, I just blew the horn, and I watched it. Like I just like honked on it like so fucking hard, and I watched that little baby boy, like that same one. Like I say baby, like it's not a baby because people think baby rabbits like are like babies. Like I called what I found a baby because I knew it was young. I knew it was in its first year of life. Like I knew could not have been like an old rabbit. I don't think, but regardless, like it was full grown, and I saw this rabbit run back into the bushes when I honked the horn, which is normal. Like, but like just for that moment, it was like God gave me that, or the Creator gave me that, to like say, hey, you can save this one for a second, or at least a minute. You do have control. You have power. And like, you think you have power. Like I pray and I do all this bullshit with Aquino and all this bullshit. But like to see the power, to watch it about to run into the road and get killed, and then watch it run back and not get killed. Like that was actually power that I was able to see physically with your eyes, which we don't usually get to see. Usually we don't get to see our power. But
That's right.
The few moments we do, like you take that in and remember you have the power when most of your power is what you don't see. But those, yes, exactly, like those few moments, you do take it in because you're doing so much more when you have no idea.
So, and Brendan has shared an important image with us of the rabbit-eared cat associated with the sun god Ra, killing Apophis, the serpent god of the anti-gods. So please share a bit more about this, Brendan.
Yes, so this just came to my mind that in an Egyptian context, the rabbit was the slayer. The rabbit cat, which is like a mixture between a rabbit and a cat, this like archetypal animal spirit who was associated with the sun god Re, was the slayer of the serpent darkness, named Apophis is the Greek name, but it's in Egyptian it was called Apep. So that's why you have these companies called like Pepsi and Sergeant Pepper and all these, they use that word a lot because that's their dark god.
Yes.
It's this Apep creature.
Yes.
And it was the adversary of the sun god Re, the very embodiment of the powers of disillusion, darkness, and non-being. Hence, he was a sort of void or black hole, forcing those he swallowed into non-existence, which the Egyptians feared so greatly.
Wait a minute, what was this image?
It's
the image of the rabbit god.
No, not the
Slaying.
evil god. The evil god's not the rabbit. No. What she's saying
it's
is,
a
what was
snake.
what was the image
evil,
of
that's
the
what
evil
I'm
one,
saying,
the snake, right?
Just look up Apophis.
Yes. Apophis.
I just want everyone to know, and I again because I didn't hear it, and in case we don't look it up or I don't have time later.
So Apophis, they portray it very good in the film Gods of Egypt. If you take a look at the film Gods of Egypt, which I actually recommend to people, I don't understand why it was suffering so much hate, but the critics hated it. A lot of the people panned it, and all I can say is this is basically probably a campaign while Aquino was still alive that was launched against it, because it actually portrayed the Egyptian cosmology very accurately, and it showed Seth getting his ass fucking kicked, which Aquino would deeply campaign against.
Right.
But the film Gods of Egypt shows the great god Ra, the sun god, as he fights off Apophis every night, and Apophis is just basically a giant lamprey. It's like a giant hideous worm, like the Dune worm, except cosmic in scale, that just rips across the landscape and leaves furrows the size of the Grand Canyon.
There's a great movie now that's about that. It shows the worm in itself. Oh my god, it's beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful movie.
Yes. Thank you.
But let me ask you this.
Brendan asked, what movie is this you're talking about?
I'll give it later. It's I'll look it up in a second.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, let me ask. I want to ask Brandon while he's here, like what do you think about as far as like the ancient gods of like where they go with Thoth? Like, what do you think about Thoth?
Thoth? Like Toth?
And while Brendan answers that, I'm going to go mute because I'm going to do a few lines. our man George Knight left, poor fellow, because he probably had to go to work or something. But hopefully he'll join us again later. But hopefully there was nothing personal on his part. And
Guys, right after I get off.
yeah, yeah, that's he'll come back after you get off. That's true. Oh, that's funny. Of course, we could take that statement about Brooke getting off in a number of different ways.
I mean, George wants to travel to England and get me off.
Well, our friend Brendan Zogit's traveling to England sometime soon, and so.
And I'm sure you can get a genie. You can George off. That sounds easy.
Wait, what just happened? What?
Yeah. Oh, it was just weird. We were just like, we were sharing a psychedelic trip together. I'm going to do my lines of coke now, and I'll go mute while you respond about Thoth.
Thoth, yes, we're talking about Thoth. What do you think about Thoth?
Yes. So Thoth is the Egyptian ibis-headed god that represents Mercury or Hermes.
In Hermes, like in many different cultures, different, like in Greek culture.
And then this is the opening line of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. It says, Thoth, the Atlantean, master of mysteries, keeper of records, mighty king, magician, living from generation to generation, passing into the halls of Amente, sent down for the guidance of those who come after, those records of the mighty wisdom of great Atlantis. So he was the Atlantean scribe, the record keeper, the being that kept the records of
the
believe?
Cosmos. I mean, first thing is for people that like listen to us, like I want to know, like, do you believe that Thoth was, like, I believe Thoth was truly a person or a being?
It's an archetype. It's an archetype. All these gods, the Hindu gods.
Oh,
it's an archetype.
I mean, yes, Jesus was an archetype.
They're all archetypes. They're all cosmic principles.
Yes.
And they were beings as well at the same time. It's like they can incarnate as well.
Here, but they were archetypes to exist for a reason. And so Thoth, I think, has been left out for a reason by Catholic and Christianity. And a lot of, as you know, because you've studied Vedic, there's so much of Vedic that goes with Christianity that we could put with Christ. That would sense of Christianity's actual truth, of Christ's true truth, has been left out, right? So I think Thoth goes in that. So that's for your opinions and thoughts.
Yeah, Thoth is definitely associated in Vedic terms, but they have other names for this being.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
But in a Western context, it's like Hermes Trismegistus is Thoth, the thrice-born Hermes. Like, you'd have to get into like these, this occult lore.
What Vedic terms are you going with Thoth?
Well, the Vedic would be a whole nother story. It's like the planet, like the Buddha figure is that archetype. The Mercury in Vedic, Mercury is called Bud. The planet Mercury is called Bud. Bud meaning intelligence. It's divine intelligence is what that planet is. Like that archetype is. So that's why it's the scribe of Atlantis, and it's the god basically. So this being.
But so Thoth was the divine. So that's thought. So then that's where we get. So it's thought, which we're
thought, yes.
Thought,
but it's talking about divine thought.
Yes,
like
it's divine thought. So you're leaving out love, which would be Venus, and you're like, there's so much that we have to incorporate. So if you're going to Vedic to explain to people, can you explain to them the difference in Abraham and Sarah, and then Abraham
and Sarah? That story is just Brahma. If you take the A from Abraham, put it at the end, it's Brahma. And Sarah is Saraswati. The goddess. So
this is perfect. I could talk about this too.
Yeah, the consort of Brahma in Vedic is Saraswati.
So, from what I understand from studying a little bit of Hebrew, the story with Abraham and Sarah was that, they were ancient. They were in their 90s or 100 or some crazy age. and they had no children. And what in Hebrew, the story is that they changed Sarah's name to include an H, and that's when she was then able to conceive children.
Mm-hmm.
That's so it, you know, it has so much to do with the name, which also loops back around to my earlier thought I came on, is that we all use our names. None of us are using an alter or a fake name to try to stay anonymous. Like
some people are. not any of us on the call.
Well, no, I mean, you and Brooke and George and I and Douglas, we use our names. Like we were given our names and we use them. Whereas a lot of these other people who show up here and for their own safety, they want to use an alter, which is fine. But I think there's something about owning your past.
We have the computers now and we have phones. Me and you are talking right now on a phone, right? So back then you had no phone. Supposedly. Now, if we want to go to like maybe like there were ancient alien technology that we could go a different route. But if you were to go the route of the technology that they supposedly had at the time, then there was no computers, right? And there were no cell phones. There weren't even phones. And there weren't even like the way you fucking got something even to the next, like, imagine you're in Vermont and the next city over in Vermont, right? You had to fucking write a letter and fucking send it and hope it fucking got there, right? Like the point is my point is if you think of that way and the way things are written, when we look at Abraham versus Braham and versus Saraswati versus Sarah, like it's all the same story, just like the deluge. Yes. And you look at the deluge and every and I think he will do this better than me. Yes.
You're saying, well, yeah, just as I always say, it's like there's a common thread in all mythology and all these archetypical stories because it's in the DNA, it's atavistic, it's like part of humanity, what humanity's been through, and like it's also spiritual principles. So, you know, the Hermetica says, as above, so below, as within, so without, etc. That's because all these stories are representing things within us and without and outside of us. So you have to have a perspective of the Hermes perspective, where he was the one who wrote down all that stuff. And there was a reason why he was the scribe and why he represents divine thought and divine intelligence. Because it takes divine intelligence, like the spark. Otherwise, we'd be lost in the soup of all this. You know, you can have a million stories, but you got to pull on that thread, and that's the Mercury. Intelligence, the analytical ability of Mercury.
Let me ask you this. Like, I want her to jump in. I want you to jump in, but I just want to ask this question, and then you can go where you guys can go wherever. My question would be this. I believe our creator did a creation of, I want to create as one. This is my belief. Again, this is Brooke's belief. Some of it is proven, some of it's not. So I won't go into what is proven and what's not. But I will say that we had a creator that had something, creator, and you call him God or whatever, that decided, I believe, to experience. And so when you look at yourself right now, you're a piece of the creation I wanted to experience. You're a piece of it. You're just as big a piece of it as the small or the huge. Like you were never meant to be the big piece or the small piece. It was just, I want to experience, I'm going to create. And so creation, Big Bang, you can call it that, it happened. Whatever happened, happened. But at the end of the day, we created something amazing. But it had to be amazing. And our creator had to know more than we do, right? Because he had the ultimate knowledge. Like imagine just being bored and knowing it all. Sitting in your house, knowing everything. Like knowing every love you've ever had. Knowing every love that's ever going to come to you. They're going to come. They're going to love you. You love them. You're not going to love them. They're going to come, blah, blah, blah.
Like, life is gonna come. This is gonna happen. Who's gonna knock on your door before they knock? Like, it just, like, eventually at some point, like, what I'm saying is our creator decided, I want to experience. And I'm not saying that was his world, but what I am saying is it was an experience. Like, let me create something outside, which created duality, which is what we don't like. We're like, oh shit, it's fucking Michael Aquino, which is why I send Michael Aquino every time to Love and Light and Peace, because I don't believe Michael Aquino was created anymore by, like, he wasn't created by any less of a God than me. He was created by the same God. Do you understand? Like, there's nothing created not by the same God. Like, it was a creation of duality. You can't appreciate love. You can't appreciate darkness or light without darkness. Can you appreciate if every day you woke up in freaking light and there was never darkness like you do in wherever? They do like 6 months of the year. They're like, oh, I wish for darkness, right? Like, if you had somebody that loves you, you've had people that love bomb you. And they're like, oh my God, I'm so in love with you. I'm loving you. I'm loving you. I'm loving you. And you're like, oh my God, shut up. Right? And then you get your heart broken, right? And you're like, oh. Or like, I love my parents. I love my parents. And then your parents die. Or your dog, man. Like, it doesn't matter. It's a life lesson of love. It is
Yes.
You can't experience one without the other. And that was the entire point. Yes. And so for everyone to be like, I hate Michael Aquino, I can hate him. I don't hate him.
I mean, there's a saying, the devil knows not for whom he works. That's kind of the saying that goes.
It's a piece of the puzzle, man.
Like the suffering and stuff is just part of it, because then you can actually go towards divine. Without that, they're not saying everyone needs it, but without that, like, majority of beings would not even bow to divine. Yeah.
Never. Most of us would never ascend without having pain in our life. Yeah. Some kind of pain in our life makes us ascend. And the pain that makes us ascend that we hate, whether it's somebody breaking our heart and we're like, they're a narcissist, or they're the pain is what makes you ascend. And sometimes it's human versus human.
It propels the evolutionary capability, or the instinct.
The whole purpose.
The evolutionary instinct.
But again, then you would have to go, that was the whole purpose of the expansion. Because why else, if you were God, let me ask you, why else would you expand? Why else? If you're just going to stay the same, you could experience love all day. You just be like, I'm in love with myself. Love, 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 love. It was an experience. It was like, because here's the difference. Imagine me and you being in love. Okay, I'm in love with you. I love you so much, Brenda. Right? And then, I know this is going to be hard for you, but we are in love. And we are in love. And then I am like, fuck you, fuck you. You don't fucking trust me. And like, you fuck me over. And then you're like, oh, fuck you, you fucking bitch. And you're like, fucking, I think you fucking cheated on me. I'm like, I didn't fucking cheat on you. And you're like, and it's just bullshit. Back and forth. At the end of the day, somehow you come back and you're like, man.
It's already happened to me before.
You come back and you're like, oh, well, you can either choose to you don't have to love that person again. Like, you choose to love them again or not. Like, trust them again or not. But the love you realize is there regardless, and you realize, what?
It's a separate thing. Yeah.
But you have to. Do you not think you have to go through? Because in the beginning, you're like, oh no, you cheat on me, you fuck me, I don't love you now. And that's the beginning of the love. And so that's where we started as humanity. Like, I'm just saying a very basic beginning, and probably more basic than that we started. But
what you're saying is it goes back to the Brahma story, actually, because that's actually what happens to Brahma, basically. Like, he creates, comes out of the cosmic egg, out of the void, is inside the cosmic egg, and then he realizes himself fully. And then through that process, he realizes he doesn't know what's going on, and he had, you know, these kind of thoughts. So he meditates, or he does centering, and starts contemplating on what to do. And then through that, he creates like the divine blueprint and like all these fractals and the sonic codes and the Vedas and everything that imprints reality. And then through that, he creates Saraswati, who at first they like have some kind of conflict or some kind of strife. And then through that, he discovers this kind of polarity. So that's like when the polarities come together, the yin and yang gets created. So this is all through his creation.
I am not very familiar with that story, but vaguely. Do you think that the reason that the Swati that they created that, like Abraham, which we would say at this point Abraham and Sarah, but they created that story being the fact that the female and the male dynamic, which is not, again, and everyone that's hearing this, I want you to understand this, it does not mean you're a man or a woman. We all have divine masculine and divine feminineness in us, and we have to, first of all, get that rectified, because that's one of our hugest problems. Like, that's a huge problem. That we have both in us. Like, we were born, and especially in this time and age, like, we were born with more and more like 50-50 masculine, feminine. Like, you are born to rectify your masculine and your feminine, meaning the love, the emotion, which is what you're saying. I feel like what you're saying, that's my question. He created the question of it, and yes. He created, this is what I think this should be, but it was thought. And she came in with the feeling of, this is the feeling that it should be.
Yes. So her different titles are Brahmani, meaning the power of Brahma, which is very interesting. And then Brahmi, meaning goddess of science. And Vitrari, the goddess who provides knowledge, and the goddess of speech. She's the purifying water of knowledge, the embodiments of knowledge, art, language, and creativity. She's the creative and purifying force. She symbolizes creative energy in all forms, from artistic creation to romantic love. And she embodies the experience of the highest reality. In the Upanishads, which is a summary of the Vedic text, Saraswati is invoked to encourage readers to meditate on nature, of virtue, and virtuous action. She's depicted dressed in a white sari, sitting upon a white lotus, and riding a white swan. She's associated with purity and wisdom and truth. That's just that's very brief.
No, I love that. I love it. I'm glad you wrote that. Thank you for reading it. And I don't want to leave the masculine out either, because there's no divine feminine without that's the whole purpose. Is there's only a divine feminine with the divine masculine.
No, it's balanced. I mean, all creation's balanced. Yeah, exactly.
And people think men or women, like it doesn't matter. Like, the man can be in a woman's suit or vice versa, or you can have two of the same. Like, it doesn't matter about that, especially in this day and age, because we've come through so many lives. I believe, if you believe in Vedic, as I know you do, like,
I mean, reincarnation. You're saying yes, that thing.
Yes, like past lives.
Transmigration of souls. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you have past lives, so you're gonna pull some of that in. So you may have been a man in a past life or a woman in a past life. Like, you're gonna pull some of that in, right?
It's possible.
Do you believe past lives?
Yes, I just said transmigration of soul. Yeah, it's like that's a fact. I mean, that's like, there's no believing or not believing. It's like,
see how you got a little iffy, like your little straightness got a little iffy, like, oh, it's fine.
Well, I'm saying, like, it's a fact. Like, that's, reincarnation's real. I mean, like,
if I come in and I was like a warrior in a past life, and I come in as a female, it's like, I'm gonna be, fuck that. I think a beautiful female would be the easiest thing to be, and that's what I choose to be, right? So I come in, and I come in as the warrior that you hear on the fucking phone. They're like, why is she fighting all the time?
Right. Yes. I mean, there's like sun scars. Like we all come in with sun scars, like these impressions from all of our lives combined. It's not just like you don't just get to pull from whatever. It's like a combined. It's like a sigma function. It's just like everything combined gets us to this point. That's what like the birth chart is and everything. It's like it's like a divine system. Like it's not.
That's what I like about you. I love that you know that. Like I love.
And it's
that.
like none of us have choice really. Like unless you're at like you have soul, which no one has like soul, which equals to the sun, and then you can like get out of the. It's called moksha. You can get out of the system, and you don't have to be reborn.
Out of it, because I swear to God, I'd be like, "Hey, I know I chose this." Like
there's a methodology. I mean, that's like what the Vedic teaches, anyways. That's what all cultures teach. That's what the Egyptians were talking about.
Peace out. I'd be like, I think we all choose it when we come in. We choose our parents. We choose our shit. We're like, we're gonna go into this life. We're so strong. We're gonna handle this.
I mean, no, not everyone can do that though. I mean, that's.
But I think we do it. No. I think we do it, but then that's why people check out early or they go, like because it's like a piece out. Like I can't do this.
I can't speak to it. I mean, like, I don't know that much of It's divine will basically. I mean, it's whether it's your will or not. It's like divine puts you in a position where you have to learn things to like evolve.
Listen, you put yourself in the position. Now you need to look at the end of it.
It's like a fulcrum. It's like you have your own karma and free will, but then divine chooses the direction. Yes.
Yeah. Now you and I could sit.
There's a lot of interference coming in this call. I don't know if you got Douglas or anyone else.
It's probably when I'm off mute and I'm just.
Douglas is probably dismissed.
No, it's not. It's not background noise. It's like all of us are getting cut off. And
glitch.
Like
you mean cut off?
Here's
yeah.
Here's the problem.
Yeah,
I'm not talking, and everyone else should shut up. That's the problem.
I mean, you can take over. That's fine.
No, what I would actually want to say to you was that I would love to have a conversation, just you and I, on this. Like, if you would ever.
That's fine. That's fine. I can go off for like a while.
That's what I'm saying. Fine. Like, I think you and I could, like, we don't want to bore people, but I think you and I could get on some of this.
Well, I don't think anyone's bored by this discussion. You're both going on so well, and people love this stuff. They really do. So, by all means, continue. Yes.
I appreciate that. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean.
Okay, well, I'm right, is what I would say. Like, I'm the divine feminine, and I'm right because I was born in the divine feminine because I chose it in this lifetime. He chose the divine masculine. He chose that. I'm sorry, you chose it. So therefore, you chose that. So therefore, I get to be right. And then in the love aspect, and I love you for what you did. But at the same time, I have to say I love you for what you did, and I can see the love in it. What you have to see is that you're seeing an entire mental perspective of it is what you're doing, and you're not seeing the divine entire plan. And the entire plan is the divine mental, yes, that you want me to incorporate, which you fucking got because you're a fucking man. You fucking made sure that fucking happened.
Well, right now I'm focusing on the thought process, like the mentality, the analytics of it, because it's actually right now the moon and the sun are in the sign of third sign, Gemini. So it's like it's more analytical. It's since we were talking about Mercury, that's like the Mercurian aspect.
You're going Vedic with me and sun and Vedic.
No, it's not Vedic. It's like that's where the sun and the moon are right now. Like that's just visible. Like you can look outside and like see it,
Well,
and it's in the sign of Mercury, so it's interesting that you brought up thought.
Is the moon in Mercury too right now in traditional? I don't know.
What? I'm sorry?
She asked if the moon is in Mercury right now.
Is the moon?
It's in the sign. It's in Gemini, which is ruled by Mercury. Is what I'm saying. Both the sun and the moon are currently there. That's why it's coming up like this. Mercurian archetype is coming up very like. That's why I'm focusing more on the.
I love it because if
I'm focusing more on the analytics.
That would be a waxing moon. That would be a waxing moon. But at the end of the day, if it's a waxing moon in Mercury, then a waxing moon in Mercury would be because it's not.
It's in Gemini. Gemini.
Couldn't be a full moon.
Adra. Adra Nakshatra. It's
There's no way it could be a full moon or a new moon in Mercury. I mean, in Gemini, there's no way it could be. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about a
I mean,
wax,
it is. It is. Like, that's happening right now. Like, new moon in Gemini, like right now, today.
right now today.
As we're speaking, yeah. Like, and the sun's like in like the early degrees or the late degrees of Taurus, like early degrees of Gemini. Marig Shira, yeah.
Full moon is happening July 4th. On July 3rd.
Yes.
Or
Yeah,
July.
that's. Mhm.
But I mean, we have missed one. I mean, maybe like I am completely willing to be wrong on like or not.
Well, I'm just telling you that's where it's at. It's nothing wrong
That's
or
fine.
right.
Either
I mean, that's
way,
just the-
it doesn't matter. Like I'll look it up. Like I'm looking it up as I speak. But regardless, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna assume you're right, just regardless, because I trust you. So if you're
Yeah.
assuming you're right, trusting you, on that because you said you know that the full moon is coming up on Capricorn, a full moon on Capricorn on July 3rd.
It'll be close to yeah. I mean, I don't have the panchang in front of me, but I could look at we can get it if you're interested.
I
can give you exact dates. You know.
I know that for a fact because I watched it today.
Okay.
Universal time, but you can look it up. But universal time would be like I don't know, whatever. But like you can go back and forth 4 hours depending on where you are.
Mm-hmm.
It's July 3rd, July 4th. Would be
Yeah, it's around that time because that's the Guru Purnima, the moon of the Guru of the gods. That's what I'm going to celebrate. That's why I'm taking my trip.
That could be one of the best full moons of the year.
It's very auspicious. That's why it's considered like Guru Purnima. Yeah.
Does anyone else know what auspicious means on this podcast? Douglas, no, I know what auspicious means.
Yes. It's
I'm going to say babe. I'm sorry.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So, please, by all means, Brendan, Amy, join in while there's a lull in the conversation. Join in, Amy. Tell us what you think.
So what? I mean, I don't know if Brooke ever got to a really specific question, but my thought was about the dependent origination of the things that occur in our mind and then also in the material world, and how this divine feminine, divine masculine is the divine within us, and we're given that free will in order to choose to either engage in a negative or a positive reaction to our thinking, to our environment. And that in Buddhism, is really a key component that, beyond the no self doctrine, that, we're all actually a piece of the same thing, that there is this divine spark that we all have within us that we can open up to. And there's the Four Noble Truths in Buddhism. The first being that everything is suffering. The second, that there is desire, and that the suffering
life
is
is suffering. To live is suffering, not everything. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, no, and I appreciate the clarification. It's so that's the first, is that all is suffering, and then the second is that there is desire, and the suffering is caused because of desire. And then the third truth, and of course it's late, and I'm losing what the third truth was. The suffering is first, the desire is second, then you have the
third is the truth of the solution. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, the solution is that we suffer because of our desires, and in order to end that suffering, all you have to do is no longer desire, is to really detach from the material desire that arises. And then, of course, the final fourth noble truth is the path, and going onto the path and choosing the middle way, that between good and bad is a middle way.
Oh my god. I'm so in love with Amy. I so would fuck her right now.
That's right, baby. That's what I was trying to tell you when I wanted to see her and her girlfriend fucking that she knew since high school when they had the camera on instead of showing me all the clutter in their home.
Your breasts right now at this point, but to defend you with Brendan before he even gets into it, because I know where he's going. Let's just see where Brendan goes actually before I fucking go there. Go ahead, Brendan.
Okay, someone's supposed to pick up.
That was it. I just said the eightfold path, like, you know.
Yeah, first is
the eightfold path is a different delineation, isn't it, than the Four Noble Truths?
It's the way out. It's the way out of suffering. That was the conjecture. That was the thesis, you know.
But you're talking about thesis. You're talking about, like, so at some point.
That's what the Buddha conjected. Like, his philosophy was that there was the Four Noble Truths, and then he gave a solution, which is it's a derivation of Vedic. It's like he distilled the Vedic philosophy into the thing that we call Buddhism. And then there were many sutras and
they continue to refine that, like what you.
Or they convoluted it. I don't think they refined it.
They convoluted it the same way Christianity. Jesus and they're only
exactly. Yeah. Just like anything can be that done like that.
He has been more convoluted. Like, his name has been more, like, I feel like I want to apologize to him right now, and I didn't do it, but like, this sucks what happened to him, because he didn't come here to have what happened to him, but he also knew, like, God knew it was.
We're talking about Christ.
Yes.
Christ.
Yes.
Like, the convolution of the power and it took over his name, and they were like used it for power and for gain, and used it for gain. Like, it is so sickening to him, and I'm sorry to him. But I think he knew when he came that he would be more powerful than that, and I believe that he knew that he'd come into even our conversation right now and know that he would be more powerful in our conversation, even though we have all read the Bible and read the King James Version or whatever, and Douglas has read his bullshit of fucking damn whatever.
Here, if you want me to bring the word in, I'm up to read something.
I'm not saying
it's bullshit. Relevant.
I'm saying like anything's bullshit. Like, I'm not saying Douglas is just bullshit. What I'm seeing is, at the end of the day, there's truths and there's not truths.
Wait, no, bring something up important here.
In between truths. And then at the end of the day, it's all about your truth. What do you believe in your soul? What do you feel in your soul?
I mean, there is a reality. There's an objective truth, you know, of divine, of reality, of spirit. But there was something that this brought up I wanted to cover real quick. It's called, you know, it's from, of course, it's from the Bible, but it's relevant.
Oh, God. Get your ring out, bitch.
What?
Don't worry. Just go on. Go on with what you were going to say, Brent.
Yeah, it's from Ephesians, and he's one of these beings in the Bible, Ephesian or whoever these beings are, speaking. He's speaking to these Christian slaves or whatever they are, or some kind of objectified peoples, and he's telling them, finally, be strong in the Lord and his mighty power, and put on the full armor of God, so that you can take stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers, against authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground. And after you have done everything to stand, stand firm with the belt of truth around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in its place, with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition, take up the shield of faith, which can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and pray in the Spirit on all occasions with all kinds of prayers and requests, and praises and bowing. This is my addition. With this in mind, be alert, and always keep on praising
I
for
don't
the
need your
Lord,
addition. Are you doing
for
an
all
addition?
the Lord's
Still
people.
an addition? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you still doing an addition?
No, that was just that one. Prayers and requests. That's what I edited. With this in mind, be alert and keep always praying for the Lord, all the Lord's people. Pray also for me, that whenever I speak my words may be given so, that I will fearlessly make known the mystery of the gospel, for which I am ambassador in chains. Pray that I may declare
Mystery of the
fearlessly as I
gospel.
should.
Hold on, slow that down. Make mystery of the gospel.
Yes, they're
Slow it down.
using occult language in this passage. That's why I'm saying.
Why
That's
would
why
you
I'm focusing on.
make mystery of the gospel?
Yes, he's talking about mysteries, like the mysteries, like the. You have to be
They're
initiated.
just gonna be
He's
so
telling those beings that are
simple, like-
initiated about it.
There are all these people that are just like, oh, I would just go to church and worship Jesus and I will be saved. And I will
That stuff
vote
is
for
all
Marjorie
later stuff.
Taylor
I mean,
Greene. I will vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene and it will be all
yeah, all that stuff's later stuff. But this is like the crux of what I would consider these like subtle
voting for
passages
Marjorie
are.
Taylor Greene was later in the Bible. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yes. Well, that's a little
These-
bitterness dealing with our current situation, but I understand it. So go on, Brendan. Yes.
Yes, these subtle points in the Bible are where the gems are. That's because whoever created or like compiled like the Council of Nicaea and all these beings, Constantine, they secreted these portions and these mysteries inside of it's like a codex. They didn't give it to everyone. That's why it was only done by the educated priests, and then Martin Luther came and printed it for everyone and all of that. So that's these things were only for initiated people.
What year are you speaking of? Before Martin Luther. What year are you speaking of? Before Martin Luther.
I'm saying before Martin Luther, there was no
What
common
year?
person
No,
ever
look
knew
at
how to
Martin
read it.
Luther. What year are you speaking of? Because look at Martin
It's
Luther.
like in the 1600s, like or something, or even before, actually.
No, look it up. Look up what you're looking up. Because do you know how many percentage of people could even read?
Yeah, no one. That's what I'm saying.
That's
no
his point. Yeah, no one can
they
read this,
kept
yeah,
it.
literally.
They kept the Bible
See,
secret
that's my
in a way
point. So
because
we
they
don't
could only
know
read
what the
only people
Bible
that read
said.
Latin were the priests.
Yeah,
That's my
and then
point.
even then, they were the only ones educated. Even the kings and stuff would ask them to reach it. So during
my
those
point to
times,
that is, do you not think that the Bible in that point was? I believe in both points. That the Bible in some way was changed by, like, if we could say, okay,
it's heavily
look-
edited. I mean, like just the
Heavily
King James,
because
they
I
have like.
can't stand here's what I can't stand.
If you
That
go
a
to Oxford,
person-
you can find
no,
like
my
where
uncle would tell
Francis
you.
Bacon made all those cliff
My
notes. They're like
uncle-
fucking cliff notes where he's like crossing shit out.
Yeah.
My Uncle Randy would be like, the Bible, King James, it could never have been edited because it's God's word. And I would
I know
be like,
people that say that. I
No,
went
no,
to
he would say
church
that.
when I
He
was
would-
younger.
but then I would be like, but how about the 3-year-old that was raped last week and killed? Like, raped over and over and killed a 3-year-old. Well, I mean, I guess it wasn't in God's word. Like, do you understand?
There's like worse stuff in the Bible.
Like,
that's
there's
the
so
irony of when
so
people say
point,
that.
like,
It's like
the irony of
they were like
of-
throwing
but
kids
what
to
they're
Baal and
saying
like
is,
cooking them on.
oh, the God, like
spits and shit.
our God. We have some God that was like, I don't really give a shit about life or humans or rape or children or life, but I will totally just keep my word of my doctrine.
But there's different iterations. It's like the Old Testament God, like Douglas talks about this. The Old Testament, that being that they call Lord, there's a reason why there's different words. There's like Lord and then God and then
No,
the
but I
Lord.
believe that
Those
what
are
I-
all different beings.
I believe
Elohim,
I believe
like-
I believe Douglas and I are probably more on the same page than he and I even get to because he and I
I'm
probably
saying I'm saying
But my
that
point
God that
is-
seems evil, or like you're saying it has like no moral objections and stuff. Like that's just like a different being that it was a different type of
No, it
force.
was not
Yeah.
the God that we would call.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not like it's not the Christ like figure or
It was
like
not
any of
the
the
creator,
Christian
but we called
concept of it.
what I call creator the ultimate creator. So I put you in the word
Godhead. You're saying like Godhead, like the top,
creator.
like
I
the
use
top.
Creator is
Yeah.
the top. Creator is the top. So my creator is the top. Everything below creator, you give me a godhead, a god figure, whatever. But creator, for me, I use the word creator.
Source,
But
like
everyone-
source, the force.
Or source. I will use source as well. But I learned to use that, and I believe that at the end of the day, that you have to look at it this way: that you can, that we have so many people that are so indoctrined, which they were meant to be. It was forceful of religion. Religion was not a thing that came on like, oh, let's make them Christians. Let's make them believe in Jesus. Let's make them believe Jesus died on the cross. Like that was like everything. Like Jesus.
It was under order of the emperor. I mean, Constantine, like, or whoever was after Constantine.
Charlemagne.
I forgot his-
Charlemagne
Char-
was the most
Charlemagne.
militant. Yeah.
Well, Charlemagne, but even before that, like during the Byzantine era, he like forcibly converted the entire empire.
Yeah. Tell
to
these ladies
Christianity.
about
Yeah.
Charlemagne and
And
the fucking
burnt
ring that made him fall in love with a male monk.
It burnt everything, right?
Oh,
If I'm-
Charlemagne's ring, yes.
Tell them about the ring, and then Brooke, I hated to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. Finish what you were saying, honey.
I just felt he burnt everything. He sent his armies everywhere. Once he decided to take that over as a Christ reign, he sent armies everywhere, like South
Yeah,
America,
but
and just burnt everything that was.
this is later, but yeah, pretty much.
Go ahead.
I mean, these like later iterations of these people, like what the Calvinists did, and all these guys. Like, I mean, there's like Charlemagne is kind of tame compared to some of the later guys, like the conquistadors and all these guys.
But what's funny is that you and I are talking of this, and like you and I are talking of it, like you and I can sit there and go in adorations. Like I don't know what you know,
Helen
but
of
there's
Troy,
most
let's see.
Christians don't know. Most Southern Baptist Christians don't know anything of what I know or what you know.
Of course not.
Yeah, I mean that's that's to be expected.
Or Marjorie Taylor Greene, or the people in our Congress that are like.
Yeah, I mean
Christians.
those people are lost. I mean, I'm no offense. But
Yeah,
it's
no,
just, like,
they are. It's just horrible.
they worship Israel, but then they have other weird stuff
I
going
mean,
on.
it's
very
like,
strange.
you heard earlier maybe when Peter Moon's reading from, here's, this guy I know, and... I'm
Oh,
sorry?
did Peter Moon talk tonight? I didn't know Peter Moon was on.
Well, he was on earlier, and he was...
We're
was
on his
reading-
channel.
yeah, we're on his channel after all. And anyhow, so...
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, anyhow, he was reading something from this guy who he said, oh, there's this guy who's been following for a long time, and he was like just reading some stuff from him, and the guy was just positing all his own cosmology while asking questions about what does Douglas think of this, and then positing this kind of very his own stuff. I mean, he was on his own trip, and that's the way most people are. I mean, they're just on their own trip, and so you've got to take that into account with all these people, and they're just they want to just hear their own spiel. It's really what they want to hear.
Like Brooke.
yeah, kind of like.
Exactly. I was about to say, like, we're all on our own trip, but at the end of the day, shut up. Fuck you. I was about to
I'm being facetious.
say what you were saying.
302.
That I am on my own trip, but at the end of the day, everyone is.
Yes.
Like, I try to be so open-minded to people, and that's my whole point.
Yes. So I found some very interesting of these ring stories. There's also the ring, the Nibelung, given
Nibelungen,
by
the ring of the Nibelungen. Yes, am I saying that
yeah,
right? Yeah.
given to Loki.
Yes.
Or by Loki to Heimdall.
Yes.
Cetera. But that we don't have to get into that one. But the Charlemagne ring is the interesting story here.
I heard Loki was pretty sexy, though.
Of course.
He's a
without saying.
shapeshifter, and he was like
Yeah, he could be anything you want. Yeah.
Yeah. He was.
Douglas, into to be Loki, okay?
Yes.
He definitely Douglas. You definitely have a bit of that energy, but it's nothing. I mean.
Yes, understood.
Yeah. Let's see. So like again, it's an archetype.
Apparently, it's longer than I'm fucking on this podcast.
Yes, honey.
So I had understood that Charlemagne was one who refused to allow his daughters to marry because he didn't want competition from the progeny of his sons.
Who?
Am I thinking about the? Yeah, am I thinking about the right?
Later on, it led to that problem. like after he went. Let me read the story and then we can get there.
Okay.
Among the legends which gathered about the personality of Charlemagne, none is more interesting than that which tells of the precious stone, which exercised a magic power over him. This legend is of German origin and probably localized at Aix-la-Chapelle. It does not appear in any of the numerous French Kazan de Geste treatings of Charlemagne in his times. So they're like these like tapestries of what his life was. It seems they have originated about 13th century, although it may have been currently at an earlier date. So the author's basically saying that there are many iterations of this story. The first name version describes the acquisition of the stone in much the same terms as are employed in the story from the Gesta Romanarium, which is another cursed ring, but it was a Roman story, regarding the stone brought by a serpent to a blind Theodosius. So this is one of the Roman kings. What are they? The Caesars.
Go on.
Yeah, sorry. This book is like a really antique book, so it's like I have to like dust it off and shit.
Oh, cool.
Here also the serpent rings a bell outside the palace gates, and finally obtains justice against a toad which has secured possessions of its nest. Grateful for the service, the serpent appears before Charlemagne. When he is seated at the meat, he crawls up on the table, lifting the cover of a beaker, and drops in the precious stone. From this point, we have specifically Carolinian legend. Carolingian. So excuse me. Yeah.
Carolinian, actually.
Carolingian.
Yeah.
So
the silent G.
Why it's throwing me off is because I'm processing like that whole part about the serpent and the toad. This is all alchemical language that's encoded in the story. But the author's not going to reveal that because this is Friedrich Kuntz. He's like an occult author. So he's leaving it like breadcrumbs for people that know about the alchemical knowledge. So the serpent and the toad
you can't figure out if this serpent or the toad is me or Douglas.
No. It's like they represent alchemical substances. That's why it created the stone, and you have to like save it from something. It's like a code. It's like a secret code. But it just takes a while to get to the actual story. The stone possessed a hidden strange power.
Serpent. I was the serpent.
The stone possessed a hidden strange power by means of which it attracted the affections of the first owner to anyone who subsequently acquired it. Charlemagne gave it to his wife, and immediately all thoughts became centered with her. Naturally enough, she in no ways objected to this, but when she was taken dangerously ill, she could not endure the thought that some other woman would acquire the stone and take her place in Charlemagne's heart. Therefore, when at the point of death, she slipped it beneath her tongue, and soon thereafter expired. The power of the charm over Charlemagne's mind was so great that after his wife's body had been interred, he caused it to be exhumed and spent days and nights with it. This state of things continued for no less than 18 years, until, finally, one of Charlemagne's ministers discovered the cause of the enchantment and removed the stone from beneath the tongue of the corpse. Instantly the spell was broken, but all the emperor's regard was now directed toward his minister. whose presence became indispensable to him. Marking this and fearing that the gem might fall into unworthy hands, the minister threw it into a spring, which chanced to be that of the Aix-la-Chapelle. Even here the stone did not lose its power, and the palace became the favorite resort of Charlemagne, who established himself there and built a church and a palace nearby, the resting place of the charmed stone. So that's one iteration of the story. A somewhat different version of the tale given by Petrarch, who states that he had it from the priest of Aix-la-Chapelle. There is no mention of the serpent bringing a stone. The object of Charlemagne's love is not his wife, but a woman who possesses a magic ring. The emperor is so thoroughly infatuated that when she dies, he has the body decked out with gorgeous apparel, adorns it with precious stones, and refuses to leave. Anxious to relieve his sovereign from this obsession, the Bishop of Cologne prays to God for a solution of the mystery.
Never mind, that's not Douglas, because Douglas is body cold. I'm dead. He would not even be at the funeral.
And is told in a vision that the cause lies beneath the tongue of the corpse.
I'd be on an airplane to Bermuda too, so it's fine. That would not be us.
He then searches the place indicated and finds the gem set in a slender ring. When this is removed, Charlemagne regains his normal state and gazes with surprise and horror upon the object of his love. The story proceeds much in the same way as in the older German versions.
Do you feel that, Douglas, about your other love, the one that you like, the girl?
Do you want me to go through with this final one, or you kind of get the gist of what's going on?
I'm just trying to figure out if Douglas fucking regrets, because like, it's supposed to be fucking symbolic, right? So we should all feel it. To that point, where does Douglas feel this? So where is he fucking going to fucking do this in his life?
Oh my god. How do I get back into the call? So the
we're in the call? Or?
No, we're all in the call.
I hope this is recorded. Because
this is recorded. This is recorded. This is recorded. It's all worth your time.
It's recorded, all right. I'm making sure it's recorded.
The remains of Charlemagne and presumably whatever ornaments may have been buried with him were disinterred at Aachen, which is Aachen is where his palace is, and it used to be called I'm not good at French, but Aix-la-Chapelle, but it's now called Aachen because it's in Germany. And before France and Germany, there was just a big country a kingdom called Frankreich. So he was the king of both Germany and France, and that's why there's still beef to this day between, not beef, but they have a very close
yes, between Germany
lineage
and
of Christianity.
Yeah, between Germany and France, there was actually a buffer zone for centuries that people were fighting to formalize or manifest as the Lotharingian kingdom. And this became like a kind of a lost kingdom, almost like mythical. And that zone is also referred to as Austrasia, not Australia or Austria, but Austrasia. So that's the between Germany and France. But then go on. Yes, please.
Yeah, so his body was disinterred at Aachen in year 1000, by the order of German Emperor Otto III. The bare fact of the discovery of Charlemagne's bones is recorded in this early chronicle. But according to the legends of a later time, when the imperial crypt was opened, the emperor was seen to be seated on a marble throne, adorned with imperial vestures and ornaments. Such had been his persistent vitality that his fingernails had continued to grow after his death.
Cool.
And had pierced through the gloves on his hands.
Ooh, lovely. I like it. I like that image. It's very Liech-like. Go on.
Right.
I'm sorry, what the fuck do you think? His name was
this
Charlemagne. The entire time I was thinking he was a woman. Charlemagne.
Charlemagne is like the English anglicized version. It's Karl the Gross, the Great. Charlemagne the Great.
The Great Karl. Yes.
Yeah.
No, he's not a chick.
He's the first king of Christendom. This is a very important person. He fought off the Muslim invasion. He liberated all of
girls are getting their nails
Spain and France, etc. from the Muslim invasion. I mean, he's a very important figure.
By the way, I'm not laughing at that. But both Brooke and Crystal River were showing images of girls getting their nails done. No, while you're talking about this. You know,
they couldn't bear to let their nails go into their hands. You know?
Yes.
I feel it.
Oh my god. Oh,
yeah.
good.
You know how I know a bitch is not a lesbian or someone I want to sleep with when she has those fucking pointed fucking mouths. You are sadistic, and I don't want that.
But I think the point of bringing the story up is like this. It was historical fact, basically, because if they disinterred his body and found him sitting there with the ring on and shit, like this is like a real thing. Like this actually happened, and this is where Tolkien and various beings like fantasy writers got their inspiration for these stories, where the ring becomes an enchantment. Yeah. That's what this book is about by George Kunz. He's explaining how like these rings are considered, like a ring is a magical item, like from the dawn of time. It was never meant for any jewelry or visual prowess. It was always an enchantment. Yes. And it represents tying a knot. You tie a knot to someone's hand, and that's binding them to yourself, or binding them to a rock, or binding them to the enchantment, which is what the stone. That's why in the first story it was about a stone. Well, that stone was made into a ring, and Charlemagne kept it, or his girlfriend kept it, or however the iterations of the story go. But there was the fact is that there were magic enchanted rings that brought down entire countries, and that's what they didn't tell in this book. But after he died of that, they threw the ring into the river, and he basically went crazy. And that's why he spent all his money building Aachen. You can look this up. This is like real history. He basically went bankrupt and neglected his kingdom. So his children split up the kingdom into the 3 kingdoms of Christendom. And that's where all this that's why France is a different country, Germany is a different country, and then the Teutonic countries were also separated at that time. So there was like Germany, and then they went north. The Teutonic order went north to like Latvia, Lithuania, the Baltic countries. But this all stemmed from him going crazy, the first king of Christendom.
Oh my God, you're totally blaming Germany, which would mean you're totally blaming Douglas.
There wasn't even Germany
on me, which means you're blaming Douglas.
This is pre-German.
On what you just said. So like we need to go back to that fucker, and I need to hate him.
I mean, like pre-1800s, the term Germany was like a term of convenience. It was just
saying Douglas.
It was like an ethnos. It wasn't even an actual kingdom.
Douglas Dietrich would not exist. That's all I'm saying.
So does any of this have, like, are you able to make a connection between the ring that was given by Raphael to Solomon to fight the jinn?
Yeah. I mean, that ring
is there a parallel? That's what I'm wondering.
There's a parallel in the sense that ring also existed, and it's not just mythical. But that's a different story. I mean, it's in this book. If you want me to pull it up,
that would be interesting to see. What
Solomon's ring is a very interesting story, and he didn't fight the jinn with it. It allowed him to have control over the jinn, and that's how he built the temple.
Yes,
and that's how he built the Ishtar Gate. And there's really deep stuff that I've gone.
Tell her about the Ishtar Gate is in Germany.
The Ishtar Gate is the gate that guarded the city of Babylon.
Yeah, but it's been moved to Germany.
Ishtar Easter?
Yeah, that goddess. So they call it the Gate of Ishtar, but it's actually the gate of the opening of the portals to the Jinn world. And that's why the Babylonians had it as their like front gate, because they were trying to ward off these beings, and it allowed them complete secular control over the jinn, which is part of the reason why the jinn have so much hatred for human beings now, is because and that's why they did what they did to that area, like the Arabian Peninsula, like a lot of what's going on there.
What about the Solomon Islands when Japan and U.S.
That's just a Western name that they gave.
So you're talking about the same place.
But no. Solomon is the king of ancient Israel, like Sol On.
Solomon Islands.
The many wives.
No. Like, yeah. Let's not convolute that.
Well, what
Solomon
he
is
means to say is that the Solomon Islands were named because a bunch of
Yes.
Western missionaries gave it that
Yes.
name. It's not that there's a historical connection, albeit many of the Polynesians... Go on, honey. Go on.
I mean, the Japanese were the ones that literally you have documents saying that saw giants there and all kinds of, odd phenomena. And then we have gold mining there still to this day.
Yes. Oh, they have their share of paranormal phenomenon. Yes, definitely. Yes, they're very paranormal. These islands. There's yeah, I could go into that later. So by all means, continue, Brendan. Yes, with
Wait, where was I about this?
You were talking about Solomon.
Oh,
and
the Ishtar
fact,
Gate.
Yes, the Ishtar Gate.
So the Ishtar Gate was the Babylonians. I don't know how they found out, but I can pull up the article that I have saved about it. Or there's a whole book. There's a suppressed book about it, Douglas. I remember talking about this a long time ago. But
Yes.
basically, the Ishtar Gate was something that the Babylonians had control over, which is why they ruled over the region known as the Fertile Crescent, because they had secular control, or like actual slavery level control over the jinn.
Yes.
And they built their cities, and they did their bidding and everything. And
the jinn
the
built
jinn.
their cities and did their bidding.
the jinn
yes.
built all this and did what they were obligated because of the power of the Ishtar Gate by the gods, by like Marduk and all the gods of their pantheon, to serve the humans, which is why the jinn during the Islamic time and like the pre-Islamic time, they had such vitriol and hatred, and they were basically the villains because they were against humans. But they don't really tell you the story of why the jinn became, and I'm sure the jinn would appreciate
so embittered.
me telling.
Yeah, they don't. Go on.
So they have a beef with the humans because of what they did in that time, what the Sumerian Draconian Empire did to them, and that's like that's a whole story of like witchcraft and wizardry that like is lost to history basically. But the point is, they had the gate, the Ishtar Gate, which is now in the Berlin Museum,
right?
And it, because for it to work correctly, it has to be rebuilt and completely assembled, which the Germans did. The early German archaeologists excavated it in Iraq, and they brought it back piece by piece to the Berlin Museum of History. I'm trying to remember the name in English, where it's at. Hold on, let me look it up. But basically, they brought it back, but to this day, they only display half of the gate for some
Yes.
reason.
Well, we know why, because if they assemble the whole thing, then they're gating in everybody and their fucking jinn cousin, right? So, go on.
Yeah. Yes. So why is the Ishtar Gate in Berlin? The Ishtar Gate was excavated from 1899 to 1914 in a project led by German archaeologist Robert Koldewey. Pieces of the gate were smuggled out of Iraq in coal barrels and taken to Berlin. There, the part of the gate was reconstructed and put on display at Pergamon Museum in Berlin, Germany. So they never fully rebuilt it.
Right. For
why is
reasons
that?
we know. Yes, go on.
Yeah, because they had knowledge of its function. And that's why it is still 90 years later not rebuilt, even though they have all the pieces. There's obviously like the archaeologists know better,
Yes. Thank you.
So, and that's for it to last through multiple wars, like World War I and II and all that shit, that means it's heavily protected.
Yeah, through all the
by
fire
cosmic
bombings.
forces.
Yes, the cosmic forces protected it from all of this firebombing that destroyed everything else. Yes, go on, by all means.
Yeah. It's called the Neo-Babylonian Ishtar Gate. So this part of the gate that they show in the museum could even be like a reproduction in a sense. It was like a reproduction during the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Right? So they're giving the date 604 BCE to 562. It's in the Berlin State Museum, is what it's called now. Vorderstädtisches Museum, Staatliche Museen zu Berlin. So it's their version of like the British Museum, basically. Travelers to ancient Babylon were met with an astonishing sight. The gate was nearly 50 feet high and 100 feet wide, made of jewel-like blue-glazed bricks adorned with brass reliefs of dragons and bulls, dedicated to Ishtar, the goddess of fertility, love, and war. The main entrance was constructed for King Nebuchadnezzar II, 575 BCE. So that's just, there.
Yes.
There were also lions on it, so there's lions and different animals and these kind of strange carvings. I don't remember much about the occult significance of it. All I know is that it was that allowed them to control the jinn.
Yes, the occult significance is profound. It's what you have already expressed.
Or not the significance, the mechanism, the occult mechanism of how it works and all this stuff. Like I found the book, remember, Doug, I sent you the PDF and it just got lost. I don't remember it.
Yeah, same
It'll
here.
Take me a while to dig it back up.
Yes, please do so and send it to me again. So go on. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. And.
But I was gonna read the story from this book, so just.
Yeah.
Can you guys fill in while I find the page?
Oh sure. Absolutely.
Oh, Douglas.
Yes, honey.
I've been looking into the church historian Eusebius.
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about the Council of Nicaea and, his contributions that have sort of been written out as, as a rule from
his edits.
The Bible. And I just wondered if you had any information about this character in history, Eusebius.
Well, I think that I think that I probably have heard about him at some point, but I totally forgot.
Good. I stumped you. You're stumped. I stumped you.
I'm stumped. Yeah. No, in all fairness, I'm somewhat distracted because our lovely Brooke left. Let's see if we can bring her back on. Because now she's coming at me with she doesn't understand my painting, and so I will see if I can bring her back on just to try and put it in some context for her, because it's just like it's just unfair of her to conclude rape. She thinks I'm portraying myself raping someone.
What is she talking about? Is she talking about Doug's Bunny? What is she talking about?
No, she's not talking about Doug's Bunny. It was just a painting that I gave her right now. She says, either way, regardless of what Aquino told you, I don't live in a fucking goddamn painting. Wow. Oh, I mean, Jesus, that's a little... How would I say it? A little snippish, isn't it? I'll show it to you soon enough. Because she obviously doesn't appreciate
it's fine. She's probably tired. It's late.
She's going through
on the East Coast.
Yeah, and she's going through a lot. I mean, she behaved herself well. You
think?
Yeah.
She really held it together.
What was that?
She held it together really well tonight.
Yes.
I don't think she really had anything to get too mad about. But
yes.
Yeah, I when we were talking about the Council of Nicaea,
yes,
I was thinking about the church historian and his writings, his scribe.
It's funny when you said his name. I don't know if you heard that,
what was
Brendan, but the moment you said his name, it glitched. Yeah, the moment they glitched it when you said his name. So it's like the rest of your sentence was clear.
Eusebius.
Yeah, Eusebius. Yeah, and they glitched it at that. But yeah,
Eusebius.
It's still kind of garbled.
How do you spell it? Go ahead and.
Oh, I think it's an O-E-S.
It's E.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, it's E-U-S-E-B-I-U-S, and it's my paternal grandfather's name and his line. There's 3 of them in my paternal line.
Wow.
Euseb.
Wow.
It's such a strange name.
Yeah.
And I've only recently discovered its origin, which is as the church historian. as the scribe. And so I was looking into a lot of it, and it's mainly discussing the new translation, the New Testament.
Yes.
So, and
Eusebius, yes, Bishop of Caesarea.
Uzeb is the way we French people say it.
Okay.
Uzeb.
Yes.
Uzeb.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's pretty streamlined and but euphonic, and yes, I knew that all along. I'm kidding, of course. So and so obviously your family line was taking this kind of mantle on. It's interesting, or are they somehow ultimately descended from this individual?
That would be interesting to explore. I don't really know. It was such a strange name, and they all had it. Like up until my father, there were 3 of them, and as I've said before, I'm the oldest grandchild in a line of oldest sons. So it was all the oldest sons were Eusebius or Uzeb.
Wow.
So it depends. It's different documents have Eusebius, and then they anglicized it in America to Zip or Zeb.
Wow. Okay.
So there's other
those are like people you meet in the fucking Ozarks and Appalachians have names like that. Go on.
In French Canada, that's where they was in Quebec.
Yeah.
And the name itself.
No, I mean, but up in Canada, it was more like the more proper Uzeb, right? Uzeb, as opposed to you go down to the Appalachians and coal country, and then it becomes Zip or Zab, right?
Well, and in my mind, all the people reporting, all the people writing or transcribing the name were probably English, and all they were catching would be like the Zeb or the Zip.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So that that's in searching, I found quite a bit that turned out with just ZIP.
Wow.
Instead of the full translation of Uzeb. Like the military records were Zip como.
Wow. Interesting. Okay. That's
in the French, it's the I and the E are transliterated from English.
Yes.
So when you see an E in French, it typically makes the I sound in English, and the opposite is true also. The I will in most cases be translated with an E in English.
Wow. Okay. I mean, you're dealing with anthropological linguistics, Brendan. Have some input into this, I'm sure. And I'll go mute for a few seconds. I just finished some liquid Coke. I'm going to rinse the taste out of my mouth. As Amy says, no need to get repetitive of myself. Everybody knows why. I'll be back in a few moments. And in the meantime, by all means, hold the stage. Thank you. Yes.
Sure. Did you find the Raphael story, Brendan?
Yes, I found this version of the story. It's a bit different. Hold on, let me switch back here so I can hear you.
I'm still here.
We can go into Eusebius in a bit, maybe another day. It's very interesting in the early church, and he's from the Syriac Orthodox, which is like this
Aramaic, right?
Aramaic era kind of Christianity, the very early Christians, which I am also, my lineage actually comes from that region of the world. And we are some of the earliest Christians. So this is the magic and talismanic rings. From their close contact with the person, as well as their symbolic form, the significance of many designs engraved upon them, and the supposed virtues of the stones set in them, some rings have enjoyed the repute of possessing magical powers, both in ancient and medieval times, and much later. In a number of cases, we can find some clue to the attribution of a special virtue to a magic ring. In other cases, however, the circumstances leading to this are no longer to be ascertained. we must content ourselves with the fact that such and such a ring, or type of rings, has been thought to have such and such a mysterious influence. No ancient talisman enjoyed a greater repute in medieval legend than the Ring of Solomon, or Solomon's Seal, as it is often called. An Arab legend tells that by means of the power inherent in his ring, the Hebrew king was able to succeed in all of his undertakings. However, for the space of 40 years he was deprived of its aid, as he once thoughtlessly took it off by his hand, and he was in the bath, and it was carried away by the malevolent genius, meaning a genie. At the end of the 40 years, it was found again in the body of a fish, served on the monarch's table. In rabbinical legend, this ring is said to have been set with a marvelous precious stone, perhaps a diamond, which served as the magic mirror wherein Solomon was able to see reflected the image of any distant place or any persons in regard to whom he wished to be informed. Let's see. Yeah, there's a citation here for some very old text that I don't even recognize. A variant of the legend we have just been given is found in the Arabian tradition, which recounts that Solomon was so infatuated with a female prisoner, the daughter of a Gentile prince named Amina, that he entrusted her to care of his precious signet, given to him by the 4 angels that presided over the 4 elements. A mighty jinn succeeded in gaining possession of this ring, and by its power assumed Solomon's form, at the same time changing that unhappy monarch's appearance to such an extent that his courtiers no longer recognized him, and drove him from his kingdom. However, one of Solomon's ministers was shrewd enough to see through the disguise of the jinn, and proceeded to exorcise the evil spirit by reciting certain verses of the law, meaning the Hebrew, like the Torah, the law. The jinn fled, affrighted, and dropped the ring into the sea. Here it was swallowed by a fish, and in due time the fish was caught by Solomon, who had entered the employ of a fisherman. This is after he loses his kingdom. Once again, in possession of his ring, Solomon soon regained his kingdom. The great Persian poet Hafiz of Shiraz thus uses Solomon's seal to point a moral. Matters of beauty other there be besides sweet speech, and Solomonhood by a seal ring alone is not begot. And then the next one is the Tale of Gigi's, but I don't think we should go there right now.
Well, I'm definitely impressed by all that you managed to bring up tonight. So I think Brooke was seeking some kind of like relevance to her relationship with myself. Is that what you get out of this, Amy? This kind of like, because she was like bringing up, oh, is that Doug or is that, you know, which one is? It's kind of like what I got out of that.
What are you talking
about?
I'd like to comment on it. I just don't actually feel like I'm an expert. Yeah, I don't know what exactly caused her to take off. I mean, you know, maybe she had to use a bathroom.
No, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about earlier when she was speaking, when our man Brendan was talking about the ring with Charlemagne. And then she kept saying, well, is that Douglas? Or, okay, or is that me? It was like she was trying to find personal relevance in the story being related. Does that make sense? That's what I thought was going on.
The serpent and you're talking about the serpent and the toad thing.
Yeah, too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's Douglas or me, the serpent or the toad. Okay, so that's where that was coming in too. Yes. So I got bits and pieces of that. Okay, so... yeah, at any rate,
Douglas, you don't represent all of Germany.
I don't. No, I don't. No.
Not even like a part of it, really.
Yeah. That was funny that she. That's where it got kind of interesting. Yeah. So she was saying we have to blame Charlemagne for Douglas is what she was saying. So I mean we shouldn't overdwell on it. I mean half the time she's trying to be funny, but yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So there you go. I
think she'll do all right. She'll recover.
Yeah. Oh no, she's fine. She's fine. Yeah, I mean, as fine as can be considering all the trauma she's been put through. But that's the horror of this occult assault. Were you able to recommend to her anything that might help? Either one of you?
Well, I don't know if it is going to help. When we're talking about this ring, and I don't know if it was part of the text that said it might be a diamond because of its reflection. What I was thinking was that it could possibly be obsidian, which is what they used to use for scrying. They would make mirrors of obsidian.
Yes.
Scrying, so that, I mean, get an obsidian ring. That's my
It's
advice.
related to that. In early Judaism, there were a lot of mineral. They had a lot of, minerals, and that's why they're, the word jeweler is actually coming from those beings,
Huh.
The Jews, the jewelry, all of that stuff, because they had the breastplate of the high priest, the Cohen breastplate of the 12 stones, and it had like adamantine. It had all these different things in it going for it. So, yeah.
Yes,
that's an interesting observation. But you can see where Tolkien gets a lot of his inspiration, because in Tolkien there's like the seeing stones, the Palantir, where like the Numenorians were able to look into the Palantir and see what they wanted to see, or so he's getting a lot of inspiration from these ancient legends, which was his forte anyways, but he's able to synthesize and create his own mythology. Yeah.
Yes, and that's where Brandon Young and John Evans, came in and then left us.
Yes, unfortunately.
Did they leave us, or did they just miss that you're now on Peter Moon's channel?
Oh, it's a long story. It's kind of
they're still with us, but it's like I don't know where.
Well, kind of. Yeah, they're still with us physically. It's it's one of those things I'll get into privately with you, Amy. But basically, but that being said,
and this is kind of like the story of the ring, where he like loses the ring and then he gains it back.
Yeah.
And it's like the way Tolkien describes like the Sauron ring. Like he loses it and then he gets thrown into the water, and then a hobbit finds it, and then he's trying to get it back. It's like it's this kind of motif he's using.
Yes.
And what's interesting is the story of this, like where the fish is eating the ring and then he regains his kingdom through that. There's actually like a Vedic story where this is like a very strange motif where the fish eats something, and then it comes back. Like this cycle comes back, has to do with the fish. And so in the Vedic story, there was this divine weapon, an astra, that was used on the battlefield during the Mahabharata war, the War of the Gods. And it was so egregious. It was basically like a nuke. It was like so egregious that they crushed it up and threw it in the water. And a fish ate or swallowed a piece of this. It was called a divine mace, but it was basically like a nuclear weapon or some kind of divine weaponry. And so the fish eats it. Then this, at the end of the Dwapara Yuga, which is the last Yuga before this descending Yuga, the Krishna's time to pass on was coming close, and he knew it. So Krishna goes out to have, he's just walking around near the river, right? And a fisherman finds this fish and finds like what he thinks is an arrowhead inside of the fish's belly. So he makes an arrow out of it. And while this fisherman goes hunting, he comes across Lord Krishna lying against a tree and mistakes him for a beautiful deer and just
shoots
the arrow at him.
Ugh.
And it hits like Krishna in the toe and kills him.
Ah!
And that's how Krishna passes from this world, according to that Mahabharata story. So there's this very interesting like arc of like whatever it's called, the this motif of like something getting lost in the ocean.
Yeah, the arc of narrative.
And then the fish gets brought back via the fish, and then it gets used and the item gets returned or something happens, right? So that's just my observation there.
Yes, but it's a good one.
And what Hafiz is saying, he's saying matters of beauty other there be, besides sweet speech, and Solomon Hood by a seal ring alone is not begot. So he's saying that basically just the beauty of the ring alone is not compared to its power, right? Like essentially is what Hafiz is saying there.
Great. Now I need to get how do I say this? Somehow I closed my screen on where we're live, but I'm going back there now, connecting right back. So there might be some noise. No, it's still silent. So our episode's still on. We still have at least a dozen people watching, which means that the numbers are at least double our 3 or 4 times that, really. They upload, and then you see that a few hundred people were watching. With my channel, it would be twice as much, but Peter doesn't have that many subscribers. So for his channel, we're holding strong. So we still have a lot of people listening. So people do find an interest in this. And I think that both of you... So what's it like for you, Amy, is staying up this late? About this time should be about 3 a.m. where you're at? Something like that?
Yeah, I'm holding up pretty good. I did have to take a break and have a smoke, but...
You sound good. You sound great. Yeah, your voice is...
I'm doing pretty good. I'm not, I'm not making any promises for how long it's going to last.
Oh, well, no worries.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
I mean, just so everybody knows, this is hopefully the last night we're on Peter Moon's channel for a little while. And hopefully, because our man Brendan's leaving in about a week, I don't know if he can teach me how to simulcast on Rumble by that time. I doubt it. So... we're going to have to try and hold the YouTube channel till our man Brendan comes back. And then
I don't even want to put that out there that you're not going to be able to. I think it's so easy. I think you're going to simulcast and your audience is going to be huge. Like you've said, your plan is to make your audience larger so that you can help more people. And I think that's the tool that you need, is to be broadcasting on other people's channels at the same time and or on different platforms. I don't think it's necessarily going to fall to Brendan to fix it all. I think you're going to be able to figure it out. It's not going to be that hard.
I think you give me a lot of credit.
Give you a lot of credit because you're still here. You've been doing this for how long on YouTube? On the worst one that we could pick?
Yeah. Go on. Oh yeah, you mean like Revolution Radio? Yeah, the absolute or something else was on your mind?
Well, no, I'm just saying that we need to just take stock of how much I've
survived. Yeah. Oh yeah. The worst one. Originally it was that My Stick Warrior with our favorite homeless person. By that I'm being completely sarcastic, and that was Amber Rose Dio, of course, and it's just like a whole story behind that for everybody listening. She was definitely a Crowleyite Thelemist, this Thelemite sorceress who just like so many people I see practicing with magic, whether it was her or Jameson Reese. I mean, their lives are shit. I mean, I don't know what these people think they're going to get out of magic, and they keep practicing it, and their lives are shit. I mean, you saw that, Brendan. I mean, you noticed that with all these people. I mean, what the fuck? Why do they keep going back to it? I mean,
I was gonna mention that earlier when Brooke was like, they're gonna get blowback for what they've done, and I was just gonna send rhabdomyolysis.
Yeah. There you go, and we know James,
and dialysis.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, rhabdomyolysis and dialysis. Yeah, good examples of what happens to these people. I mean, but of course,
and bowel cancer and all these different things.
yeah,
It's
bowel
like,
cancer.
You don't really have to do much.
Yeah.
What is it called?
Oh, so Crystal asks us to please specify black magic. So yes, we mean dark magic, where people are trying to hurt others. It's all a question of intent. So the intent is negative. Well, you get negative feedback. I mean, this is what happens. You play with fire, you're going to get burned. So thank you, Crystal. It's an important point to be made. And
I mean, there's like
Where is-
black, white, gray, and
Is she in the chat?
Crystal's on the she's on the kind of, it's basically she's basically writing me messages in her account. So here's a screen share so that you can see this lovely young lady, Crystal River, that I've been speaking to. And so Crystal River is of course the young lady who was essentially in a very real sense the last girlfriend of Max Spears before he was murdered, and she's definitely the one that is hated by Sarah Rachel Adams for that fact, because Sarah Rachel Adams wants a total control over the narrative. So I sent her a painting which she appreciated of her painting the town, because I feel that fits her personality. So Crystal appreciated that, but when I tried to send Our Lady Brooke Gibson, I said, oh, here's the painting, and I sent her a painting of a devil loving, the typical blonde angel spinning her halo around. And instead of, appreciating that, she says, rape? With a question mark. I mean, I don't get rape out of that myself, but it's, I meant, really? Either way, regardless of what Kino told you, I don't live in a fucking goddamn painting. I mean, other people might say thank you, but hey,
she just needs some rest.
Yeah, that's yes.
Well, thank you for clarifying what the image is, because
Yes.
I'm very visual.
Yes.
And it's hard for me to understand until I can see stuff. So thank you for showing all that.
Yes, thank you. And so what Crystal River was doing was she was trying to she's sending me abalone, because she knows I dearly love abalone, an Asian comfort food. And so there we are with that. And sent her a few other images, of course, that were nice photograph that I felt was conducive to the mood there. So she was looking for all this abalone for me after all, and I was selecting it. It's amazing how they I purchased some things from the Asian stores, and I didn't notice this till I got home. One of the abalone cans I had purchased, which was from mainland China, I purchased one from Taiwan and one from mainland China. And the one from mainland China had a sticker on it, cancer warning. And then I noticed that the garlic and kind of like shrimp crispy garlic and hot pepper condiment that I had brought, which is kind of like what they put as a paste on top of their pho, or some Americans call it pho. It's really the Vietnamese pho, the noodle soup. I noticed that also, that made in Thailand, that one, had a cancer warning. And I was like, Jesus, what's all this shit from Asia now having cancer warnings? What's this shit? Any ideas, Brendan?
Yeah, it's a California law that if it's called like Prop 65. But
okay,
also
so what's it
because
about?
it's because it's like if it has more lead than our state's threshold, which is extremely low, it has to be labeled. So it's like pretty much everything I see from India even has it. It's like it's compulsory basically to import to California.
Okay,
because our levels are so strict.
Yeah,
it's like it basically has to be like 0 lead and shit. So if it has anything traceable, it's like it's Prop 65. They have to label it. So even potato chips, they have acrylamide, so they have to label some of them.
Oh my God! So Crystal River is telling me California, they put that label on everything to make money, right? I guess. I mean,
I mean, in a way, it protects us, but it's gone out of hand. Like, let's just put it that way.
Okay,
it's theoretically there to protect us, but it's gotten like so out of hand. Yeah.
So she says they're putting that for even furniture. So I'm gonna put my
they put it on shit that's like offensive. Like they put it on like I bought a thing of vitamin C once, and it was like may cause cancer. It's like, fuck you guys.
Oh, that reminds me. Somehow you and I are gonna have to arrange because she gets these kind of like liquid drop vitamin C for me, which she thinks is the most efficacious. And but I prefer that lipo vitamin C that you like.
Oh yeah,
which
the
is
lipospheric.
gelatinous.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to find a way for you to get that to me and how I can reimburse you. We'll have to find a way to do that. We can talk about that when you
Plausible.
get back. Yeah.
Because last time it got sabotaged by that.
Yeah.
Let's not go there.
Yeah, we won't go there. It's well, basically all the Urdu and Hindi speaking goobers that they use.
It was like the Hindu versus Hindi versus Urdu bastards.
Yeah,
like they have so much beef with each other that it causes problems.
It's
Pakistan versus India is all we're saying.
Yes, and they hate each other and they point nukes point blank at each other and it's just a horror story without end. And so I was telling people about Salman Sheikh with his stupid video he was putting up of God wants you to dance, and I was saying then he starts shaking his ass saying this is the Salman Sheikh, and but there's no shit coming out of that ass because it's all coming out of his mouth, but it was like he was shaking a salt shaker or something, saying it's the Salman Sheikh, and and he wonders why nobody watches.
Actually happened? That's grotesque.
Yes, he wonders why no one watches his videos. Basically that would be like subjecting yourself to some kind of abuse. And as Our Lady Crystal says about California, homeless encampments are completely healthy, right, Newsom? And the homeless encampments are overwhelming us. They truly are. Yeah. We are drowning in them. We are drowning.
You should see Sacramento. It's like,
what's it like in Sacramento? Oh my fucking God!
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's bad. I live by one of the most notorious places. It's like, it's like imagine Skid Row, but it's like 10 miles of like one specific road in Sacramento by the railroad tracks.
Holy shit!
And it's just like, they clear it out, and then, I mean, down the street, like right at the end of my street right here is like, they have like, there's like a railroad track and a bunch of like mattresses, and I saw the homeless people. They were like they had like a lawnmower, and they were like cleaning up this like ditch where they all sleep and shit. It was interesting.
Oh my God! How does the lawnmower clean up the ditch for them? How does that work?
I don't know. It just like it cuts like the dry brush and then like starts a fire, so they all like die. I don't know. It's just like they don't think stuff through. They're all in crack and
my God, it's so
fentanyls
true.
And stuff.
Oh fuck! It's
but like they keep like Union Pacific manages the track, but they keep clearing it out, and then they'll just come back, and it just comes back, and then it's like never ending.
Yes.
So, to the point where last year, like, they were having like straight up like fire, like a little campfire, and it was like on the railroad tracks. Pretty much, it was just ridiculous. Like, it's amazing we're even getting goods shipped across the railroad tracks at this point.
Yeah, thank you. I mean,
because of the homeless people.
Yeah, and I hear them at night, like,
because of the homeless people.
Yeah, they'll honk the horn, like, just warning people, like they're not gonna stop. Like, I'm sure tons of people have died.
Yeah,
on the tracks.
They
must.
It's
just, like, they don't stop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're literally backing up, and then down by the river near downtown Sacramento, the levees are compromised because there are people camping on them, and it's deteriorating the levees. So the Army Corps of Engineers had to come out and literally clear out people because it's eroding the levees to the point where it could fail and destroy our entire like fields, crops, and freeways and shit. Like, it's literally like beyond a health hazard. It's like on the level of terrorism.
Yes, this is like this is dystopian. This is dystopian. Jesus fucking Christ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm left speechless. It's incredible, and we're one of the largest economies in the world, and this is like collateral damage of that.
Right.
Well, and we know.
I'm not defending New Scum or anything. It's just, Like he brought it. He just expanded his range. And I'm obviously being facetious because one politician can't create all of this. That's kind of the problem with these kind of like one what is the word for it? Where you just like say, oh, it's Biden's fault. It's like, dude's not even doing anything. It's like, and then saying like, oh, Trump's gonna fix everything. It's like these people have entire teams and there's hierarchies within hierarchies and departments within departments and compartmentalization. Like, no, you can't just say, oh, it's just this one group of people doing, like it's just like a childish way of thinking to say, oh, Newsom destroyed art, thing. I'm not saying he's a good guy or anything, but it's like, it's very, you can't, what is it called? Broad strokes kind of mentality.
Well, I feel like it's very dismissive of the problem. Like, exactly. I understand your frustration of like, having all these homeless people that just, they are wrecking the levees. Like, yeah, well, maybe somebody should think about the fact that there's 6 empty homes for every single homeless person. Where is the leadership who is putting these homeless people into homes, getting them into some kind of therapy for their substance abuse issues? There, there's this structure.
It's a very complex issue.
Yeah, the structures are there. Clearly, they're not working.
You have to also bring into account, like, the reason why people can't get a hold of it is because they're going off of, like, economic or rationale. Is, like, a lot of these people don't have, like, they're not spirited beings. They're, like, NPCs. Like, to put like
characters.
A pop culture term.
Yes.
Yeah, they're, like, NPCs where, like, a lot of these, especially in SF and stuff, like, a lot of those beings walking around, they're not, like, actually there. They're like entities, like they're like empty vessels with like entities going in and out and using their bodies to walk around and do weird stuff. And that's why, like I want to say like a lot of these, even here in downtown Sacramento, it's like probably about half of the homeless people are those kind of empty suit type, non-spirited beings, NPCs, because like, yeah, I've had experiences. I don't really want to go into it, but I've seen them, manifest the creatures inside of them manifest in ways that are not nice.
Yes.
And then it's usually due to drugs.
Yeah.
Compromising the body, for one, and then secondly, it's like the beings kind of just like, it's called schizophrenia nowadays, but their minds fragment due to government programming and evil shit that's going on, as Douglas has brought out. And so it's a compound issue where no one knows the real, like there's no solution because they can't acknowledge that. Like they just think, oh, if we put money into this department or we give them a place to stay, it's like that's only going to solve, even if you give them a house, it's only going to solve like 10% of the cases. So it's such a complex issue.
Yeah, I mean,
if we had like an NASDP style government or like a Taiwanese style government, it wouldn't exist. Like in China, there's basically no homeless people. The homeless people that are out there, like the CCP, like they get paid to like sweep the streets and shit, and they get like a bowl of rice to like sweep all day. It's like you can't be that. Like they don't give you an option,
Thank you. And by the way, so what our man Brendan is expressing is that because of the National Socialist inspired or modeled governments of much of Asia, you don't have this phenomenon. Now, just to clarify things, there are details, of course, to this, nuances and everything. In communist China, definitely there are people who are, in a sense, homeless, and it's very brutal, the existence there. Taiwan, you don't have that. In Japan, the problem manifests very differently, but it's pretty much as our man Brendan said.
In Japan, it's mostly for males.
Yeah.
Because the females have a huge support system, even like welfare. But the males are the only real homeless, like rough sleepers in all of Japan. And even then, it's like a percentage compared to us, like small.
Yeah, minuscule. But such being said, but when you speak, Amy, about the how do I say this? The homeless problem. Obviously, Amy has a shall we say, experience with this. And but you're yourself. You're not hooked on some kind of narcotic substance that is consuming your life. You're not mentally disturbed. So you're just you're someone whose situation is somewhat unique. And so with many of these homeless people, giving them home is not a solution, because they would just trash it. They just trash it. So it's they are where they are because they can't maintain a home. It's like you have to kind of prove that you can maintain one to get on this waiting list for Section 8 housing, so that you don't try. And half the people who get into that trash their homes anyway. So when it comes to their lifestyle, they have issues where one of the problems that is, some would say, is that we did away with the insane asylums that existed. Ronald Reagan closed them all effectively. So we have very few asylums, which would otherwise maintain so many of these people.
Sanitariums, right, quote unquote.
Yeah, though it's hard for me to imagine that even if we had a working system of asylums, that's
kind of like the rug sweeping technique.
Just
gets them off the.
I don't imagine even if we had a working system of the asylums, it's hard for me to imagine that they would be able to handle as many people as we see who are homeless. It's just the homeless. There's so many of them, and even when America was rich. So when say for instance, now someone wrote "Be right back," so I got to figure out which one was that. That's Brendan. Okay, so when America was rich, which was the '80s, and we were just rolling in money, and I mean pretty much back then the big drug of choice was cocaine, and that's a working man's drug. Cocaine was the drug of attorneys and medical doctors. So when it comes to that kind of drug, it was the product of a age when people were basically making it. And so even in an age like that, you remember Rajneeshpuram? That was the city built by Bhagwan Rajneesh. And Rajneeshpuram... I'm sorry, honey?
I don't remember that. I don't have any. Didn't...
Oh, okay. So what happened, honey, was that in Northwest Oregon, I'll make it short. I'll just summarize it. In Northwest Oregon, this Asian Indian guru, who later on became essentially, how would I say it, persona non grata. In other words, kind of exiled, not welcome in pretty much every continent on Earth, except maybe Antarctica. But he could never make it there. And he wouldn't be welcome there either. But this guy, this Bhagwan Rajneesh, was pretty much outlawed all over the world. But before it got to that point, when he was finally outlawed from America, his last bastion, or his last place of refuge, he established himself in Northwest Oregon with his cult that was following him as a guru. And they built an entire city. And they wanted to take over the neighboring city of conventional people. They basically had this restaurant they opened up called Zorba the Buddha, and they planned their assassinations there. They even brought in people as guests to eat there who they planned on assassinating. These were like the mayor of the city, various officials that were coming to investigate Rajneeshpuram, because you had this entire community that was expanding at an unprecedented pace. And how they expanded it was to steal all the votes and take over the community by outvoting everyone else. And they brought in all these extra votes by shipping in massive amounts of homeless people. So they had their own hospital on site. They had trained doctors who were part of the cult, and these doctors were mass producing at an industrial scale Haldol, which is this extremely dangerous psychoactive drug that's meant to control psychotics. And that's how they kept the homeless people in line. So they shipped in thousands and thousands of homeless people and just kept them in line with Haldol to turn them into zombies. and used them all to vote out everybody in town and just take over the entire city. I mean, this is like a nightmare scenario where they then proceeded to brew supermassive amounts of biological weapons and were planning to wipe out the population of the United States so they could repopulate it. And the FBI had to come in and bust them all. So this was like, you know who a primary member of that cult was? John Hogue.
Manson.
No.
Who?
John Hogue. John Hogue is one of their biggest propagandists. So John Hogue is on, he's brought on to Art Bell all the time, brought on to George Noyes Coast to Coast, and he just drones on profoundly. John Hogue is a fucking Bhagwan Rajneesh cult member who was planning the eradication of the American population.
So this is making me think about how you were concerned about Silicon Valley being overrun
by Asian Indians.
Yeah.
Yeah. These are the guys who are. Go on.
This is the precedent.
Yes.
This is the guy in Oregon.
Yeah.
Who let it be known this is how you do it, and so that's what I was thinking is how you were concerned about the Brahmin class using their classism, their caste system, within Silicon Valley, within tech.
Yes, absolutely. And I was pointing out to people that you see it reflected in San Francisco. San Francisco is a caste system based on the Asian Indian caste system. That basically you have the techies, the tech lords. The tech lords at the very top, they're the Brahmin caste. And then you have the techies who are doing the software programming and shit below them. They're the warrior class, the Aryans. Which were the warrior class of ancient India. And then beneath that you have the merchants, which are just this kind of petty middle class in San Francisco that has been squeezed out of existence. So in effect no longer exists because nobody can afford to pay the rental property prices here to maintain a business. So small business has disappeared. And then you have the Untouchables, the Untouchable caste, which is not a caste, of course. It's technically not a caste because they're classless, they're rejected. And that's all the homeless. They're seething.
Well, there was the Shudra. The Shudra is like the workers.
Thank you.
The people that make your food and clean your toilets.
Thank you. They're beneath the business class, the merchants. And so these...
And then there's one... Then the Untouchable is like outside of the four.
Thank you. That the only thing they do is do things like collect garbage and shit, refuse collection and shit, and they spend half their time raiding the garbage. Yeah, and so that's the homeless. I mean, when me and Beaver were driving around just the other day, there was some guy looking happy as a pig in shit because he found full trays of McDonald's thrown away in his trash can that he's looking through, and he was just gorging on it, right there at the can. And it's like these people, of course, are capable of.
To be fair, McDonald's probably stays fresh for like days, even in a trash can.
Of course, yeah. In all fairness, thank you.
I'm being facetious, but
yeah, because it was never fresh in the first place. Yeah,
the amount of preservatives will keep the maggots at bay for like months.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Oh my God. So when it comes to the I'm sorry. Yeah, honestly, it's just unspeakable, the sights we see. But when it comes to these people, many of the homeless are capable of acts of heinous violence. And they are, and they'll raid the lower classes first, basically the workers who are, as a matter of fact, good example of this was, dig this shit, in the Tenderloin area. They were trying to open up a Whole Foods or Real Foods, some shit like that. And they spent thousands and thousands, I'm talking about like hundreds of thousands of dollars, renovating some building to open this business in as part of the gentrification campaign. And then they had to close it because all their workers were getting literally physically assaulted, going in and out of work. And they said, like, we had to close it because we know if we kept it open even for another day, someone was going to die. And so, what a waste of time and money that was. So, there's attempts to gentrify, but the opposite is happening. There's an increasing ghettoization. So the moment you step outside the door, you're in danger. It's pretty much a jungle, truly, out there. And it's so when you think about that, that's in the towers, the residential towers, you got these wealthier people that are the technical class, and then above them are, of course, the moguls, the overlords. So it's basically those two classes and the homeless now, with the merchants and the workers just disappearing. The workers all have to come in from out of town. Like the black African American engineer who came to fix my cable box, he came from San Jose. To come here because they don't have a single engineer that can afford to live in San Francisco. So the Comcast guy had to come from San Jose. It's like. Yeah, it's we're the wave of the future. You're going to see the rest of the country turn like this because this is what the Asian Indians want. This is how they live back in India, and you come to America to import their shit here. I mean, you're better off with the goddamn Chinese communists than these assholes. So that's the nightmare scenario we're in. If I had my choice, I wouldn't let Asian Indians program my fucking computers. I mean, the fact that they're programming our computers is disgusting. But Brendan, I mean, it's like, all about the caste system and how these people are importing their quote unquote values and what's going on here. It's how many of them are now presidents or CEOs of various American companies? Asian Indians? I mean, quite a few.
The majority. They're in the federal government too.
Yeah.
But these beings are like, they're from like bloodlines that kind of like the European bloodlines. They're like on the level of like Masonic bloodlines. It's like the lines of Ashoka, or like they have these, like the story of like the 9 unknown men and shit. Like these kind of, they have this kind of like mystique about them.
Yeah.
Where their lineages are protected, kind of like the European royalty.
Yes.
And then they infiltrate the governments and stuff. It's like a deliberate way. They're like a deliberate infiltration.
Yes. Yeah.
So
I mean, truly subversive. Truly subversive.
Subversive, yeah.
And sinister. Yeah. It's
Fabian style.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent way of describing it.
The Fabian society,
Yeah.
What they did to the West is like they have the East has their cults that do the same.
It's so we've got to prepare ourselves for what's going to be a tremendous dislocation that these people are bringing about. I mean, they're one factor in bringing it about. I mean, but just to give people an example of how they deal with this in places like Black Africa, I mean, literally they would make these people wear tires around their necks and set them on fire, what they call the burning necklace. When it came to the Asian Indian communities, they would eradicate them because the Asian Indian communities would come into Black Africa and just, rape the economy, just take over while the blacks are like left as the untouchable class in their own continent. It's like even Gandhi was like part of this when he was like helping the South Africans.
I saw that. I was about to say. Yeah.
Thank you. I can help you develop a buffer between you and the blacks. Yes. Yeah, we bring in Asian
Indians.
Indians.
He was a South African lawyer. People don't realize he was a lawyer, an Indian lawyer in South Africa. And
Thank you. Yes. Yes.
He did some pretty crazy shit. He helped, like, pretty much not establish apartheid, but he definitely didn't help the situation. Of what was going on there.
Yeah. Let's put it that way. Yes, my Asian Indian.
And that's being nice.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. My Asian Indian people, they can act as buffer between blacks and you. Yes, and and then the Asian Indians were all complaining because they showed him on that clone high school and shit, shaking his ass, and because he was known as a party animal while he was growing up and shit. And I don't even know if I should use the term growing up because I don't know if he ever.
2005 BBC article. Yeah. Mahatma Gandhi was a racist? Question mark.
No shit. I love it. Send me the link. Link.
I shall. It was written in 2015, so there's some truth to it, I'm sure.
Yes.
An author's new controversial book on Gandhi's work and lives in South Africa certainly believes so. South African academics Ashvini Desfar and Ghulam Wahed spent several years exploring the complex story from when he lived in their country. He's talking about South Africa, 1893 to 1914, and he campaigned, quote unquote, campaigned for the rights of Indian people there, meaning South Africa.
Yeah.
Which is a nice way of saying he was trying to segregate everyone else from the Indians.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gandhi kept the Indian struggle, quote unquote, separate from that of the Africans and coloreds, even though the latter were also denied political rights on the basis of color and could also lay claim to being British subjects, quote unquote. So when the Indians were in South Africa, they considered themselves higher because they were white British subjects, quote unquote, but they just took advantage of them.
Oh yeah, it was like they were lighter skinned. It's kind of like the Korean, kind of like the Korean business owners in black communities. Where they're fleecing the black community, and the black community's got nowhere else to go except the corner store, and the Koreans jack up the prices and shit, and just and then basically shoot black kids who come in saying that they're shoplifting and shit. Which they probably are because nobody can afford to buy anything at those prices. So.
Right. Here's a Gandhi quote that no one ever fucking quotes. 1893, Gandhi wrote in the Natal Parliament, wrote to them saying, quote unquote, quote, general belief seems to prevail in the colony that the Indians are a little better, if not at all, than savages or the natives of Africa, quote unquote.
Yeah, God.
And then he says, he wrote to a health officer in Johannesburg, 1904, that the council, quote unquote, must withdraw Kafirs from the unsanitary slum called the Coolie location, quote unquote, where a large number of Africans lived alongside Indians. Another quote about the mixing of Kafirs, meaning Indians.
But by the way, no, Kafir. But just to explain to people how offensive this is. The word kafir, kafir is the South African word for nigger. Where it comes from is the ancient Muslim term for the unbelievers in Africa, because Africa was mostly shamanistic and animist. So when the Muslims came in, they called the Dark Continent, they called it Kafraria, because it was the land of the unbelievers. So they said this is the land of the unbelievers. So they originally meant it to imply infidel. But then the whites, the Dutch Christians and other Portuguese and other people took that and ran with it, and it came to mean nigger. And so they would use kafir, they'd say that, and kafir was meant to be as insulting as the word nigger. And so when when Gandhi is saying, hey, you got to take the kafirs out of here, he's basically saying you got to take the niggers out of here. And this is like an educated man saying this. I mean, he's disgusting. Go on, Brendan. Yes.
Okay, kafir in Arabic comes from the root kafir, which means to cover something, implying that the kafir sees the truth of Islam but covers it, quote unquote. They are seen as the sworn enemies of Islam and Muslims. That's why God will punish them by putting them into eternal hellfire. That's how the Arabic.
Just delightful. Sounds like Salman Sheikh. He's gonna burn in hell for eternity because he doesn't like me doing the Salman Sheikh dance. Yeah, where I shake my ass.
There's so many quotes of this so-called Mahatma. He's not, but this Gandhi creature.
Yes.
He's talking about about the mixings of the Kafirs with the Indians, I must confess, I feel most strongly, meaning he agrees with fucking getting rid of them.
Yeah.
And then he said he wrote, the
Fuck,
same
I
year
thought he was
wrote-
talking about race mixing, and I was like thinking, when have you
No,
ever
he's
seen
saying the
a
opposite.
case of Asian Indians and blacks ever fucking? I mean, I've never even
That's
seen
that's like a Black Russian. It's like they
Yeah.
had him as an anime character in one of these animes.
Yeah, that's right. That's
The-
right.
the
That was
Black
the Black
Russian
Russian
butler
guy.
was
Yes,
like-
but you know
Yeah.
what? That's actually based on historical fact because the Soviet
Yes,
Union
thank
imported blacks from Africa just to say, see, we Soviets mean just collective, all races, including blacks. We have blacks too. Is what they were.
And he was in the anime. He was a butler. He was like the classy servant. Yeah.
Yeah. So go on about this. Yes, this Gandhi creature and his.
But yeah, so yeah, what Gandhi was saying, he says, the same year he wrote that unlike the African, the Indian had no war dances, nor does he drink Kafir beer. When Durban was hit by a plague in 1905, which is, I believe, the capital or one of the bigger cities there in South Africa, Gandhi wrote that the problem would persist as long as Indian and Africans were, quote unquote, herded together indiscriminately at the hospital, quote unquote.
Real son of a bitch.
So he's basically saying that the Africans are like plague carriers and shit, and like, you know, I'm sure this is like very doctored for the article because you know he's saying some shit.
Oh yeah,
If
you know
this is what's
whatever
coming
he's
out
saying is
100
much
years
worse than what's
later-
in print. Yeah.
Yeah, what he's saying 100 years later is like, this is like really nice compared to I'm sure what he's saying.
Yeah, what he said then. Yeah, which was yeah.
And then it says, some South Africans have always accused the man who led India to independence of working with the British colonial government to promote racial segregation. A man was
Gandhi-
arrested. Yeah. And then in
Gandhi-
April, when this was written, it said someone was vandalizing a statue of Gandhi saying, #Gandhi must fall.
Cool.
Which
Cool.
has gained circulation on social media. So, yeah.
And well, it should be. I mean, they need to start pulling those statues of Gandhi down. And
Yeah, there's one in Honolulu, and I almost like I just look at it in disgust every time I walk by.
Thank you.
Like, it's in the Queen's Garden too, or like her like park, the park dedicated to the royalty. It's fucking disgusting.
Thank you. Oh my God. Yeah, it is.
And he like tried to marry his niece or something. This Gandhi dude's not cool, man.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and the
Like,
wife.
I don't know how
Yeah.
he. Well, obviously we know now they just said it. He was a British agent. That's how he ended up being like revered. And
Thank you.
worshipped.
Thank you. He's just basically a British fucking pawn and shit.
Yeah.
Beyond. Yeah, it's like Martin Luther King
a
Jr.
patsy or worse.
Yeah, like Martin Luther King Jr. in the sense that what is he? He's basically he's the black guy who lets white people beat him up and he never fights back. Of course, the whites love him. Naturally, they give him a holiday. They wish all blacks were like Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah, that they would never fight back if they get beat up. You know, if only all blacks were like him,
Right.
whites would never
That's
have
why
a
they
problem.
exalted him and not
Yeah.
X.
Of
Malcolm X and all
course
these
not.
dudes. Yeah.
And that's why they exalt Gandhi instead of Subhas Chandra Bose.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
and so with Subhas Chandra Bose, of course, being Asian India's Malcolm X figure, so to speak.
Like this is okay. So even Gandhi's biographer and grandson Ramojan Gandhi says the younger Gandhi, which of course they have to compartmentalize. This shit.
Yeah, you like that?
The
Yeah.
younger Gandhi
Yeah.
arrived in South Africa as a 24-year-old briefless lawyer and was undoubtedly, quote unquote, at times ignorant and prejudiced about South Africa's blacks, quote unquote. He believes Gandhi's struggle for Indian rights in South Africa paved the way for the struggle of black rights. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. It says Gandhi too was imperfect, but the imperfect Gandhi was more radical and progressive than the most contemporary compatriots. These are just fucking liars, basically.
Thank you.
They're
Apologists.
like
they call them
covering for
apologists. They're really
apologists.
propagandists.
It's
Yes.
just like he's getting paid to apologize.
Yeah.
And then here's this is the kicker here, though. The authors of this new book disagree Gandhi believed in the Aryan Brotherhood. This
you go.
involved whites and Indians higher up than the Africans on the civilized scale. To the extent he was a racist, to the extent that he wrote Africans out of history, or he was keen to join with the whites in their subjugations. He was a racist, says Ashwini Desai.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go with that. Yeah, he's.
But what they're talking about, the Aryan Brotherhood, this is a concept that was brought in by these British anthropologists about the Aryan invasion and all this shit. This is all false science. It's been disproven. The real thread is the Indo-European lineage, which is actually
what the Nazis took on as their paradigm. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, the real thing.
Yes.
Or you know, your biosire he knew about the real thing.
Thank you.
And that's why they had to convolute it and swoop it. And
thank you. That's why the Brits convoluted it. Yes, with the by my biosire, of course, our man Brendan is referring to Adolf Hitler, my biological sire, as opposed to my legal father. And of course, people might notice I didn't put up, like I often would put up something about Adolf Hitler on Father's Day. I didn't do it this year because there's just no point in taking any more risks with all the assaults going on lately. I was recently banned on Facebook for no goddamn good reason. No point in giving them a reason. But yeah. There we go with that. And just so people understand as well, whenever you see that term Indo-European, just replace that in your head with the original term Aryan. That's what they really mean, is the term Aryan when they use the term Indo-European.
And it was a culture that was across the entire planet, basically, from all the way from England, Germany, what's the other countries, like Iran, like all the way through Greece, Iran. They were all Indo-European. Yes. Albania. They all have these connections through the Indo-European tribe lineage, like the Illyrians and the Scythians, the Scythians, and the Greeks are even descended from these tribes, and then the Kiev Rus are descended from these tribes. So it's that's why the languages are all the same in their lineage.
That's quite
called
right.
The Indo-European language tree.
Yes,
and it all comes from Proto-Sanskrit, which is the language spoken all the way to England in ancient times.
Yes.
From India all the way to England. Yeah.
The civilization, the prime civilization. So go on. Yeah. Yes. This is honestly, I mean, I could do this all night, just having so much fun kicking Gandhi's ass. My dad used.
It's like the more I read this article, the more cringe it's getting, basically, as I go down.
Oh God! Well, just so people know that the wife he did get, he let her die. But he wouldn't give her antibiotics because he said, I don't believe in antibiotics. So he just let her die.
Which is a total lie, because he was obviously using the hospital when there was the plague in in Durban.
Thank you. Yeah. He
or not, and I don't think they had antibiotics, but he was definitely getting treatment when he was talking about how he should separate the blacks from us. Yeah. So, total hypocrite, total sketch.
Just such a piece of shit. Yeah. Then he'd pull some little stupid stunt where he'd say, I used the pencils down to the stub because of the work that went into the pencil. I respect the pencil makers. So he used the pencil down to the nub and shit, and the people would say, oh, what a saint. Oh, yeah. And he doesn't eat. That's why he's so thin. He doesn't eat and shit. Yeah, it's probably because of all the drugs he was using. It left him emaciated. Yeah, meth does that. Anyhow,
right. And then, so to continue what this guy, the author of this book, was saying, he said, to the extent that he accepted white minority power, but was keen to be a junior partner, he was a racist. Thank God he did not succeed in this, or as he would have been culpable in the horrors of apartheid. But if, quote unquote, if Gandhi was part of the racist common sense of the time, then how does this qualify him to be a person that is seen as part of the pantheon of South African liberation heroes? ? You cannot have Gandhi as an accomplice of colonial subjugation in South Africa and then also defend his liberation credentials in South Africa.
It's incredible. It would be like saying it would be like saying that Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, was somehow responsible for civil rights in America.
Yes.
Really, it's that insane.
Right.
I mean, see what people do, and you wonder why.
And look what happened when and just the proof is in the pudding. Is in the eating, right? The proof in the pudding is in the eating, right? It's like he creates India or helps create India with Nehru and all these Brit fucking slave, what are they called? Servants, British agents.
Yeah.
And then look how many people die in the process when they were splitting Pakistan and splitting Bangladesh, and they had like massive riots and starvation because they didn't want the Muslims in their country. And even to now, the Hindus and the Muslims are in so much strife that they're literally burning down mosques, with people like locking people inside of mosques and burning them down. And just because and I'm not agreeing with the Muslims eating beef, but if the Muslims eating beef, then they'll like beat them. A whole mob of people will beat them up in the street and kill them. And it's like, so all these problems came from so-called Indian independence, quote unquote.
Yeah,
where the majority can just subjugate the entire country as per their whim.
Yes.
Which is no better than what the Mughals did. And the Mughals were better in a sense because they allowed the Hindus to still practice, and they allowed all these people to practice. This is a historical fact.
Yes.
The Mughals were incredibly, for an Islamic kingdom, they were incredibly liberal. They allowed so many things. And then the Brits came in and fucked them up too. Or not the Brits, I think it was like Vasco da Gama and these Western forces.
Yeah, but the Brits ultimately,
and then the Brits did the kill shot.
Like, the Brits just made everything unrecognizable. Yes, they just warped. They fucked up everything beyond all recognition. They foobarred it. They foobarred India. But in terms of just so people understand, the Mughals or the Mughals. What's the correct pronunciation for them again?
It'd be the Mughals.
The Mughals. These were Muslims.
Mughal.
Yeah, thank
That's
you.
like
Mughal.
super Arabic.
Yes, that's
Mughal,
true. Yeah. Yes, much better, much more euphonic. The Mughal, like Taj Mahal, like Taj Mahal, very similar to that. Yeah, and they built the Taj Mahal, and that was
Shah Jahan. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. And it's exactly as our man Brendan said. For Muslims, they were probably the most enlightened Muslims on earth, but their logic, of course, was quite practical. They couldn't suppress the Asian Indians because there were too many of them.
Yeah, so they had to maintain satrapies and things.
Yeah, but with the Brits, by that time they had the technology where they could slaughter millions of people and do so by planting the Great Hedge of India, etc. So this was again, and when Pakistan and Bangladesh and India and Ceylon became Sri Lanka, when India split in four, was quartered again into four pieces, millions of people died, millions. So, this was catastrophic. What Gandhi brought about and all these, Nehru and all these assholes. Yes, they were all just, so there you go. And I'll speak about them, of course, when, no point in my doing monologues on this channel, but, when I get back on my own, I'll just start doing some long monologues to catch up. And I'll get to the point of talking a bit about India, but yes, by all means, go on.
Yeah, so the Mughal Empire was an early modern Islamic empire controlling much of South Asia between 16th and 19th centuries. For some 200 years, the empire stretched from the outer fringes of the Indus River Basin in the west, northern Afghanistan in the north, and Kashmir in the far north, to the highlands of present-day Assam and Bangladesh to the east, and all the way to the Deccan Plateau in South India. And they were originally from Uzbekistan, or like these kind of Turkic
zones.
Exactly. During the time of like the Khans, when the Khans, the descendants of the Khans converted to Islam, they were kind of like going, like what's the Timur, like these kind of beings, Timur and his lineage. They were like related to these Timur Lane and
Timur Lane.
So these Islamic hordes. I don't know what else to call
Well,
them.
yeah,
nicely.
basically, the
Yeah.
Timur-Lane, from my understanding, was a Mongol who converted to Islam, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's where their lineage, these beings, the Mughals, come from.
Yeah.
They were said to, conventionally, they were said to be founded in 1526 by Babur, a warrior chieftain from what is today called Uzbekistan, who employed aid from the Safavid and Ottoman empires to defeat the Sultan of Delhi. So, yeah, by the way, the Muslims were already there in India, subjugating, but the Mughals came later. They defeated the Sultan of Delhi, Ibrahim Lodi, in the first battle of Panipat. They swept down the plains of the North India, and they established an imperial structure around the date of 1600, all the way to the rule of Babur's grandson Akbar. The imperial structure lasted until 1720, until shortly after the death of the last major emperor Aurangzeb, during whose reign the empire achieved its maximum geographical extent. Reduced subsequently to the region around Old Delhi in 1760, the empire was formally dissolved by the British Raj after the Indian Rebellion of the 1857. So basically they were the British East India Company had economically ripped their control out from different parts of India, like Bombay and Calcutta, and then it kind of like did this pincher maneuver where they were cut off from their money, essentially. So they had to capitulate, and then they allowed the British Raj to take over because the people rebelled and they were out of money. And so the Brits used this kind of like strangulation tactic with the British East India Company.
Of course. I mean, that's a classic British maneuver. By the way, I
Yes.
do want you to know that in the chat room, Bike Tweet says, love the show, read all the books, great info, made a donation, keep it going. So, yes, thank you. So we're doing fine.
Grand.
And, yes, so by all means, go on.
Yes, I appreciate that. So the base of the empire's collective wealth, this is talking about the Mughals, was agricultural taxes instituted by the third emperor Akbar. These taxes, which amounted to well over half of the output of a peasant cultivator, were paid in well-regulated silver currency and caused the peasants and artisans to enter larger markets. This relative peace maintained by the empire during much of the 17th century was a factor in the Indian economic expansion. Burgeoning European presence in the Indian Ocean and its increasing demand for the raw and finished products. So basically, India, during this time, they became so powerful because they had agriculture.
Yeah.
And like it was saying, they were taking taxes from the agriculture. The regular people that weren't farming, they were able to do artisanal crafts, like making different textiles. And so they started trading textiles to neighboring countries and eventually the British. That's how the British East India Company actually got in there, is by trading textiles and tea and different things.
Yes, there you go. The world in their web.
Yep. And its increasing demand, burgeoning European presence in India, in the Indian Ocean, and its increasing demand for Indian raw and finished products created still greater wealth in the Mughal courts, which is why the Mughals were so rich at one point. That's where we get the term Mughal, like the movie Mughals, and it's like you're so rich that you're just like dripping money and gems and shit. Like that's how much money they had. They were called the Mughals, the Mughals.
Yes. Thank you.
There was more conspicuous consumption amongst the Mughal elite, resulting in the greater patronage of painting, literary form, textiles, architecture, especially during the reign of Shah Jahan, who has amongst the most UNESCO world sites in all of South Asia. The Agra Fort, Fatehpur Sikor, the Red Fort, Humayun's tomb, Lahore Fort, Shalimar Gardens, and of course the most famous, the Taj Mahal, which is described as the jewel of the Muslim art in India, quote unquote, and one of the universally admired masterpieces of the world's heritage. But on a side note, though, and some Muslims I'm sure will get pissed off at me, but the Taj Mahal is actually built on top of a Shiva lingam, and it's like they just took a Shiv temple and fucking put that shit on top. and there's still like a grate like in front of like Shah Jahan's grave or his wife's tomb. And like you could just like see down there that there's like clearly like an underground section that they claim is not there. They're like, oh, there's nothing there, you know, but it's, you know, it's just they don't want to cause a scandal, so like there's a Shiva lingam down there basically.
Amazing. That's incredible.
Yeah. And so that's what happens. The Mughals got taken out by the Brits, and
yes,
but they had a lot of advancements, and they were relatively peaceful. Is what the point was that they didn't forbid like the Hindus or anything. No. And there was no like splitting between like how it is now, where they're like killing each other in the streets, and they had to create two different countries just to like manage this problem. And during Gandhi's time,
it didn't even manage the problem. But go on, it just produced a bunch of wars. But go on.
Yes, exactly. And then in Gandhi's time, that's when they're great. Him and Nehru, and who's the other guy? There was one more guy during that time. These like they were basically Indians that were like completely white, like they looked like English people,
right?
Like Nehru and his crew.
That's right.
Their great idea to save India was, we're just gonna ship all the Muslims to this desert spot called Pakistan and just give them that. And it's like it was the biggest migration in all of history or something.
Yeah, horrific.
The Great Migration. Yeah. And it like hella people fell off trains and got killed, and little children were just trampled and shit. And they were like, "This is our solution. Great idea."
Yeah.
And then they wonder why the Pakistanis hate them.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, what a nightmare.
What was that called? It was called the Great Migration of India.
I call it the Great Clusterfuck myself, but
yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason why it's relevant to what we're talking about. Because it was Gandhi's fault, basically.
Yes.
Like he was okay with it. Like he was totally fine.
Yeah, of course. As a matter of fact, he's one of the men behind it, you know. So, and the Brits were saying, "What a great peacemaker." Then they make movies about the son of a bitch. Yeah.
Fuck this.
Oh,
the Great Migration. August 1947, around 12 to 15 million people. So this tells you how bad the record keeping was. They don't even know, like, it's not hundreds of thousands, it's like they don't know if it was 12 to 15 million. That's like quite a bit. People fled their homes from one side of a border to the new side of the border, meaning Pakistan, from the former British colony of India. The direction they took depended on their faith. Hindus and Sikhs came together, and the others separated from the Muslims.
Well, this shows that India's ultimate destiny has got to be further balkanization as these ethnic groups seek further and further sovereignty, since they're being forced to ethnically enclave by the new Asian Indian nationalists, the Hindutva party.
Hindutva, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you. So, by all means, continue. Yeah.
The partition caused large-scale loss of life and unprecedented migration between two dominions. Literally, it separated families where they were like having to take kids away, and like, you know, one side of the family is Muslim, and so they have to get rid of the, you know, literally separating marriages and shit.
Yeah.
And then among refugees who survived, it was solidified that the belief that safety lay amongst the co-religionists. In the instance of Pakistan, it made palpable a hitherto only imagined refuge for the Muslims of British India. The migration took place hastily and with little warning. It was basically overnight. They said, "Okay, you're just gonna move."
Delightful.
If you're Muslim.
Fucking delightful.
And it is thought,
this is called ethnic cleansing. This is called ethnic cleansing. Go on.
Yeah. But in the history book they say, "Oh, it was a great peacemaking moment because Gandhi helped Nehru, and they were so happy." You know,
yeah, everyone's happy ever after and shit. Yeah, especially the mass grave diggers. Yeah, come on.
Right, exactly. The migration took place hastily with little warning. It's thought between 14 and 18 million people. You notice how the numbers jump around.
Yes.
It's like they don't even count that shit. They're just like tons of dead bodies. They're like, yeah, whoops.
Yeah,
Um,
and they just, God knows, I mean, I guess they left that for the untouchables to fucking clean up or eat or something.
Or the ghoul, they were just waiting for the ghouls to eat them and shit.
Thank you.
Because it was the desert. Like,
Yeah,
the Thar
it's true.
Desert's huge. So
Yes, thank you.
excess mortality during the period of the partition is usually estimated to have been around 1 million, which the numbers still don't add up there. The violent nature of the partition created an atmosphere of hostility and suspicion between India and Pakistan that affects their relationship to this day. The partition of India did not even cover, so this doesn't even cover the separation of Burma from the British Raj in 1937, the earlier separation of Ceylon, Sri Lanka, from the rule of the EIC in 1796, the East India Company, other political entities. So this is like tragedy after tragedy that they don't even account for. Is what they're saying. The political integration of princely states into new dominions, the annexation of the princely states of Hyderabad and Jugdana by India, the dispute and division of the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir between India, Pakistan, and later China, the incorporation of the enclaves of French India during the period of 1947 to 54, the annexation of Goa and other districts of Portuguese India. As recent as 1961, the Portuguese still owned Goa. The succession of Bangladesh from Pakistan in 1971. So this is like tragedy after tragedy, basically, that no one talks about.
Oh, God.
Nepal and Bhutan also signed treaties with the British, designating them as independent states, as they were not part of the British-ruled India. The Himalayan kingdom of Sikkim was also established as a princely state after the Anglo-Sikkimese Treaty of 1867, but its sovereignty has been left undefined. In 1947, Sikkim became the independent kingdom under scrutiny of India, and the Maldives became a protectorate of the British Crown in 1887, which gained its independence in 1965. So that was all the mess that was created by the.
Hey, I think India ultimately invaded Sikkim. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they basically took it over. They kidnapped the king, and it was just like they did with what they were talking about, Kashmir and Jingu.
Yeah.
Jingu.
Yeah.
What is it? Jammu.
Jammu and Kashmir. Yes. Go on.
Yeah, they imprisoned the king and
Jesus.
basically took it, and then now they're still fighting over it to this day.
Oh my God, it's true. It's true. And this is why they're fighting at the highest altitudes on Earth, meaning that it may not be as tall as Mount Everest, but this is Mount Everest territory. And so
the plateau,
they're up there in the stratosphere where, bullets fly for miles, and it's like you're in a different physics when it goes up to you're fighting with oxygen tanks on and shit. This is like a combination of Buck Rogers and Turok, Son of Stone, because you had the Chinese and the Asian Indians going at each other with fucking barbed wire wrapped around baseball bats and shit and bricks. Yeah, it's like there you go. So yeah, by all means, this is like we're giving people a taste of history they've never had before, and and you just wondered. This is all thanks to the fucking Brits, really. So much of it. I mean, they're just such a their impact on
the original point was like obviously no one should think Gandhi's a good guy.
Yeah, thank you. And he's just a product of this kind of British imperial system, so he mirrors them. He really mirrors them.
And in this article, they talk about missing people too. From between 1931 and 51, the census, quote unquote census, whatever they mean by that, has led to an estimated 1.3 million missing Muslims, quote unquote missing, who left Western India but did not reach Pakistan. The corresponding number of the Hindus and Sikhs along the western border is also close to 1 million. This puts the total of missing people during the partition around the Punjab border to around 2 million people, which is a basic genocide level shit.
Yeah.
Another study of demographic consequences of partition in the Punjab region using the 1931, 41, and 51 census concluded that 2.3 and 3.2 million people went missing in the Punjab. So we're talking like this is like more people than my entire county has just missing.
Yeah.
And then they're like, whoops, they're missing. You know.
Oh my god. I mean,
Like
it's
like 2 or 3 Sacramento counties worth of people just like missing. Like, oh, we can't find them.
yeah.
Like, that's insane. I mean, this
Thank
is
you.
like history is mind-boggling. I mean, this
It is. His history will fucking blow your mind if you just stop reading the conventional bullshit that everybody
Right.
keeps, shoveling
oh,
you.
the Gandhi walked to the ocean and they made their own salt. And
Yeah,
the
that
Brits
kind
were
of
like,
shit.
And then the Brits were like, "You can just have it. You can just have the the independence. There you go."
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, right?
Right,
Yeah, they were
makes
just so
perfect
charmed. They were just so charmed by this son of a bitch. Yeah, and his skinny little ass. Yeah. Oh my god. I don't know which is worse. Gandhi's skinniness or Salman Sheikh's fucking fatness while he, does these
Right.
like infinite push-ups that aren't even
Right,
push-ups.
and then
It's ridiculous.
that's another thing. It created people like Salman Sheikh.
Thank you. And the
So
people
I don't want to blame Gandhi for everything, but we might as well.
Yeah, he's certainly a big part of it, and but then just to show you how stupid that Salman Sheikh was, he was trying to support this fucker Imran Khan in Pakistan, and that guy had only one term. Yeah, that guy had one term as Pakistani president because he was like the
He was
independent
an
party.
actor. He was a Bollywood actor. This guy. I mean,
Thank you. And so he got a taste of his own medicine with the fucking military, confronting him and shit recently. He was voted out.
He
of
tried to pull a Trump and was like, they rigged the election, and then they like shot him.
Thank you. And he deserved it. And this was the fucker who we're talking about after Russia invaded Ukraine. He wanted to align with Russia. This is how stupid the son of a bitch is, and what does Russia have to offer anyone? I mean, other than some cheap natural resources, fucking nothing but trouble, so.
Right. Well, supposedly the Indians they were like the actual Hindu Indians were fine with supporting Russia, even now for
yeah,
whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, because they get all their weapons from Russia. But why would you even want weapons from those losers? Your weapons. I mean, if look at how well they're serving the fucking Russians. You can imagine when India's at war with China and they've got all these Russian weapons that fall apart, just like they did on the battlefield in Ukraine. The Asian Indians are stupid as fuck, but they're putting up now. They're going to Israel to pick up the slack, and they love fucking Israel. So Israel's selling them all their weapons now and drones and shit. So
it's because probably because they don't have the budget for fucking German weaponry like the Saudis and shit.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, that's right. The Iranians can afford it because the oil money. They're buying all the German weapons. They were. Doing
And the Iranians are smart. They know where to use their money. They're not gonna fucking buy broken ass Russian tanks with a spray painted Z on it.
Yeah, thank you.
When they can get a German fucking plasti dipped, computerized fucking war machine.
Yeah, thank you.
Why would you choose the Russian one? Like, come on.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, come on. Think of the price is worth it. You get what you pay for. And
I'd take a Mercedes-Benz tank over anything.
Yes, thank you. And the Heckler and Koch submachine guns over. Yeah, that AK-47 shit. Yeah.
Yes. I've never heard of an MP5 jamming. That's just me, though.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's just you just wonder what these people are thinking. But this was the idiot that Salman Sheikh was saying. We've got to put everything behind him. Yes, to save us. Save us for save you from what? Yeah. So all the fucking Pakistanis want.
They're saying the Russians are gonna save us.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Shows how stupid he is. Well, you look at him.
The only good thing about Russia is that they have I'm talking about the people, not the government or anything. I'm talking about they have this practical, visceral knowledge of like organic food and subsistence, and that's their only positive, and they should actually focus on that.
Yeah. There's
like the Russian people themselves should go back to their roots of.
Absolutely. I mean, I would say that there are times when cultural atavism is a positive, and the Russians should actually go back to their original Slavic faith of pagan pantheon. I mean, really, and just go back to their Viking roots and just kind of like become one with nature and live up to their word and shit, you know, instead of this, you know, bullshit that they've become. It's just heartbreaking. And also, of course, return to being a matriarchy. That goes without saying. This toxic masculinity is what's gotten Russia into the position that it's in. They were bragging about having a masculine foreign policy, which means, you know, basically war, bellicosity and war. And, you know, look where it's got them, stupid motherfuckers. Yeah. I mean, you know, I'll go into that in monologue. No point in being repetitive. Yeah. Oh, and then China's fucking, like, Antony Blinken's going to China now because China's trying to soften up now that they figure that they've got a double dip recession.
Right.
Oh my God.
They can only slide the ruler every, you know, they can't do it too much.
Thank you. And these are the people who are supposed to overtake America's economy, you know, within years. Give me a fucking break.
Yes.
Yeah, they're all dependent on microchips, and all the microchips come from Taiwan. So.
Right. Which is the Foxconn. I sent you that.
Yes.
Foxconn is the biggest chip maker in the world, and it's headquartered in Taiwan, and it's literally the center of the internet.
Thank you so
all
much.
All the iPhones, like.
And by the way, you know how fucked up I get. Don't be afraid to send me that link again. You know, if you can dig it up, send it again. You know, I'm in a little better shape now than I probably was when you originally sent it.
I just sent that to you as a reference to show you Foxconn. I was saying that they were referring to the QB. That's why they're saying Foxconn. It's like they're using the help of those beings. You know, yes. I don't know if that's true, but I was inferring that.
No. That's true. It's true. They're inferring the help of these fox spirits. It's what's going on. So
that's why it's Foxconn. It doesn't make sense. Like even in English, why would they call it Foxconn? You know.
Thank you. Yeah, and now I'm trying to get how long we've been transmitting. I mean, let me see. We've been on now for. Are we approaching? What are we approaching? We see now. I guess 7 hours.
I've been on for 3 hours and 47 minutes.
Holy shit!
So do participate, honey. What's on your mind with all this? I mean, it's 4 a.m. 5:30.
Anything to add?
Sure you do. I
don't know anything about Pakistan, India. I'm learning a lot. I was thinking about the homeless situation and the Gates of Ishtar. Maybe we just need Gates of Ishtar over in San Francisco. Keep the NPCs out, right? Is that what they're called? NPCs?
Yeah, well, he was calling them non-player characters, but like you said, I mean, truly, you know, honestly, this is dehumanizing them, but honestly, if you saw them, you'd agree. First off, they're overwhelmingly male. It's important to emphasize that. And they are very much, it's just, good God, I mean, I don't know what kind of homelessness you've experienced, Amy, but I'm presuming it hasn't been anywhere near a tent city, I would hope. But it's mostly these.
No, I would never put myself in that kind of danger.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would tent. I love camping.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to put myself next to people who are using a lot of drugs.
Weren't you in a shelter once? Isn't that how your tooth kind of got chipped?
Yeah, what happened was I was told that in order to receive any kind of assistance, any kind of benefits, I would have to go to a shelter.
Oh.
And none of the shelters here were accepting me. But I had, this plan to go have a surgery, and the surgery was going to take place in New Hampshire. So I was able to get into a homeless shelter in New Hampshire, but I couldn't tolerate being there long enough to make any kind of appointments or get any, No, there was no assistance. There was absolutely no financial support, no resources. It was a very abusive situation where, you just weren't even going to sleep. I was, I just not sleeping for 2 weeks. And I knew that I had people who would help me somewhere else. That was the problem, is that I was given a place to stay, and it wasn't in any way helping. It was just very disruptive in a lot of ways. Like, I didn't have anybody in that community that I knew.
Right.
So I didn't have like a group of people I could contact. I didn't have like friends that would, you know, spend time with me. And it just didn't work out. Like, it was really, it was awful. It was just about, so I'm now in their care and I'm being forced into a situation where I can't function. Like, I mean, the fire alarm went off day and night in the place where I was for 2 weeks.
Oh my God.
And like the firemen came and they did nothing. They didn't fix it. And it was just awful. I mean, it wasn't a secured building. The building had doors that didn't lock. There were no locks on any of the room doors. There was a lot of substance abuse, a lot of just unreasonable situations, like elderly people being drunk and puking all night, and you know, me wondering, am I going to call the ambulance to help them, because this is not okay, and I'm clearly the only one who can be a witness to this, and am I therefore liable because I didn't call the ambulance when they were, you know, retching for hours as a 70-year-old person?
Right, but you're not liable. I'll tell you that up front. But go on.
I mean, yeah, I just ignored it, of course, and it was just not a reasonable solution. And as
Well, it's
I
not a
said,
solution
like,
at all. I mean, that's not a solution. That's more like a form of fuck, like you said, abuse is the most genteel word for it. I'd call it a form of torture, but go on.
Yeah, and you know, I could see very clearly that, you know, when the case manager forgot that she'd already done the intake paperwork when I was trying to figure out how I could get mail, you know, get a letter of residency so I could get a post box. She completely forgot that I was even in the shelter.
Jesus.
So, yeah, I just knew that, like, this isn't gonna work. Like, you haven't done anything. I've been here 2 weeks. I've now, you know, been moved into a space where, like, there are people on drugs trying to go through my stuff while they think I'm sleeping, but I'm not sleeping.
Jesus Christ.
So I
and
just
by the
ran.
way, was this what do they call that? I almost used the word bisexual. Co-ed? Co-ed sounds almost like teenagers.
And that's what I thought. It was teenagers, and you know, it wasn't. They were adults.
Yeah.
But they were young. They were really young adults, and they were sick. Like, they kept going out to have a smoke, but you could tell that they were doing more than smoking.
They were smoking all right. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and so I left at like 2 a.m. I just grabbed my stuff, ran
Where did
out
you
to
go?
the vehicle, and drove off to a campsite that I knew about. Like, I just was...
This campsite, a homeless
plans.
campsite or some kind of tourist campsite?
No, I'm in New England, and I know where I can go to camp. Like, I have places that I enjoy camping, and I was going to need sleep, and I wasn't going to get sleep there, so I left. And that, you know, that caused even more trouble, because now the case manager is telling me she's calling the police on me. Like,
what kind of a threat is that? I mean, what could the police do to you? Put you in jail?
Right? Like, I just ignored
give you
that
some
text.
free time, free rent. You know?
Yeah. That jail would be free medical care, 3 hots and a cot. You'd probably have to, you know, face potential rape by other female prisoners, but at least the only men you'd have to worry about would be the guards, if there were any guards there, or big fat dyke, prison guards and shit. But
well, I wouldn't have the ability to get into a vehicle and drive away from jail.
Yeah, good point. I mean, you know.
So I mean, and I, based on her response to me telling her that I wasn't going to stay there, I kind of felt like maybe they were going to have the cops arrest me anyway.
Right.
Like, were you just planning to hand me over to the police at some point? Like,
I actually believe that that's a fair assumption. I believe that that's a fair assumption. That's interesting. I get that vibe. That's the vibe I get. Brendan, how did you avoid such a fate when you were homeless for about 10 months in your car? How did you not wind up in some situation like that?
The grace of divine force, just advantageous things happening to me.
I don't know if they were advantageous. Didn't you wind up with some fat chick who tied you down like the Misery movie and stuffed food in your mouth and shit till you weighed like twice your normal weight or something? It was like
that was later.
Yeah, this
That was
fat
later,
chick
yeah.
abducted him, and she like almost, the Misery film. You ever see that film Misery, Amy? Where the guys that this is what Brooke threatened to do to me and shit. She's like she's threatened to break both my legs so I couldn't get away and just like pump me full of Viagra so she could ride my dick. I mean, this is like it's just the nightmares that I have thinking of. I mean, God, if I ever meet this chick, like I said, she's just gonna kill me for the 50 grand, and then she's gonna say how burying me in that fucking hard dirt they've got out in the backyard gives her a great ab workout. She builds up a six-pack by doing it and shit. And but anyhow,
well, I do want to express the way that I got away was to simply run, like to realize that this isn't working and to get away.
So you just literally ran from it. You literally ran from the system.
Yeah, it was 2 a.m. I could tell that it wasn't going well, like
to say the least.
Like the kids who were trying to get into my shit while I was asleep or not really asleep.
But by the way, I noticed that these kids are all so fucked up that they're not even thinking of raping you. All they're caring about is going through your shit.
They're getting it on with each other in the bed next to me.
Oh, are they? Holy fucking shit!
Yeah.
So this was boys and girls. It was co-ed.
Isn't that interesting? Because I was under the impression that they were separated.
Yeah. Well,
and they weren't. They weren't in this situation. There was 4 beds, and there was 3 women and 1 male.
And he was fucking everybody, right?
No. They were fucked on drugs. Like they couldn't make decisions.
Yeah.
And I could tell, like, this is it. Like, this is not going to
they
improve.
made the decision to fuck in the bed next to you, so there's some capacity there. The guy could still get it up and perform, apparently, which is unusual for some people.
I was not in the mindset that I was that interested, that I was paying that much attention. I wasn't really paying. I was like, how am I getting out of here? Like, what's the steps I need to take? How much can I bring down? How many times am I going to have to run back in?
Oh my god. And this is just and were your parents already senile at this point?
My parents have been without the ability to make decisions for a number of years, like even before I moved back here.
Okay. Wow. I mean, that's just so awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. And Brendan, it's like you got, it's your grandmother and your uncle who are effectively in senior prison, right?
What?
I said
no. I mean, no.
It's your grandmother and your uncle who are effectively in senior prison, right? I mean, they like that, got them locked up in what do they call it? Maximum detention for being old and shit.
Yeah, pretty much. Such is life, as they.
Oh my fucking god!
Well, I do feel you have to say these things. You have to express for others who might get the message later that there's a way around the system.
Yes.
And you get into those places and you don't think you have options, and they're telling you have no options.
Right. That's right. Not only that, but if you try to escape, you will be arrested.
Well, yeah, I just ignored that text and then responded a couple days later.
Yeah.
Just letting her know, like, like I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
Mhm.
but I think that there's a way around this that, you know, and maybe it has to do with the belief in the Four Noble Truths, and that there's a middle path, and that it's not this or that. I'm getting a bad feedback. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Brendan Zoget. We're hearing our echoes through Brendan Zoget's machine or something. His communications device. Yeah.
No, this was happening. Let me think. I want to say that this experience, this 2-week thing where I went ahead and complied with the request to go into the homeless shelter so that I could get some benefits.
Yeah, with the rules of the state. With the rules of the state, under the naive hope that this would bear fruit. Go on.
Or that this is the process. This is how the things happen.
Right.
And this was happening at the same time as you were dealing with the homeless situation where there was an assassination attempt.
Yes.
You had to defend yourself.
Oh my God! So you're saying, which wasn't that long ago, when I was with my gang brother Beaver and we were going through a tent city and we were attacked. This is when you were dealing with this?
Yeah.
But that was only like a few months ago. That was literally just a few months ago.
Not even. I mean, it's June. This was in May.
So
right?
You might be. Well, I mean, wait. May. June, yeah, a few months ago, right? I mean,
a few months. I'm telling you, it was last month. Like,
yeah. Oh fuck.
Yeah, it wasn't Douglas. I think you got hit on the head pretty hard.
Yeah, I was hit on the head pretty fucking hard. Hey, I've been through a lot since then. Don't forget, I've been banned off YouTube twice and Facebook once. So I was dealing with so it's like that may seem like nothing compared to the physical assault, but don't forget that's my income, right? So it's like I was worried about a number of things, and then trying to make a bunch of things happen after that. Of course,
it's debatably worse because dying is just like the easy way.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, you'll notice that when I go through these processes for me, they tend to work. You know, I tend to make these things work. Whereas Amy's was like, fuck, so this happened last month? Holy shit, Amy. Oh my God. I'm so sorry you went through this.
And that's why, like, the people that are like, just open more shelters, like, they have no concept of what's going on.
Thank you.
Like, on ground level.
Yeah, oh my fucking...
They just throw money at these, like, bureaucrats that just steal the money, especially here in California.
Yeah.
And nothing gets done, you know?
Yeah, I mean, oh my fucking God. But I could easily have fallen into such a trap. I think I explained this before, that when my psychiatrist helped me get on the SSDI, and for a year, the judge said, oh, you have to have a representative payee. And before I settled with that half Jewish lady, half Italian, who worked at a bookstore that I had frequented forever, even to the point where I took my mother there on walks to sit down while I, scanned for books and just kind of took advantage of the seating that they had. The place is now the salon where I actually see V. The thing was that before I settled on her becoming the representative payee, which she was for 6 months before they shot a fucking beam at her or something, and for the first time in her life she went stark raving mad and had to be institutionalized. I was asking my psychiatrist, I can't use my sister. I said, and my game brother Beaver, he never paid taxes a day in his life, and they need someone who's been an honest taxpayer. And that's when she just naively suggested, why don't you, go to a shelter? And that way, they become your representative payee. The checks go there for a while. And when I shared that with Beaver, fortunately, his girlfriend was a drug counselor. And she said, don't do that because, your check will go to them and they take it all and just give you what they say, oh, this is what you need to live. Here's $20 for a McDonald's meal. And, and you do that every day going to them and they give you enough for food and then make you a de facto dweller of their shelter. And at that point, they're dependent on you for income, and they want to keep as much of the check as possible. You have to petition them for everything, and the only way you'd get the check back is to prove you're a competent adult, at which point they take your check away. So it's like, it's a trap. So I could have fallen into a trap like that. And thank God I didn't. But that's what these shelters will do to you. They'll just turn you into a slave. What a nightmare. Yeah, go
I
on.
didn't go in. I'm going to say that, for anybody out there who's in a desperate situation and getting this same rhetoric from, systemic administrators, you have to have a plan. Like, I had a plan to go down there and get into the doctor's office, to talk to the surgeon, to do the surgery. So I went in with a plan, and when I saw that the plan wasn't working out, I had enough resources to get myself out of it.
Yeah.
Like, you can't, like, I know that a lot of the people in those situations don't have the capacity to make their own decisions anyway.
Yeah.
But if you do, for some reason, find yourself homeless or unemployed, and they're suggesting go to a shelter, don't do it without a backup plan.
Thank you.
Have witnesses, have people in line that you're going to call if things don't go well. Like, I had a plan. I knew, and I was told, don't let yourself get less than $50. Like, people who cared about me were like, if you get down to less than $50, you let me know. And so, like, I had a plan. I knew what I was there for. When it wasn't working out, I bailed. And that's how I got out of it. And as, Brendan, who was also homeless because of a terrible family situation, he had a plan. He got himself out of it. And so I think that's an important thing for people to share.
But actually, Brendan, was it a plan or was it more luck? Legitimate question. Let's see if he responds. He may have fallen asleep on us.
I don't think he's asleep, but he might have had to go to the bathroom.
What was the question?
So Amy was saying how important it is when you're desperate and you're in this situation where you're facing when you're considering a shelter, you've got to have a backup plan. Now, her resources, of course, were considerable compared to your average homeless person because she comes from a fairly unique background. So she did have the car with which to make an escape with, a breakout with. But, so she says, you got to have a plan. And then she was crediting you with having a plan. And I said, I don't know, was it a plan or was it luck that you got out of your homeless situation?
It was a combination of, it was a combination of the two. Okay. But you're very right, Amy, when it's like, you don't get rid of your car. That's the worst possible thing you could do. Or even put it in a position where it could get stolen or broken into is even part of that. So.
Excellent point. So the car the car is very important, but of course you don't want to wind up trapped in that car. It's what a nightmare. By that I mean trapped like in, living in it forever. I mean, you don't want that. Oh God. I'm just in awe that both of you survived this, and of course your homelessness was how many years ago, Brendan? What did he say?
Approximately like 6 or 7 years.
Oh, okay. And Amy, this is kind of like a somewhat recurring situation for you. I mean, because you were house sitting for so many years, couldn't we technically say that you've been homeless for a good part of your life?
I mean, for maybe the last 10 years.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, it's just, it's a convoluted situation because the reason that I was in that property was because it had been put in my name, and I know my parents are not capable of taking care of their stuff.
Right.
So it was really a situation where I couldn't get my name off the property.
Yeah.
And therefore I wasn't really interested in leaving because I was invested in making sure that it was sold, therefore getting my name off.
Yeah.
And,
go on.
But, I have that sibling that I don't get along with, and he was able to manipulate the situation so that I don't have any control.
What a son of a bitch.
I mean, he tortures animals for a paycheck. Like,
Oh my God.
it's just, he's just that kind of person.
How does that work? Who's paying him to do that?
Charles River.
What is this? It's like some kind of animal lab? What is this?
Yep. He's the manager for Charles River, and they tested the 44, what did they test? They tested rats or mice.
Uh-huh.
They tested 44 of a rodent in order to decide whether or not they were going to give the vaccine to the whole population.
Wow. Holy shit. And I mean, this is monstrous. This is so he's like a professional
This is my
psychotic.
family.
Yeah. So Brendan was originally rendered homeless due to an intensive medical situation, an extreme emergency, and he lost his job while contending with
Among
that.
other things.
Yeah. And Amy, you spoke of surgery, you know, that trying to get to a doctor that would help with. Are you willing to share some general aspects of what the surgery is about?
Well, sure. I mean, it's a reproductive health problem that I wasn't treated for until I was 39 years old.
Yes.
Can I get Brendan to go on mute? Because
Yeah. She's getting this feedback, Brendan. So if you could go on mute. Yeah. Thank you. So go on.
Thank you. So the reproductive health problem is endometriosis.
Okay.
And this is where your uterus lining is growing outside of the uterus on different parts of you. And it can spread to anywhere. It can grow anywhere.
Jesus Christ.
And so I didn't know that it wasn't possible to have, I mean, I would have terrible, terrible periods. Like all of my life was just I couldn't function during my cycle. And I was always told this is normal.
Was this a large amount of blood or a large amount of pain or a combination of both?
It wasn't any abnormal amount of blood for me, but it can manifest differently for different women. For me, it was just a pain that felt like something was composting inside of me.
Ooh.
And it would only show up during my period. And that was why I finally was able to get in front of a gynecologist who knew about this problem, knew that the only way to diagnose it is with a laparoscopy where they go into your abdomen and look for these growths. So I was able to do that here in Vermont in 2015. So December 29th of 2015, I had a laparoscopy where they removed a large mass from my abdomen.
Jesus.
And it was endometriosis. After that, I had my first cycle where I had no pain.
Jesus.
Like there was just no pain. And it was like I had no frame of reference, so I didn't understand that it was really that was the problem. So I had to learn all about, you know, the endometriosis and how it works and all of this because the doctors don't really know. It's a female health problem, so they just don't even go there.
Yeah, and just so people understand, really you'd be amazed at how little doctors still know about female health issues. That they really gaslight women all the time and simply tell them it's your imagination. And it's there's no word for it. It's unspeakable. So go on, honey.
It's criminal. It's totally criminal. And there should be lawyers to represent people like me who now have to fight a system to say, like, I'm not disabled. I have a reproductive health problem, but I need some support.
Well, why not just say that the reproductive health problem disables me and just go for disability?
Well, but that's just it. I've applied 3 times and they have never considered it because it's a reproductive health issue. So the other thing is like, I'm not really disabled. Like, I can do things. Like, I'm perfectly capable of working, but I need some more support. So after I had this surgery, it was about a year, and all of a sudden I was pregnant, and I'd never been pregnant before.
Uh-huh.
So I'd gone into the doctor,
So
and
this
I was like,
this
I'm in a lot of
spontaneous? I mean, just curious here. Was this kind of spontaneous as opposed to, or had you been intimate? I mean, was there an explanation for this? Or
Oh, do you want me to get into like how much fun sex is when you have your endometriosis removed and you finally can have sex without pain?
got it. Yes, okay.
Right? Like, I'm finally like enjoying myself in ways that other women would never question. So yeah, so about a year after the surgery, I get pregnant for the first time, but I don't really know what's going on, and I'm having pain. So I go to the doctor, and she's like, "Oh, you're pregnant." And I'm like, "That's really crazy because I've never been pregnant before." And so we talked about it, and we decided because of the pain, we were going to terminate the pregnancy. Okay. And then we didn't really have a choice because we did the ultrasound and there was no heartbeat, which meant that it was a failed miscarriage, which means, you basically have to remove the fetus or else it can become a problem.
Right.
So we did that, but then the pain didn't go away. So a couple months later, I had another laparoscopy. They went in, and there was another cyst on my ovary that had attached to the sidewall of my abdomen.
Holy
so when
shit.
they removed, so that was really the problem, is that I really feel like there was a twin problem where there was one in the uterus and there was one outside of the uterus. And so they removed it. They took the cyst off my ovary. There was no problem there. They didn't have to take the ovary. And then the pain went away. So as soon as I woke up from the second laparoscopy, it was like, oh, good, it's gone. Like, whatever it was, it's gone. And then maybe like another year after that, there was another pregnancy. And we were going to try to maintain that pregnancy. We were going to go with it. And we weren't going to try to, because I wasn't in pain. I was just pregnant again. That did not work out. Like, I went to the hospital. My doctor had said, "Oh, you have a blood clot." And so she sent me in for an ultrasound in my leg. They missed it. Like, the hospital just missed it. Like, the ultrasound didn't show any DVT.
Jeez.
So a week later, I was in a lot of trouble. Like, the DVT had spread into my lungs. I had a PE. Couldn't lay down. Like, I was in a lot of pain, and if I laid down, the pain got worse. So, and I was still pregnant. I was still like maybe 6 or 7 weeks, and then we had to do Lovenox injections, and I'm not good with needles, and so I couldn't do it myself, so my partner had to do it. He had to shoot me up twice a day with Lovenox. And it was awful. And he just made it to 9 weeks. And then I had to have that removed also because it was no longer viable. And then I continued with the hematology treatments. We switched from Lovenox to Warfarin, and I did Eliquis in between. Eliquis is a nasty drug. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. Like, it turned me into a zombie. Like, you couldn't even talk to me. Like, I wasn't really in my head or knowing what was going on. I would just wander all day. I didn't really have an agenda. I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah, Eliquis was not fun for me. And then Warfarin wasn't fun either, but we eventually were able to switch from Warfarin to fish oil. So my doctor was a naturopath, and she agreed to treat me, weaning me off of the drugs onto something more natural. And the fish oil worked for a while, but there was some pretty intense times where I tried to take the fish oil away, and it was a lot more painful. Like, I had to keep taking the fish oil for a long time. But then August of 2021, I did an ultrasound at this gynecologist's office, and this is the height of everybody getting their shots. And she said to me, I'm not going to do your surgery because you're not vaccinated. We really need everybody vaccinated. And I couldn't believe she was telling me this. Like, I just seen this thing with a face float by the ultrasound. She saw it too.
Wow.
And she's sitting there telling me she's not going to do a surgery because of my blood clotting problem and because I'm not vaccinated. So that became a huge issue. And so since August of 2021, I've been dealing with some abdominal pain that becomes really intense around my periods. Again, it's endometriosis. There's the growth outside the uterus. And I don't like talking about it because it makes me sound like I'm completely insane. And why would anybody want anything to do with me? Because it's just so bizarre. But I have to get, I have to get another laparoscopy. Like, I keep going to doctors. I keep talking to them. It's really hard to, to stay on Medicaid just to try to have a simple surgery. Like, this laparoscopy is so minimally invasive. Like, the healing process from it is so minor. And I can't even imagine, like, how do you just keep pushing it off year after year as a healthcare practitioner looking at somebody like me? Like, how do you keep telling me, oh, you can wait. Oh, you can wait. Like, just wait.
Oh, yeah. Well, you've heard Amanda Eitnier, when she was on my program talking about how, she had a life or death situation. They were just telling her to wait until she died.
Right. It's insane what they do to women. Like, and I don't think men have the same treatment. I don't think
they don't. No, they don't. It's like, you remember what they used to say about blacks and whites, separate and unequal? That's the way it is with men and women in America. And I've gone deep into this issue, but go on, honey. Yeah.
No, you're right, and I appreciate all of the ways that you are behind women when coming up against this medical mafia.
Thank you.
Where you've got these state benefits, but they don't really work. Like, doctors don't want to work with you when you're on Medicaid. They will just schedule you for months out so that you might change your mind or go to somebody else. I mean, I just need to have them go in and take this thing out, and I'm sure it's going to be fine, just like the other laparoscopies.
Right.
Like, I'm not concerned so much about the blood clotting because when I had the blood clot, I had been prescribed hormones. I'd been put on birth control because they told me that was the only cure for the endometriosis, was to take these birth control pills.
Wow.
And they were awful. They just made me feel terrible. And so I would throw up. Like, what? They're not going to work if you throw them up.
Yeah.
So that is what I believe made the pregnancy that much more dangerous, was the fact that I was taking birth control pills while pregnant. Like, to me, if you have a blood clotting condition and you're taking birth control and you're pregnant, those are three things that don't belong in the same circle.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like there's really that much risk in them going in to take out this laparoscopy, which is why I am pursuing it still. But it's very complicated. Like, I'm not going to be able to get this surgery and stay in a homeless shelter.
Right.
Like, that doesn't make any sense.
No.
And, my family is just incapable of compassion. And I wish them all the most wonderful happiness in whatever heaven they imagine themselves in. I just, I've been on this for 2 years. I just need to have this thing removed. and it's, I told you how my friend, like, it's weighed on him so heavily that he had to go into a mental institution. And there's a lot of other things that put him there, but I know that this problem in particular has been really hard on him.
Mhm.
And so I have a lot of guilt about it, just because, nothing worked out for us. Like, we didn't have any children, and we're not together anymore. And
Right.
so it's, it's an awful situation. And the fact that it's been 2 years of me trying to get this surgery, there was all these other things where, like, I didn't have permanent housing, didn't have work, didn't have a partner who could help me care for myself after surgery. And all of this stuff there's a solution. Like, it's not that that this is gonna do me in, or like with Amanda, like, I'm just gonna go off and die. It's not gonna kill me, but it's the quality of life. And I can't spend, I don't know how many years it's going to be before I don't have a period anymore. And I don't want to spend every month being in this really horrible situation where I'm not going to talk to people. I'm in a lot of pain. When I do talk to people in those states, like, it's not a great exchange.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're in a lot of pain, you say things that you wouldn't necessarily say.
Yes. Yes.
And I hope that people forgive me for any pain that I might have caused them, just because I couldn't deal with them at that point in time. I couldn't do what they wanted me to do because of this situation. Like, I mean, I'm having my cycle. I have a condition. I'm working on it. But the rest of the world isn't really on the same page as me. So, I want other women to understand, if you have pain with your period, there are people who will help you. And even if the first 10 people you see are totally ignorant and dismissive, minimizing whatever you say, you go to the next person. It took me till 39 years old to get somebody to listen to me about having really painful cycles. But eventually somebody did. And, and it was really a wonderful experience to find out, like, I could get pregnant. Like, there was really nothing wrong with me but this one thing. So I want other women to feel like there is an answer, because for the amount of suffering that I would be put through every month, that could have made me suicidal.
Yeah.
And I can understand women who are dealing with this and going to one doctor after the next who tell you crazy things like, that's just what women go through. Like, everybody has pain with their menses. It's not true. It's just not true. And the relief that I got when they finally removed that mass from my abdomen, I just can't believe it. Like, I still am so grateful to Dr. Sullivan at the St. Albans Hospital, he listened to me and he did what he knew he could do. And I would love to go back to him, but I guess that hospital's not doing very well. Jesus. Like, he said he would take it out for me. It just wasn't going to happen in 2022. So Jesus. I have options. I'm just trying to relax at this point. I'm just trying to have a really easy life, and finding some really interesting things on the way. Like, I really am, like, seeing some things come full circle. Like, this woman I'm staying with, Douglas.
Yes.
I'm encouraging her to try to get over the fact that, like, you're my friend and not hers.
That's delightful.
She lived in Japan for 3 months.
Wow.
I know, isn't that phenomenal? Like, a little white girl over in Japan. Guess what she was doing?
I have no idea. What was she doing?
You can't even think of, like, what would
Stripping?
anybody go to Japan for?
Well, the first thing that comes to my mind, of course, my mind's always in the gutter, was stripping. I mean, that's always, they do like white girls in Japan. But there's plenty of other things she could have been doing. Usually think media. I mean, they love white girls to, appear on television. So what was she doing?
That's just, I love when you come up with scenarios for people. You're never going to guess. You're never going to get it.
Yeah. By the way, Brendan's going to say goodnight. So Brendan, do come on to say goodnight to our listeners and to Amy, okay? See if he does this. Hopefully he does, because, we all like to hear voices before they check out. Brendan? Yeah, he's typing. Oh, God, he probably is afraid he won't.
Yes, good night, everybody, and I shall...
What time are you getting up?
Within a matter of hours.
Oh, my
But I'll be all right.
Oh, my God. Before you go, Amy, tell him your boyfriend how he was kind of... once he was had to be institutionalized, he told you, now you can watch Douglas Dietrich all you want. Basically, he was kind of just thrown off by basically the images of myself in drag. He just didn't know how to deal with them. They kind of drew him in, and he didn't like you looking at it because he couldn't stop looking at it. Was that the case?
He was like many men, and he would see you in drag and be attracted to you, and then be conflicted that you were a dude who likes chicks.
Cool.
So I know, but when he got some space to himself and he could really think about it, he realized how ridiculous that was. So he made a point to mention Douglas on the phone to me while I was talking to him. He said, "Okay, well, I'm going to get you my phone, and then you can just listen to Douglas all you want." And I was like, "I hear you. I understand. You're in a place where you need." You need to come clean with some of the things that we were fighting about before. But anyway, yeah, and then he got out, and I was like, oh, so I pretty much show up on Douglas's show every week now.
Cool. Yes.
I know. And so that was that.
Yes. Oh, my God. So thank you for sharing that. So we love you dearly, Brendan. Sweet dreams,
yes.
all right?
All right.
Hugs.
Good luck.
Yes. So let's go back to guessing as to what. Right. Forgive me. I forget her name. Costi. What's her name again?
We can call her whatever you want.
I'm sorry. We'll talk about that privately. Yes, go on. We'll keep her name.
I don't know. I don't know if she wants you to say her name.
Yeah. But
she taught snowboarding. To Japanese people for 3 months.
Oh, it's so cute. I mean, this is what they have white people do. They have them do strange things like that. Yes, so go on. Yeah.
And it's such a skill. Like, she's so good at it. Like, she and I would go in New Mexico. We'd go up to Santa Fe, and we'd go, and she would just cruise down the hill, and I'm just not that good. Like, I can't scoot around the way she does. And she, the thing about snowboarding in Japan, they wear these fuzzy costumes. Like, they wear costumes.
Yeah. They're dressed almost like furries and shit.
Yes. She bought one of those. I had to put it on once. It was hysterical.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh, it was so funny. Just imagining that there's a mountain full of people wearing these super warm costumes.
Yes. Yeah. And looking like giant animals, looking like giant hug bunnies and shit. Go.
Yeah, like Care Bears, just weird anime costumes.
God. Yes.
Yeah.
Japan is alien. Japan's an alien nation. Yes. Go on. Oh my fucking God.
Isn't that fun though? I respect her so much for doing that. I only went to Hong Kong for 2 weeks, and I was crawling out of there.
You were fit to be tied. What was it that was the most maddening aspect of Hong Kong?
Oh no, I was spoiled rotten.
Oh, okay.
There was nothing maddening. I I was partying the whole time, and
Cool.
yeah, I could not focus to get myself out of there. Like I just had way too much fun. I mean, I got chauffeured around in a Mercedes. Like,
Holy shit.
their family has a whole different lifestyle from what I'm used to. Like the thing, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but they had a maid, and my friend was saying to me, like, Amy, do not complain about this. This is her job. This is what she does. I mean, she was very firm about me shutting my face. The woman would wash my underwear and iron them every day.
Wow.
Every day I would come back and all my underwear were pressed and ironed on the bed.
Oh my God.
I was totally spoiled over there. Like,
Wow.
I
Why
couldn't
did you
function.
leave? Why did you leave?
No, it was just a vacation. It was just a vacation. There was nothing holding me there. There was nothing holding me there. Do you know what I did though? Is I flew as a courier, which nobody does that anymore. Like, I joined this Air Courier Association. My ticket out of LA was $238. I had to pay for the ticket from New Orleans over to LA, but I pretty much flew to Hong Kong for less than $500.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? And
Yes.
the deal is you give up your luggage space, and then businesses will buy your luggage space, and then you get a reduced flight. But I had a family that I stayed with, and they spoiled me rotten. Like, I have no complaints. Like, my biggest fear is that they misinterpreted my naivete and, were just disgusted with me the whole time. But because I'm just so American, I just had no idea how things operate.
Oh, that's fine.
In Asia.
And the language barrier. No, this is going to.
Trip.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, the language barrier. Are you kidding me? I was just completely. Nobody could help me. Like, I went to this terrible fast food place when I was on my own for the first day, because you get the jet lag, and then like you're sleeping it off, and so my friend was flying up from Australia, and they were going to meet me, but until then she'd paid for a hostel, so I was in this like hostel somewhere, and then her friend was getting the driver and then taking me out. But I went to this fast food place. I mean, it was like really bright colors, and I could tell there was food in there, and all I could do was like point at the picture. Like, I had no language skills at all, and I had no money either, which was the dumbest shit I ever did.
Oh my God.
I know. Like, you talk about being in a foreign country and like how you get trapped there, and I'm like, oh hell no. Like, you can have no money, somebody will send you home. Like, somebody will back to where you're from. Like, you don't have to worry. Like, there's goodness everywhere. There's
Wow.
I literally went with no money. My friend gave me everything I needed. We ate out all kinds of restaurants. They went to the Dan Ryan's in Hong Kong 4 times in 2 weeks because they knew I wasn't eating enough and I couldn't digest this food in Asia. So we went to the Dan Ryan's a lot, and they always got the bread bowl with the clam chowder, and I hate clam chowder, but it was food I recognized. And so I didn't. Oh, the thing that I really miss though is those baby taco, the squid and the spicy red sauce.
Yes.
Oh, I can't get that here. I try to talk about it to some of these Asians in the restaurants here, and they think I'm a crazy white girl.
Oh my God.
You were talking about the abalone earlier, but that's my favorite, is the baby squid in the spicy red sauce.
Oh my God. So I can see why. I mean, I'm just so honey, this has been wonderful. I'm not going to bed just yet, but I will very soon, simply because, it's, but if you want to go on with me for, I'll last as long as you want. It's like,
you talk about.
Yeah.
What do you feel like talking about? What do we need to address to our audience of Peter Moon listeners?
Well, definitely I want to thank Nemo Albano. He says, "Yo, Doug, one of your videos I uploaded on Rumble 3 days ago got over 14,000 views." And so, yeah, Rumble's definitely promising for the future. We had to, change the, Ian West, he does his best, but he, took one of my propaganda posters produced by the U.S. military for Operation Rainbow, the full spectrum dominance, and he said, "I'll use this rainbow to attract LGBTQIA+," and he put that up on Rumble, and of course most listeners there are a bunch of hardcore right-wing reactionaries, and he's really just scaring away people that way, so we had to change that icon. I didn't bring him on because we had Brooke on tonight, and I just didn't want it to kind of go there where it would go if the two
kind of turns into the Ian and Brooke show.
Yes.
If we, if we don't separate them.
Yes. Which is just another word for Punch and Judy, the old British puppet show where one of them's got a baseball bat beating the other, and they're just insulting each other.
True. Yeah. They are. They are cute for a minute.
Yeah.
And then you...
Yes. Best way to say it. Yes, cute for a minute, and then you're stuck for an hour, right?
I don't know, but I do feel like maybe I don't really use Rumble, but I do feel like there's a larger audience out there that's on some of these other platforms, because the pandemic really forced people off of the mainstream. Yeah. So the fact that Nemo is getting 14,000 views, there are people on these other sites. There's larger audiences that aren't using YouTube. They're not on Facebook. I don't see that, switching off of those at this point in time is necessarily going to hurt you. I feel like there's more people out there using other platforms that are interested in what you have to say.
Thank you, honey. And this is all, as Peter Moon said, foot bullets on the part of the enemy. This will ultimately potentially work to our advantage. Let's make that happen. And I'm just so glad I have people like you in my life, and of course Nemo Albano, who's welcome to come on with us for a few minutes if he wants to. We can close out the show with him. Let me try and give him another call. I called him earlier, and it said it was unavailable, but we can bring him on. And that'll probably make this last a little while longer. So let's add Nemo, see if he shows up. Our man Brendan was showing his watermelon earlier, and that was cute. He's got, he was eating watermelon and had to share that. Kind of like someone else we know showing the food that she eats when she was with various children.
God. Okay. Where's Nemo? We need him.
He's not responding. Yeah, he's not responding.
Oh,
he's not responding.
He can't hang with us today.
Yeah, yes. It's so darling, love you beyond expression. We can talk a few more minutes and then I'll check out, just because, we may as well. It's our time with Peter Moon's channel has been productive, to say the least, and I'm just astonished you went through the shelter situation last month. I'm appalled, and so thank God you wound up with this young lady, and it's just miraculous.
This is okay. So there are a lot of things that I haven't explained, and I have been in that situation where I was in a place that was for sale for 8 years. So during that time, she and I had reconnected, and she let me know years ago that I could stay with her. And she enjoys it. She enjoys having somebody be here with the dogs while she's at work, because it keeps the crazy puppies from tearing her apart when she comes in the door.
Tell people about the porcupine. $1,000. $1,000 to remove the porcupine.
Oh my goodness. The vets are just ripping people off up here. Like, if you're a veterinarian.
Oh God, if Brendan Zoget were with us, they tried to charge him $5,000 for his dying cat. Oh my God.
Oh my word. There's a bullet that's a lot cheaper than that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God.
I mean, it's sad, but you have to understand that this animal is suffering. Like, you're keeping it alive to watch it suffer.
Yeah.
That's unfair. That's not fair. But these vets, I mean, so the stupid dogs were gone all day. They left at 8:30. They were gone all day. We drove around in the car just screaming puppies out the, just yelling for the dogs. And we knew they were just running the other way. Like, they could hear us and they were just heading to the neighbor.
Oh my fucking God.
Because they had the porcupine. They tried to eat it. There was hundreds of quills in their face.
Oh my God.
And they knew it was bad. And so they were at the neighbor's house trying to get the neighbors to take them to the vet.
Oh my God.
And so the neighbors came over. They're like, we got 3 dogs over at her house. One of them doesn't look very good. And so she went and picked him up. But she's like, Amy, every time I have to go to work, it's the hour before I leave for work, they do something stupid like this. And so I was there, and she was really upset because it's a lot of money, and she knew it was going to be a lot of money. It was the second time she's had to bring them into the vet for this. So I took them into the vet. It was $1,000. And I mean, but then, so one of the people who came and took one of the puppies, because she had 9 puppies and she got rid of 6 of them. And so she just has, her mom has the one, and then she's got the 2 boys here with the mom. I mean, with the dog mom.
Yes.
So one of the other puppies' owners came over, and they'd just gotten their puppy fixed. And she was like bitching about, they charged me $1,000 to get her fixed, and it just doesn't cost like that. And when I had cats, I paid $30 to have my cat neutered. I mean, that was what I was willing to pay to neuter the cat. Like, if I had to pay $1,000 to neuter my pet, I might not neuter it.
Right. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Like, I mean, if there are vets out there listening, you guys could make a killing up here. Just come and undercut all these other assholes who just don't understand that
economics.
There's no. Well, and this area is rural, and there's just nobody out there who's gonna, tell them they're gonna pay $1,000 to fix their pet. We're gonna have a lot more pets. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're a vet, you're at Cornell Veterinary School and you think you want to move to Vermont, let me tell you, Franklin County, we got a need for some really low cost veterinary services. There's a big niche market for that at this point. Because like this was the only vet that is taking people who don't already have an established relationship. So these guys are just gouging all, anybody out there who needs some kind of veterinary services. They're the only ones who are taking new clients.
Outrageous.
And I had gone to,
outrageous.
Yeah, I know. And I'd gone to try to get his cat fixed when he was in the hospital. I'd gone back to the veterinarian that I had used before my cat had passed away. And she was trying to tell me, oh, no, you're a new client. I'm like, no. I have been going to you with my pets my whole life. This is just a different pet. Yeah, they wouldn't take me. And that is what the breeder said, too. The breeders, I was asking him, like, what vet do you use? And he's like, none of the vets will do anything for me at this point. because he's breeding cats for thousands of dollars. He's selling these Bengal cats online for $1,400 a cat is what he was getting before COVID.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I know. And then COVID happened. Well, and then the one that why are we talking about pets again? Like what?
Well, nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, do you feel that that's...
Have pets. You don't even have your aquarium set up.
Well, back in the day, we had plenty of pets, and certainly while my parents were still alive, we had a thriving ecosystem of terrariums and vivariums and aquariums. So it's not that I'm unfamiliar with animals. It's simply that, for a while there, I tried to avoid animals because I felt that this was unhealthy, that it was a kind of pathology where people had a codependency with a helpless creature in a sense. But then as my parents got older and I was caring for them, the animals were an important part of the psychology of giving them a sense of balance. So my aquariums were magazine display level at one point. It was I would set up the whole landscape and everything. It was something to do while being a care provider. By the way, just so people understand, care providers become hoarders because they never leave the house. And beyond that, there's all kinds of medical equipment that begins to collect and clutter all the medical gear and supplies, everything else. And therefore, by the time the parents are dead, you're trapped in a clusterfuck of clutter that at that point you just give up. Because you're just too exhausted from the years of being a care provider. But one touching example is there are very rare cave salamanders in Croatia. These are Croatian salamanders. We could look them up because they call them dragons, really. And and so when I was in the Balkans, serving as a mercenary, I had seen some of them on an open market and recognized that they were this rare sort, and there was no way I could bring them back to the caves of Croatia, so I just had them purchase them and ship them back home to my parents. And the interesting thing about them is that they can live for years without without eating. They're called the Olm, O-L-M. So they can live to be 100 years old. And what happened was that, sometimes they can spend 7 years without moving. But we put them in a fairly moderate container, nothing too constrictive, and kept them there with water that was refreshed, a kind of cycling water system. And from the moment that they were placed there in my home with my parents, they never ate ever, but they lived until my parents died. Each one died when one of them died when my mother died, one of them died when my dad died before her. So it was kind of like they were intertwined with my parents' own life force, so to speak. Maybe even kind of dependent on it because they wouldn't take any food. But lived because we saw them move, and they're blind, cave dwelling. So there you go. I mean, there's one touching story.
That is fantastic. I do appreciate that you sent your parents some cave dwelling lizards while you were in the Balkans. Yeah. But the thing that you said before about friendship slaves, how a lot of people use their pets because they don't want to talk to other people.
Yeah.
I think that's a very valid reason not to have a pet.
Yeah.
I think that would be, that would be why I really don't care if I have another pet. Because I do feel like people will put their pet out as kind of like this mascot for, their social interactions. Like they go to the dog park with their dogs.
Yeah.
In order to not have to really talk to the people, but you can then talk to people through the dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, I wonder, what does Nemo think of this?
Yes, Nemo's joined us.
I'm surprised that Doug had pet lizards.
Yeah, I don't see
Really?
why. I mean, I actually brought this up
Oh.
on air a few times. Have you
All right,
tried?
I never
Okay.
heard you about having pets like that.
Oh,
And
okay.
lizards are nice pets to have.
Yeah.
And
With
dogs.
these salamanders, really, cave
Oh,
salamanders.
salamanders.
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, a blind, very pale, like very skinny axolotls, which we had
All
some
right.
too. Yeah. Yeah.
China has
Yeah.
one of the biggest breeds in the world of those salamanders that live in the rivers. They're nearly extinct. I forgot which
They're trying
breed
to
exactly it
they're
was.
trying to keep them alive by breeding them. Yes, and
Yes.
so Japan has them too. Very large salamanders in Japan and China. Yeah,
Okay.
and they're different types though. The ones in China are more pale, and the ones in Japan are more salamander looking, like you would expect, kind of like more camouflage, so to speak.
More
So
color on them.
yeah, yeah. And yeah, all salamanders are incredible creatures, and very much I adore them. Yeah, and
Yeah.
so yeah, by all means, what about any pets you may have had? Do share your experiences with us.
I did have a cat when I was younger, a tabby breed, and we named it Toby. And he had quite a character. Whenever he was hungry, he would just run up the screen door and just run down, run up the screen door, run down. And he was quite the little hunter too, because we had a lot of birds in our backyard. And when we'd let him out, he'd just be stalking them in the long grass, kneeling down, ready to pounce on them. He grabbed the kookaburra once, and it took off flying while he was hanging on it, and he went flying over the back fence. It was just a chicken wire barbed fence, so I just bent the thin barbed wire, and he was able to get back through the fence.
Oh my
He was
goodness!
hanging. I'm surprised he didn't rip the guts from the kookaburra. He just had his claws dug in its torso.
Oh my
Took
God!
off flying with him on it.
Jesus!
And I had a little fox terrier in my teens, but I had to give it away eventually. Just two pets.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. That's
Cats
incredible.
are awesome though, yeah.
Yeah, but why don't you maintain pets anymore?
I don't want to get attached to anything, and they can be used against me.
I see. Yeah, I understand. I get it. I totally get
Yeah,
it.
I love
It-
animals though. Yeah.
Yeah, so you heard what the beginning of this episode tonight when Brooke was speaking about what had happened with her. I'm sure
Oh
you've.
no.
Oh,
You
okay.
can tell me. I just had to leave like 2 hours in. I was listening to you and Peter Moon.
Okay.
Then I got occupied with. Tell me what Brooke was saying.
Well, I mean, so why don't you summarize that, Amy? I'm sure you can summarize that.
I can try.
Yeah.
So Brooke has had a number of issues with animals, and she's definitely an animal lover. So yeah, they've been killing animals in front of her for a while now, and so she just really there was a dead rabbit on her couch, and she had to bury it, which sounds terrible. And before that, there was a cat, and then it seems like there's something else even before the cat. Oh, the chickens and the ducks.
Did someone actually break in a home and put a dead rabbit on her couch?
Yeah, pretty much. That's but
yeah,
without alarming any of the dogs. So basically, it was. This is supernatural. This is on the border of heavy-duty occult attack. So this is not. So I mean, I could retell you the story later in more detail. The point is that there's no point in going over it twice tonight in great detail. But I can tell you privately. Yeah, but when because the narrative is so complex that until you hear it in context, only then does it become really appreciated. I mean, we might as well kind of go into some context. I mean, she, of course, it all began when Amy says for quite some time. It's not really that long a period of time. It's basically since she discovered me through Sean Bond. And when it came to the situation was when she became kind of hooked on me and decided she was going to get to know me, then the attacks began. And this is inevitable. Whenever they think that there's some woman interested in me, they begin to attack her. And so I try to forewarn women about this, that this is going to happen. And so in Brooke's case, what had happened was that she first became aware of the fact that Michael Aquino was staring through her window. And of course, he's dead, but his spirit is very much alive. And he has haunted various people that just are fans of mine, even. I mean, I would get messages from fans, emails, private messages on Facebook where they would describe how it's usually very similar to phone calls from the dead. There was once a book by that title when we had landlines and people were dependent on landlines. And what would happen is when people would wake up from the sleep state and still be very much in the hypnagogic state where they're not awake really and they're just sitting up on the side of the bed and not a single thought has yet entered their mind, that would be the time they would get a phone call from the dead. Now, of course, any electrical phenomenon is very much in connection with the spirit world. They call it the Aethernet for a reason. And so even landlines back in the days when we had phones, that would be something the dead would take advantage of. People would get a phone call and there would be a message from the other side. They would recognize the person's voice. But then when they came to consciousness is then when the voice would fade out as if it were time to go, just basically relaying some message that I'm okay, I'm on the other side, that sort of thing. So in many cases with many people that would see Michael Aquino, this is back when he was alive, it would be they would be acquainted with him through my program generally. And then they would say that, oh yeah, I was doing the laundry and I was all spaced out and he suddenly appeared. And I would know they're telling the truth because they would describe him and a person was with him and they would describe Heather Holman, who was a big fan of mine for a long period of time. Not too long, but she was very obsessed with me. And I told her that it was unhealthy and that she should find something else in life that would be able to return her affection, someone else, some other situation, something to involve herself with.
Occupy her psychology on something else.
Yeah. And so she, and we're talking about a woman whose children were taken away from her for her being a psychologically unstable person. I remember I was telling this one guy about that. And he was this guy, there's a whole story behind him, but anyhow, Jeffrey Fravel was his name, big fan of mine for a while, then ran off with another big fan of mine. And he was just altogether just a very bizarre situation that was, I generally feel is negative. I guess it's positive in the sense that he just kind of disappeared and left me alone. So I guess I could consider that a positive. But ultimately that wasn't before there was some kind of bizarre friction on the part of the female fan of all things. But with Jeffrey Fravel, he said, "Oh my God, my understanding is that it literally takes an act of God. You got to move heaven and earth to separate a child from its mother." And I said, "Dude, you haven't known the woman I've known. I've known multiple women whose children were taken from them by the state because they were just considered too psychotic for children to be left in their care." And so when it came to Heather Holman, she was one of these. And, not to put her in too negative a light, but she, poor dear, she wound up, when she felt that I had rejected her, which in a sense I had, but I was driven to the point where that had to be done, then she ran to Michael Aquino. This was common with all these people who were obsessed with me. They would always run to Michael Aquino. And so Michael Aquino kind of took her in, and he later on credited her with helping him through his intestinal cancer. So she became kind of a care provider for him. And so she, by the way, I don't know, do you remember the comedian Marty Feldman?
I've heard of Marty Feldman.
So Marty Feldman had an eye condition. I don't know the medical term. The eye condition was such that his eyes looked like giant fried eggs, just bug eyes. And that was the source of his comedic shtick.
All right.
Yeah, so
he's an old comedian. He did show with Dean Martin and shit.
Yeah. And so what happened was that Marty Feldman got enough money through his career where he was able to get an operation that changed the shape of his eyes so they would look normal. And after that, he couldn't get a job anymore because everybody wanted to hire him just because of his big bug eyes so they could laugh at his face. So when he couldn't get a job anymore, he blew his brains out. He killed himself. So there you go. So she had that condition. So when this person described, oh yeah, there was this girl with Michael Aquino hiding behind him furtively, and she had, whenever she could see her face, big bug eyes like fried eggs. And I said, holy shit, it's Heather Holman. So this woman was describing an astral appearance of Michael Aquino with Heather Holman, who she knew nothing about. So it had to be true. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, he played in Young Frankenstein, that little servant in the black robe.
That's right. That's correct. One of his famous roles. Also the film titled The Last Remake of Biogest. Anyhow, so here's Michael Aquino after his death. Pretty much a soul that's trapped in the material plane because that's why he killed himself, so he could be here and basically maintain control over his destiny as far as he's concerned. So he was showing up in Our Lady Brooke Gibson's window and was lurking there when her daughter suddenly, for the first time in her life, heard voices in her head, said, "Can't you hear him talking?" It was Michael Aquino speaking. It's Satara. So we're talking about she's haunted by Michael Aquino, quite literally. And the dogs sense it, and they stare out the window because they see it. And so you've got this horrific situation already. And then what happened was various things, like she felt the need to buy these chickens and ducks as this life-affirming force, brought them home, and then they were ultimately killed because she had them all fenced in with this chicken wire, etc. So there's no way the dogs could have gotten in to eat them. But then somebody literally teleported one of the dogs into the backyard with the chickens and the ducks, and he killed 3 of them. 1 is missing. And so she had to deal with that. And then she was dealing with the cat. She was on transmission with us. And basically, again, her yard's pretty hard to get into, high fencing. And she's got 4 dogs. So cats smell the dogs and they stay the hell away. She's got neighbor cats that know never to go near her yard because there's 4 dogs in there. And so suddenly 2 cats wind up in her backyard fighting each other, which is on record. She was on transmission with us when this happened. And she wouldn't let the dogs out. And I said, that's smart. I said, lock all your windows and doors. And thank God she didn't go out herself because they're just trying to lure her out. But the cats were fighting. So, yeah, it's ridiculous enough to think of 1 cat going into a yard with the smell of 4 dogs rife through the place, and then 2 cats going in there, and then they get into a fight, and one of them dies, which cats don't get into life or death cat fights. They break off. So then there was a dead cat in her yard. So this is all terrorism. And then the latest animal to die was, among other visions that she's had, was one of my mother, a much more positive vision, very comforting to her. That my mother does key into the one thing in common with people like Judith Agert or V, my cosmetologist. Those are 2 people who have seen my mother after her death, or felt my mother, kind of even had communications from my mother after her death.
All right.
And then there's Brooke, was the other person. She saw my mother sitting down at one end of her couch and felt that was very positive and reassuring. Of course, that's where when she woke up, there was a dead white rabbit in that corner where my mother was sitting of the couch. This is days later, like weeks later. And but I said, look at the multitude of symbolism that you have here. The white rabbit is definitely Christine Joanna Hart, who was a victim of Michael Aquino. Her first memory, earliest memory in life, being sexually assaulted by Michael Aquino. She was always plagued by the white rabbit motif that Michael Aquino used as her visual cue for hypnosis. And so she often would imagine Michael Aquino himself as a white rabbit. And then beyond that, Asians, of course, all Asian culture, Japanese and Chinese, they don't see a man in the moon. They see a white rabbit in the moon. To them, the white rabbit represents the moon. It's a moon goddess. And so who am I working with as a co-author? Peter Moon. So when she wakes up with a dead white rabbit in the couch where my mother had been seen sitting, and it's got a big hole in its side, then, this represents Peter Moon, represents, whom both Brendan Zogit and our Ian West are very concerned about his physical safety going to Romania, because he's going to be camping for 4 days with the two Bulgarian bozos who have been attacking.
Why does he want to do that trip? Sorry.
Yeah.
Why does he want to go there?
Because obviously Romania is a big part of his life, his work, his writings. So it's like he's obligated. He can't call it
But
off.
for safety, because of those dangerous people, he should be very careful. I
You
wouldn't
know,
even go.
He considers them as non-threatening, but Brendan and Ian think otherwise. And what this symbolizes may be a portent of some danger. So you've got it representing the moon, my co-author, Peter Moon. You've got it representing myself, because I was known as Doug's Bunny when working at Revolution Radio. And if you take a look in the chat box, you can see one of the illustrations produced for my Revolution Radio days, the Doug's Bunny illustration. It's right there. If you scroll up a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I see.
text.
Bugs Bunny kissing the Indian chick.
Yes, Persian. She's Persian.
Persians.
Yes, yeah. And so in terms of the whole Doug's Bunny trip, the Peter Moon trip, the Asian trip, just so many, Christine Joanna Hart and the usual White Rabbit trip with MK Ultra victims. Michael Aquino said he contributed to the song White Rabbit as almost an ode to all his victims, using that motif. Where he would appear as a white rabbit, like in Donnie Darko. You had the rabbit character. This is a puka in Celtic legend. The puka was in the Jimmy Stewart movie. This is a great white rabbit that attaches itself to a person, follows them for life. So he became a puka for many of his victims, based on that Celtic. He had a Scottish background, Scottish ethnic background, after all.
So he wasn't Jewish at all.
No, not that I know of. Not that I know of.
But he had Jews working for him. That's funny. Richard Dolan and Stanton Friedman, etc.
That's the crazy part of it. Yeah. And they do that because
usually it's the other way around.
Well, they think he's anti-Nazi, and they work for him. Well, that was his joke. I have Jews work for me, not the other way around. That's what he used to tell me. And so he turned the tables on everybody. So you have someone who feels he can turn the tables on creation itself by taking his destiny into his own hands even after death, by blowing his own brains out and making certain he stays here on his terms. So here you have Michael Aquino and all this incidents. I think now pretty much you get the idea, right?
Yeah.
So
wouldn't the entities he's serving eventually just fucking devour him and shit him out, because he'd end up he wouldn't be serving a purpose anymore?
Well, that's why he was trying to avoid that by killing himself. He deprived them.
He'd go to hell. Some shit like that.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, it would be, what I would say is that you have to understand the cosmology of the anti-gods is a little bit different, and when you're serving them, your fate's kind of a bit worse. Understand that hell is mostly these lower Qliphoth sphere, the extestinal tract of the tree of death, the roots of the tree of life. So these shells, these Qliphoth, these quote-unquote empty shells, they're empty in a sense, but they're quite full in another sense. Like I said, you descend or ascend depending on your own vibrational level. It's accumulation of your actions throughout life, your attitudes, but overwhelmingly, your attitude at the moment of your death. If you're in a very deep, dark hole when you're dying, in terms of your psychology, if you're just full of negativity and bile and hate and you sink. I mean, because that's where you're taken. Your vibrations bring you there. But this, I'm not talking about somebody who's victimized and say, for instance, you die gang raped by a bunch of assholes and you're tortured to death in a snuff film or something. It's not like that you're going to go to hell because you're in this very dark space when you die.
You're just full of hate, anger, and envy, and all those negative things.
It's a lifetime thing. It's like a cumulative, like radiation, combined with, where does it culminate the moment that you die? So the moment that you die, are you in that space? Does that space consume you? This is what happens to all too many people. And of course, they sink to that lower vibrational level where your soul is essentially a kind of compost. And so, but, there's a limit to it. And then, as I said, you get out of those spaces when you realize you don't belong there. So the moment that you come to that realization, you ascend and you leave those spaces. This is something they were pointing out in that movie, What Dreams May Come, was that someone like, in this case, ironically portrayed by Robin Williams, goes to rescue a loved one from hell because he realizes that, you can do that if you have enough love. I mean, this is essentially what happened to me with that young lady who basically pushed me out of what was essentially a hell, one of the lower realms. But in terms of the Qlipothic realm, the backside of the Tree of Life, rather the roots of the Tree of Life, really, because it's that compost of the damned that feeds the Tree of Life. Just as the higher realms of the Sphere, the Sephiroth, hold the fountainhead of all existence, the Qlipothic world holds the drain down which all existence eventually runs. And at the absolute limit of this negative existence lurks the solipsist, the decreator, the ultimate anti-God. The decreator itself is unknowable, just as anyone. Well, I brought up the example with the Kabbalah, and in the Kabbalah there's a sphere that is often not even on the Kabbalistic charts. It's called the Da'ath, and the Da'ath is actually the most important fulcrum. That's why it's occulted, hidden, secret for only the sorcerers to know. It's that portal to all the rest of the realms. And it is the fulcrum on which, just as the ancient Greeks said, give me a lever and I can move the world, so long as I have a steady platform on which to stand, that is that platform on which you can move the universe. And of course, if one somehow uses that to reach the higher realms, the Kether at the top, then, you become one with God. As a matter of fact, you become God. As a matter of fact, you would always have always been God, because there's no time in that realm, and therefore you would be timeless. It's something that is, of course, impossible for any mortal to achieve, but it's not impossible for a mortal to do the opposite. Whereas maybe some mortals have been so advanced and so beyond the rest of us in terms of evolution that they ascend to the godhood and therefore become one with it and have always been part of it, thereby, because of the God exists outside of time and space. Basically, when you're sinking to the level of the decreator, below the Qlipoth, below the hells, just as anyone who reached Kether would become one with the Creator and creation itself alike, anyone who reached the solipsist would join its total unbeing and suffer annihilation. The nihilist philosophy of the Adamites that would be its ultimate punishment. I couldn't call it a reward. The closest any being can come to the solipsist is what Aquino referred to as an entity called Quimetiel, or the crowd of gods. Quimetiel being this churning, chaotic fusion of long defunct cosmic entities. It mindlessly sucks in anything that comes near, like a supernatural black hole. And so anything eaten by Quimetiel is gone forever. If someone were to enter a black hole, because time itself is warped by the gravitic forces of the black hole, time and space both, we know about how space is warped because of the black hole, but it's also warping time. So anyone falling into a black hole is being disintegrated, torn apart by the gravitic forces, but because time itself is being warped and torn apart, you're being torn apart in that black hole if you have the misfortune to fall into it eternally, forever.
Right.
So there's no end to your disintegration. That's what the experience is like going down the cosmic drain. So Amy's providing us some wonderful Cosmic Man references, the Cosmic Kabbalah, and charts with the Cosmic Man. Bless you, Amy. This is great. I'll download these. And
I wanted to see if the one that you were talking about was included. I think the first one is Rosicrucian, and I think the second one is Masonic.
Okay. Thank you.
But that one, I think it's on the second one.
Yeah.
Tell me again the name. It was started with a D.
Yeah, Da'ath.
I don't know. There is a
D-double-A-T-H. Yeah.
Oh, see, now the resolution's not good enough to get the tiny print.
Yeah, that sucks.
But there is a circle underneath the foot.
Yeah.
Which makes me think it's not Malkuth, which is at the bottom.
Oh, no, that's Malkuth at the foot.
When I look up Darth, I see it says Darth means hidden world of knowledge.
Yes.
Some stuff like that.
Yes, thank you. And so Da'ath would be where the man's heart is, basically, or right where his mouth is. Either the mouth or more like the mouth. Da'ath, that's probably Da'ath on that chart. And so in terms of the Klipothic world and the ultimate flush down the toilet mechanism that Aquino's trying to avoid, that's why he killed himself to stay here on the material plane.
Isn't there a way to perform a ritual to banish spirits to another realm, such as where they're supposed to be?
It's let's just put it this way.
Or a spell?
Well, the effort taken to do that is like, are we at that point yet where we want to basically invest the energy and time to do that? Certainly, I think that comparatively speaking, Brooke is doing the healthiest thing, which is making this public, which tends to defang the enemy to a great degree, if not completely. So it's she's doing the right thing right now, and she's already stabilized her health with the histamine diet, and that was a big part of her terrorism, was the attack on her health. So she's definitely doing the right thing. So, honey, Amy, if you take a look at Nemo's link, that's Da'ath, being presented in that chart.
Okay, let me look. Hold on.
Yeah, so you can take a look at that link. And
Ascension. Okay, it's got to load.
Yeah. So you'll see.
And I wonder if, like, what Nemo's suggesting about banishment.
Mm-hmm.
Do we really have the skill to get involved in that way?
Couldn't you pay
don't think
a magician to perform such tasks?
Well, I'm qualified to do that, but like I said, I've only conducted 3 major rituals in my life because it involves taking a lot of my blood out. These rituals demand blood. They're called blood rituals for a reason. So each time that I've performed something of that potency, something of that level of power,
What
I
if
almost
you have
died.
extra people helping you doing the same thing with the blood ritual?
It requires people being in tune. In other words, these people would have to be trained to resonate. You see, Michael Aquino trained an entire cult to do this for years. So when he blew his brains out, then he could preserve his soul here on Earth. This was something that he had the skill to do, and it was a ritual that he succeeded in because he went so far as to kill himself. That's what some of these rituals take. So this is something that is not to be taken lightly. It's not like in the films where somebody just mumbles something and it's like you get your wish fulfilled.
Or it's resolved within 2 hours.
Right.
Not like the Mafuba in Dragon Ball, where Master Roshi does the evil containment wave to put anything evil, physical, or spirit away in a little pot that's enchanted with a talisman to keep them trapped in there.
Yeah, it's not like that. So so that being said, I mean, there are certain things that can result in a similar situation, but understand, again, it takes an enormous amount of effort. And you train people for years, sometimes for a lifetime, to get in sync with you so you can do this as a group. This is something where you can't just get friends together and say, oh, you guys just chant over here. I mean, most people are going to...
Oh, of course. I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah.
Just other groups of people like you should be out there, though.
Well, not enough, I assure you.
In secret societies that probably keep themselves hidden
for
good reasons.
Yes, and just remember the majority of them are on Aquino's side because it's always easier to reach down than it is to reach up. I pointed that out before. So so there we have that, and all of that being said, my voice is almost shot. I'm going to retreat into the gentle night. The two of you feel free to say goodnight to our listeners.
I'll let Amy say goodnight first.
Of course.
Absolutely. Good night and good morning to all of the listeners here now and also in the future. Thank you, Douglas, for an enjoyable overnight. I haven't done the whole night with you yet, and so this is a first.
Well, bless you, honey, and I love you for it. Mwah. Thank you so much. You're an angel. And
you're very welcome.
Yes, you're wonderful. And so's your friend. So let her know I said so.
I got a team.
Yes.
We're training up.
Yes.
Don't you worry about us.
Excellent.
It's all going to be sorted out.
Wonderful. I'm so glad for you, and so heartened and comforted by that. I don't know if you heard any of her story, Nemo, but yes, she was speaking about her homelessness, and just a month ago she almost became trapped in the system of endless homelessness, a kind of homeless slavery on behalf of the state. That's the state enslaving people in their system to maintain bureaucrats and employment.
Yeah, I remember one of the streams I was on, she was talking about that, how bad it was with the affordable housing projects where they just have surveillances everywhere for the poor people and they just have no life, pretty much.
I think what she was going through was infinitely worse. I don't mind people surveilling me. They can watch me while I'm taking a shit or jacking off if they want. I don't see... I don't understand why that even bothers people, because I can't even imagine the mentality of somebody who has nothing else to do in their life other than to sit down and watch that. But
well, no, I think what we should point out though is the place, the bed that was offered to me where there was surveillance was the problem. Like the other building had no surveillance. And I tolerated it for 2 weeks. And then when they moved me into a room with 3 other people, that was all surveilled. And that was worse. So it was more like a prison at that point. And which I, instinctively felt the need to remove myself from there.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but
Thank you for listening, Nemo. That was very kind of you to bring that up.
Yeah.
No worries. You have a good one.
Yeah.
Okay. Good night.
And And so, Nemo, to say goodnight to our
Oh,
listeners.
yes. To all the listeners, have a good morning, day, or night. Support Douglas, buy his books on Amazon. And remember to learn about the gods of your ancient ancestors and start invoking them to repel the evil forces of this reality.
Thank you. Thank you. Very important. Very important indeed.
Yes.
our
And my swastika jewelries are coming in soon.
Excellent. Excellent. So glad you
I got
followed
2
up on
rings
that.
and a necklace ring.
Excellent. Excellent. And so love you dearly. Hugs. And you have a
You
blessed
too.
day. Okay.
You two have a good one.
Thank
All right.
you.
See ya.
Too. Bye for now. Okay, we're ending call and now we're going to end stream. So let's shrink some screens here.